While the Fu family were busily working, Feng Yu was not lazing around. Fu Guangjing and his men to look for suitable locations around China. Thus, he does not have the time to check on their companies. Because Feng Yu had wanted the financial year of the companies to end at the same time, the company's annual report for last year were ready at the same time. Feng Yu needs to visit all his factories and companies. But before Feng Yu was able to finish his work in Guangdong, he received a call asking him to return to Beijing. Kirilenko will be arriving in Beijing soon. Kirilenko was Feng Yu's most significant business partner. During the start of Feng Yu's career, he had been partnering Kirilenko. Feng Yu was closer to Kirilenko than Fu Guangjing. Kirilenko was coming to Beijing, and Feng Yu had to play host. This time, Kirilenko was not visiting in his own capacity. He was representing Russia's foreign affairs for a courtesy visit. Feng Yu gasped in astonishment. Brother Qi was really somebody in Russia. He can even enter foreign affairs. But Kirilenko was only a businessman. Feng Yu still does not understand Kirilenko. Kirilenko was now Russia's most successful importer. Just his trade with Taihua Trading was several times more than any other company's. Last year, Kirilenko started to import Songjiang motors into Russia and sell them to the military and government agencies. He was now a celebrity there. When Kirilenko saw Feng Yu, he gave him a bear hug as usual. His hug was still so powerful that it made Feng Yu breathless. Feng Yu was older and fitter now, but in front of this polar bear, he still looks like a chick. Brother Qi, what's your plan for the afternoon? I do not have any plans for the afternoon. I can go anywhere I want. Why? Are you bringing me to experience China's? Kirilenko asked with a lecherous smile. Damn, did this idiot call me back because of this? Never mind. I will just bring him to some clubs at night. I just wonder if any women like this bear-like person. When Dongjun and the rest were having their school break, and Feng Yu took back his car, Kirilenko ordered his men to return back to their hotel and boarded Feng Yu's car. Brother Qi, if you are looking to have fun, you will have to wait until night. I will bring you to some clubs, but I am not sure if the women there will be willing to follow you back to your room. If you are really desperate, I will get someone to bring you to other places. Feng Yu said while driving. Okay. Let's wait until night time. With my charms, the girls there will surely be attracted. Kirilenko replied confidently. This was the same confidence as when Dongjun. Then are we looking for someplace to drink? Yes. Let's go drink now. Kirilenko replied excitedly. Drink? Feng Yu had an evil smile. He wanted to use his brother-in-law's trick and make Kirilenko drunk. Brother Qi, come and try this hot pot. Kirilenko started with his big eyes in shock. In front of him was a pot full of boiling red oil. Can this be eaten? Is this soup? Does it taste good? Since Feng Yu brought him here, it should be edible. Feng Yu saw Kirilenko pick up his spoon and was about to drink the red oil. He immediately stops him. If Kirilenko drank this spoonful of chili oil, he would have to be hospitalized. His tongue and esophagus will be burned. Kirilenko looked at Feng Yu's hand puzzledly. Why are you stopping me? Isn't this soup? Brother Qi, this is hot pot. I know this is a hot pot. You said before that we should drink the soup first. Kirilenko was confused. I had brought you to eat clear broth hot pot in Bing City. That soup can be drunk directly, and it was also delicious. But this time, it's Chongqing hot pot, and it's still hot oil pot. In both Feng Yu's lives, he has yet to see anyone that dares to drink hot chili oil. It's different. These are chili oil. The temperature is even hotter than boiling water. You cannot drink it. It is eaten this way. You dip the meat in the pot for a while, and then dip in your sauce before you eat. Try it. Feng Yu cook a piece of thinly sliced beef and place it in Kirilenko's bowl. At the same time, he took away that bowl of chili oil. He does not want Kirilenko to drink it by mistake. Kirilenko picked up that piece of beef clumsily with chopsticks and ate it. He chewed a few times, and his eyes suddenly sparkled. He said in his broken Mandarin, "This is good. It's delicious, right? China has lots of delicacies. There are the famous 8 cuisine styles and other local specialties. Just this hot pot alone, there are more than 10 varieties. If you like this, tomorrow I will bring you to try Mongolian hot pot." When Feng Yu was speaking, he raises his glass. Kirilenko unconsciously picked up his glass and finished it in one gulp. Feng Yu sneakily placed his glass back on the table and helped Kirilenko fill up his empty glass. Brother-in-law was right. Once you raise your glass, Kirilenko will bottom up. Since this was the case, then today I must make him drunk. Although Kirilenko could use chopsticks, he was not good enough to use chopsticks for hot pot. He threw his chopsticks aside and used a fork and skimming spoon to cook his meat. He dipped the meat into the pot of boiling oil once and took it up. He does not care whether if the meat was cooked or not. He dipped the meat into the sauce and stuffed it into his mouth. Feng Yu also slowly cook his meat and eat it. It was winter, and the room had heating. Coupled with the pot of boiling chili oil and the hot sauce, Kirilenko was sweating and panting from the spiciness. Kirilenko looked at Feng Yu, who was enjoying himself. Feng Yu does not feel the spiciness. Feng, this is too spicy. Kirilenko points to the hot pot. Spicy? You do not have experience. This spiciness is only in your mouth. You can cancel out the spiciness with something spicy. Our Chinese traditional medicine has a saying, fight fire with fire, fight spiciness with spiciness. This is why you must drink more baijiu, and you will not feel the spiciness. Feng Yu replied. Kirilenko looked at Feng Yu with a, why didn't you say so earlier? And immediately drank a glass of baijiu. Kirilenko could feel that his mouth was not as numbed as before. How is it? Do you feel better? Eat more. I have ordered a lot of meat. This is also sliced pork, tripe, bamboo shoots. All of them are delicious. Try it. Feng Yu recommended excitedly. Kirilenko did not wait for Feng Yu to tell him again. He immediately uses his fork and skimming spoon to cook his meat. Spoons after spoons of meat and other food were stuffed into his face. You do not have any more dip. Come, I will help you mix a bowl of dip. Without this dip, it will not taste good. Feng Yu filled Kirilenko's sauce bowl with lots of chopped chilies and filled up his glass with baijiu. Feng Yu does not need to do anything, and Kirilenko was taking a sip of baijiu for every 2 spoonsful of meat. After a while, Kirilenko had finished a bottle of baijiu. Feng Yu shouted to the door, "Waiter, one more bottle of ergudu. Bring me the 56% type." Translator's notes. When Dongjun and Kirilenko should be good friends. Birds of the same feather. Mala hot pot is really good. I love this hot pot. I think you should be able to find this hot pot in most of the Chinatowns around the world. Once you tried it, you will remember the taste forever. After the hot pot meal, both of them were satisfied. Feng Yu had not touched his glass of baijiu. He mainly drank tea. That glass of baijiu was left untouched from the start till the end of the meal. Kirilenko had finished 2 bottles of ergudu by himself. He could not even walk straight when leaving the restaurant. Feng Yu still had to get 2 waiters to carry Kirilenko into the car. On the way back to the hotel, the drunk Kirilenko was still telling Feng Yu he wanted to eat this hot pot again. He kept saying that Feng Yu was his best friend for bringing him to eat such delicious food. Best friend? Okay, I shall let you drink more the next time. At the hotel, Feng Yu and a bellboy helped Kirilenko into his room and gave the bellboy a 100 renminbi tips. The bellboy was surprised. He had received tips from foreign guests, and very few Chinese would provide tips. Even if they gave tips, it would not be so much. He thanked Feng Yu and told himself he must work harder in the future. Feng, I have some documents in my bag. I need to rest a while. You read those documents first. Before Feng Yu could reach Kirilenko's bag, he was already snoring like thunder. Wow. Kirilenko had fallen asleep once his head touched the pillow. Feng Yu found Kirilenko's bag and saw the documents. It was the mining company's last year annual report. Feng Yu scanned through the report. Last year's revenue was less than $30 million and had spent over $20 million on new equipment. With the workers' salaries, the net profits were only $36,000. If Feng Yu told others, no one would believe him. But Feng Yu was very satisfied. Kirilenko had followed his instructions and mined the minimum. He had used most of the revenue to buy more equipment and increase the safety of the mines. The prices of minerals now were not high. There were only a few countries that were exporting high volume of minerals. Russia was one of them. In another 2 years, these few countries will join hands and lower their exports. That will be the time when the prices of minerals skyrockets. When that happens, all of Feng Yu's mines will have new equipment and can increase the speed of mining. After finish reading the mineral company's report, Feng Yu saw an analysis of Russia's automobile industry. Based on this analysis, Kirilenko was doing to increase the importation of automobile this year. The number of automobiles will be doubled last year. After the Russian government and military bought Songjiang Motors vehicles, their people also get to know this brand of vehicles. Kirilenko had people to help him plan the marketing of Songjiang vehicles. In Russia, Songjiang Vehicles was now an imported branded vehicle. Songjiang Motors had developed much better than Fengyu's expectations because of Kirilenko. Just last year alone, the number of Songjiang off-roads imported into Russia was more than any other brand of vehicles. Seems like this year, this figure will increase further. As the automobile branch factories around China started productions, profits begin to stream in from this business. Maybe in less than 5 years, Fengyu could recover all his investments and starts to make profits. By that time, Songjiang Motors should be China's top automobile brand. It will overtake Audi and the rest of those Japanese cars. But the biggest issue faced by Fengyu, or Bing City Machinery Company, was Songjiang's Qinquan, a cargo van. This Songjiang Qinquan model of cargo van had started production and based on Fengyu's requirement. The vans were big. But other than Wind and Rain Logistics, who ordered 100 vehicles, there were no other big orders. The orders were only in single digits, and it was the distributors that ordered. Fengyu had thought of a big client. The postal services. Li Mingde has gone to speak to them. He had experience of dealing with these government officials and should not disappoint Fengyu. As for what discount or rebates Li Mingde gave to those officials, Fengyu does not care. These were the basic rules of sales in this era. No matter how good your vehicles were, or how urgent they needed cargo vans, the higher-ups do not buy your cars if they do not receive any benefits. Those officials could find lots of reasons to not buy your vehicles. Cargo van was very popular in Fengyu's previous life, especially after the electronic industry boom. A lot of logistics companies appeared and grew rapidly. Thus, the demand for cargo vans also increased. Although there were not many electronic factories and no online shopping, there was a shortage of train carriage, and the prices of air freight were high. There should still be a demand for cargo vans for short-distance deliveries. For example, the fur in the northeast regions needs to be sent to the garment factories in the south. From the southern areas, factories need to send their products back to the north. Products like electronics, garments, etc. still need cargo vans to transport. Fengyu had also called Li Zikai. Their Taihua supermarkets need fresh fruits and vegetables from the farms. They also need to use these huge cargo vans. One supermarket needs at least 2 vans. 20 supermarkets require at least 40 vans, and it was the biggest model. Li Zikai also knew that Fengyu and Fu Guangjing had shares in Songjiang Motors. He will definitely purchase the supermarket's cargo vans from Songjiang Motors. Also, Songjiang Motors vehicles were better in quality than other brands. As the general manager, Li Zikai was in charge of the procurement. He immediately asked his men to write a report and place the order with Bing City Machinery Company. His requirements were 50 cargo vans in 3 months, and every van must be painted with Taihua Supermarket's logo and name. Wind and Rain Logistics and Taihua Supermarket had bought all the cargo vans in the machinery company's warehouse. The production of these big cargo vans was much slower than regular saloon cars and was much more expensive. The profits were also much higher. But as the clients were Wind and Rain Logistics and Taihua Supermarket, lots of discounts were given, and the profits were not high. Li Mingde helped Fengyu think of an excuse to give special rates to these 2 companies. These 2 companies had made bulk purchases and were influential. This was considered an advertisement for Songjiang Motors' Qinquan model. So, they should give them discounted rates. The branch factories knew that these vans were selling much lower than their standard rates, but there was still profit. They could not argue since their general manager was the one who set these rates. Furthermore, Fengyu was involved in those 2 companies. Without Fengyu, these cargo vans might still be sitting in the warehouse. The employees in the machinery company really respect Fengyu. Although they were converted from being a state-owned enterprise's employees to a private enterprise's employees, their salaries had increased a lot. The managers and leaders also had an increase in their benefits. The company employee hospital's equipment was all imported from Germany and had specialists providing consultation. The employees were assigned with lodging when the company was still state-owned. But those houses cannot be compared to the apartments they were living now. Although they had to pay a portion of the apartment, they were the ones who owned the apartment. Their apartments were spacious and come with centralizing heating. It was also a high-rise building, equipped with lifts. Also, the employees had the chance to go on TV and will receive all sorts of gifts during festive periods. If they had to put in extra hours, they would have overtime pay. Their one-off day per week was also converted to 1.5 days off. Who was the one that gave them these benefits? It's Fengyu. The machinery company had progressed from manufacturing agricultural machinery to motorcycles and from motorcycles to saloon cars. Bing City Machinery Company became well known, and the employees were proud to let others know that they were working for the company. This was why no one would say anything even if the company gave all those cargo vans to Fengyu's companies for free. All the employees in Bing City Machinery Company no longer listened to the city government. They only listened to Fengyu. Fengyu's plans to change the employees' mindset was very successful, and this was a surprise to him too. He thought it will take some time before the employees acknowledge his changes to the machinery company. The workers were united and hardworking. Fengyu felt that if he wants, he could even convert the company into a religion. After looking through all the documents and listening to the Kirilenko's thunderous snoring, Fengyu decided to book another room to rest until Kirilenko wakes up in the evening. After a short nap, Fengyu looked at his watch. It was already 6 p.m. He went to wake Kirilenko up. After Kirilenko washed up and changed, half an hour had passed. Fengyu was impressed with Kirilenko's recovery from alcohol. He had drunk almost 2 bottles of baijiu and was sober in just a few hours. Fengyu felt that Kirilenko might have started drinking since he was a kid, and recovering from this bit of alcohol should be an easy task. Anyway, Fengyu does not like to drink. At most, he would drink some beer to relax. This was the difference between Fengyu and Kirilenko. Kirilenko said that if you do not want to be drunk, then why do you still want to drink alcohol? During dinner, Kirilenko displayed his enormous appetite again. The hot pot lunch seems to be fully digested. But during dinner, Kirilenko did not drink any alcohol. He wanted to drink with women later the night. Fengyu had never been to pubs and clubs in Beijing. In Beijing, there were not many pubs and clubs in this era. Fengyu only knew Sanlitun. This was the most famous clubbing street in Beijing during his previous life. The first pub there was set up in 1983, and after 10 years, there were only a few clubs in that street. The Chinese were not used to party after work. The people who went to this street were people staying nearby and some foreigners. This first pub was located in the embassy area. Foreigners had a different lifestyle from the Chinese. They were used to find some places to relax after work. Of course, when they were at work, they really work hard. But the Chinese were different. They will try to skive during work and return home straight after work. Once in a while, they will volunteer to work overtime. Those who went to pubs or clubs after work were seen as hooligans. When Fengyu arrived at the location, it was already dark. This place was very different from his previous life. It was too quiet. Although there were not a lot of bars and customers when Fengyu and Kirilenko entered the most popular club there, they saw a lot of beautiful girls there. Many of the girls were very young. Fengyu remembered that there were lots of schools nearby. This place was near to Beijing Teaching University, but Fengyu had never been here before. Lina dislikes these places, and Fengyu was also not interested. This was his first time here. Kirilenko thought that he would be the only foreigner there, and with his size, he would be the center of attraction. He was surprised to see so many foreigners there. Feng, are you sure this is a China's pub? What are most of the people here not Chinese? I can even hear people speaking in Russian. Kirilenko asked angrily. Brother Qi, this is one of China's most popular clubs. Look around you. There are so many young pretty girls. This place is located near the embassy, and that's why there are so many foreigners. Fengyu explained. There was nothing he could do. I thought you were very confident in yourself. Where is your confidence now after seeing so many Caucasians? Are you only capable of winning Chinese and not foreigners? Someone had said that women are curious creatures. They look forward to things that were rare. For example, foreigners were rare in China, and Chinese girls were willing to throw themselves to them. Even before Fengyu returned to his present life, it was still happening. For example, Kirilenko went up to a girl and started chatting with her. Damn, this idiot doesn't even know a proper sentence of Chinese and could chat with that girl? That girl knows what Kirilenko was talking about. They could understand each other? Wow, those two really can chat. They were laughing and chatting happily. Did they really understand each other? Kirilenko turned around and looked at Fengyu proudly. Were the girls in the era so easy? Then why no girls approach me? Although Fengyu did not want anything to happen, he was bored drinking alone. Also, he was pissed with Kirilenko's proud look. Suddenly, a Caucasian woman sat down beside Fengyu and asked him in English if he was willing to buy her a drink. Damn, it's winter now. The pub might have heating, but this woman was dressed too skimpily. Doesn't she feel cold? Fengyu looked at the woman's thick makeup. He does not like this woman, and she looks like she was in her 30s. What's her purpose for coming here? Look for young Chinese men? Feng Yu replied in English. Sorry, I am waiting for someone. That Caucasian woman walked away and sat down at another table with a single man. There were still many people there looking for foreigner women. Feng Yu saw Kirilenko waving, asking him to go over. Feng, you are now my translator and driver. Help me tell this girl to go back with me to my hotel room. Damn, F-King shameless. You are the one who is looking for girls, and I became your translator? Also, why are you so sure that this girl is willing to follow you back? Are you sure that both of you understood each other? Seeing Feng Yu's reluctant look, Kirilenko continued. Feng, I forgot to tell you that there is a performance troupe from Russia that had came to China with us. Elena is one of the performers. Their performance is tomorrow afternoon, and she wants you to look for her tonight. Are you trying to entice me? Fine, I will accept it. Why didn't you tell me earlier that Elena was here? Thus, Feng Yu became Kirilenko's translator and turned to the girl. My boss wants to invite you back to his hotel room to look at his goldfish. The girl, goldfish? How come hotel rooms have goldfish? What is this translator talking about? Is your boss wealthy? The girl asked. He should be richer than everyone here in the pub. But I need to make it clear. My boss will not marry you or bring you overseas. Feng Yu wants this girl to stop daydreaming. Then will your boss give me some Russian souvenirs? The girl asked and rubbed her 2 fingers like she was counting money. Feng Yu sighed and tells Kirilenko in Russian. She wants money. Humph. Feng Yu thought that this girl really likes Kirilenko, but in fact, she was only after his money. Kirilenko replied immediately. No problem. I can give her money, but I only have USD. USD should not be a problem. But are you sure that you want to bring her back? Feng Yu asked. He knew that Kirilenko had a mistress in the Russian performance troupe. He already had a woman waiting for him, and he still wants to bring another girl back? Why not? I still have not to spend a night with an Oriental girl. Feng Yu sent Kirilenko and the girl back to the hotel. After sending them back, he looked at a small card in his hand. There was a phone number on the card, and it should be the hotel's number. Feng Yu dialed the number, and it was Elena who answered. Mr. Feng, is that you? Did Mr. Kirilenko tell you that I am in China? Feng Yu's heart melted when he heard Elena's sweet and excited voice. Yes, I heard that you are representing Russian to perform for my country's leaders. Congratulations. I got this opportunity because of Mr. Kirilenko's help. Oh, the rest of the performers are sharing rooms, but I am staying alone. My hotel is XX Hotel, and I am in room 601. Damn, she was too direct. Feng Yu only asked her to wait for him, and he drove over to the hotel at a nearby street. Before Feng Yu could knock on the door opened, and Elena appeared. Was Elena waiting for him by the door all this while, and opened the door when she heard his footsteps? Mr. Feng, you are here? Here are the slippers for you to change. Elena placed a pair of slippers on the floor and squat down to help Feng Yu remove his shoes. Elena, how have you been? Very good. I became the lead dancer, and there I am assigned with a personal teacher. Mr. Kirilenko told me that you are the one who arranged for it. Elena looked at Feng Yu with her big eyes. I am the one who arranged it? How come I am not aware of it? I owe Kirilenko favor. But you must have put in a lot of hard work. If not, you will also not become the lead dancer. Feng Yu could still remember Elena's dance clearly. Mr. Feng, I learned a new dance, and I will be performing in front of your country's leaders tomorrow. Can I show you this dance first? Feng Yu felt Elena was like a kitten seeking attention. She wants the focus of her master and hopes her master would cuddle her more. Feng Yu sat on a chair and nodded to Elena. All right, I still have you seen you dance alone. Elena immediately changed into her dancing shoes and pressed the play button on a Walkman before getting into position. This was Iwa's latest model of Walkman. The speakers were loud and clear. As the music starts, Elena started to dance. Ballet was originated from Italy and became famous by the Soviet Union. Until today, the world's best ballet dancers and troupe were from Russia and not from Italy. Feng Yu felt that ballet was like soccer. The country that invents it might not be better than the others. Feng Yu felt like he was watching a movie as Elena danced and spin in the small space of the hotel room. Ballet dancers had the same characteristics. Their arms, legs, and necks were long and had good postures. They were trained since young and will look confident even without doing anything. The dancing Elena gave Feng Yu this feeling. She was usually timid and shy, but when the music starts, she became another person. someone confident and proud. The dance was about 10 minutes, and when the music ends, Feng Yu clapped. Mr. Feng, what do you think of my dance? Elena was waiting for Feng Yu to praise her. Your dance is perfect. My mood became better when I see you dance. Feng Yu was telling the truth. Not everyone could see Elena dance so close. Are you able to watch my performance tomorrow? Elena looked at Feng Yu. Feng Yu could not bear to reject her, but she will be dancing for China's top leaders, and Feng Yu is not qualified to enter the venue. Elena, I am only a businessman. I can't watch your performance tomorrow. Elena was disappointed, but she immediately smiled. It's okay. If Mr. Feng wants to watch me dance in the future, you can come to Moscow. Okay. I promise you that I will definitely go to Moscow to watch you dance. Great. Mr. Feng, let me massage your shoulders. When I am at home, I will massage my mother. She says it felt good. Feng Yu nodded. Elena went behind Feng Yu and started massaging him. Her strength and techniques were good, and Feng Yu felt really relaxed. After a while, Elena told Feng Yu, Mr. Feng, are you tired? Do you want to take a shower? Feng Yu stood up, and Elena helped to undress him. Even Japanese women might not be as obedient and gentle as her. Feng Yu really liked Elena. When Feng Yu entered the bathroom, Elena appeared at the door and asked, I am sweaty after the dance. Can I bath with you? Which man would reject this beautiful woman? Bath. To hell with bath. There were more important things to do. Elena was clinging on Feng Yu as they walked out of the bathroom. She was like an octopus hugging Feng Yu tightly. When round 2 was over, Elena laid on Feng Yu's chest quietly. Elena, there is something I need to tell you. Elena shook her head. Mr. Feng, you don't need to say anything. I understand. After saying that, she opened a drawer beside the bed. There was a pill there, and she swallowed it. Mr. Feng, I understand that you will not marry me. I know, but I really love you. I do not wish for you to remain by my side. I just hope you can visit me when you are free. What Feng Yu wanted to say was not this. He suddenly felt guilty for not being able to give any promises to this sweet girl. Elena, other than dancing, what else do you like? Sing. But my vocals are not very good. I can sing a song called. Mr. Kirilenko told me that you are the one who wrote this song. In Moscow, many people love this song. Elena looked at Feng Yu with admiration. Other than singing and dancing, do you have any other wish? No. I was already living with my mother and had entered Moscow top ballet company, Bolshoi Ballet. This is the world's best ballet troupe. Feng Yu had heard of this company. Was premiered by this company. Elena had already fulfilled her dream to enter this company and become the leading dancer. Elena was only 15 years old now. It was impossible for her to continue dancing forever. She should have other hobbies and interests. Elena, how is the house you are staying with your mother? I will buy a bigger house for you. No need. Only my mother and I are staying in the house. If the house is bigger, it will feel very empty. We do not need anything. Both of us are working, and we can take care of ourselves. Elena stubbornly said, You can learn how to drive. It will be more convenient if you have a car. Don't reject me. Just accept whatever I give you. Feng Yu said, Yes. Elena lowered her head. She had a blissful smile on her face. Compared to her friends in the troupe, she was the luckiest. Mr. Feng was not rough on her and treated her well. He was also competent, and no other man could be compared to him. Although she does not know if she could be with Feng Yu forever, she realized that she had fallen in love with him. No matter how Feng Yu treated her, he will always have a place in her heart. The next day, Elena went for her dance rehearsal. The performance was in the afternoon, and as one of the representatives of Russia's party, Kirilenko was invited to this event. Feng Yu went to CCTV to watch the Spring Festival Gala Night rehearsal and offered some suggestions. In the evenings, Feng Yu and Kirilenko were seated together again. Kirilenko wanted to have a serious talk with Feng Yu. He wants to know if Yeltsin will continue to be in power and if he will lose to any opposition rivals. Russia had sent this party to China was because Yeltsin and Bush had signed a treaty to stop their arms race early last year. The relationship between Russia and the U.S. improved. But last July, the relationship between the U.S. and China had suddenly turned bad. This was because Clinton became the president and the U.S. targeted China for the first time. This incident was called the Inha incident. The U.S. government claims that they had received intelligence that this Chinese vessel, Inha, was sending dangerous chemicals used in chemical weapons to Iran. They sent their warships and planes to force Inha to stop in international waters for more than a month. They conducted inspections twice, but could not find the said chemicals. The Chinese government asked the U.S. government sarcastically, "Did you buy your information for $1?" The U.S. officials were embarrassed, but insisted they did nothing wrong. In the end, the U.S. government admitted their intelligence was false and offered compensation. But the U.S. still refused to apologize. Because of this incident, there were anti-U.S. sentiments in China. Lots of Chinese students were condemning the U.S. and expressed that they will never go to the U.S. to further their studies. Russia sees this as an opportunity. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Russia's relationship with the U.S. had improved, but that does not mean Russia will forget their hatred for the U.S. Russia had followed the former Soviet Union's ideologies. They can never be friends with the U.S. They can only be enemies. Although this could not be announced openly, most of the Russians think this way. No one knows, but the Russian government might be involved. This time, Russia's visit to China was to seek cooperation in many areas. They want to collaborate with China economically and also the military. During the former Soviet Union era, China was treated as a little brother to them. Thus, their relationship soured. The former Soviet Union's government were arrogant and felt that the Soviet Union were bigger and stronger than China. But after the Soviet Union was dissolved, Russia's economy was a big issue for Yeltsin, and it was his duties to solve this. Collaborating with China, the current rising economic powerhouse, was the fastest way to stabilize Russia's economy. After Japan went into recession, they had to depend on China's market to survive. However, the Japanese government had to pay a heavy price for it. Russia could afford to do so too, especially Yeltsin. He needs the Chinese government's support. Last September, Yeltsin dismissed the Russian parliament, and only Russia's Federal Assembly was left to vie for powers with the president. They even fought during the parliamentary meetings. In the end, Yeltsin won, and all those oppositions were arrested. The representative president appointed by the parliament was arrested along with his supporters. The supporters include some military officials. At that time, Kirilenko had called Feng Yu. Because his father was a lieutenant general in charge of a principal department, he was considered someone with lots of authority. If his father leans towards the parliament, Yeltsin will be in a lot of trouble. But Feng Yu told Kirilenko that those people in the parliament were clowns and can be ignored. Yeltsin had risen to powers from the support of the Russians. Yeltsin also had influence over the military. The soldiers listened to Yeltsin more than the parliament. At the same time, Feng Yu told Kirilenko that if the parliament council won, Russia would lose a good president and his father will also be implicated. No one was willing to have a general that was formerly his enemy. Even if Yeltsin promised to promote Kirilenko's father, he will also not give him any authority. After hearing Feng Yu's analysis, Kirilenko's father knew what to do. Since he was already branded as Yeltsin's man, he must support Yeltsin wholeheartedly. If Yeltsin wins, then he will get more benefits. Yeltsin had a lot of power. Although he only controls half of the military, he was seen as on the side of the angels. The parliamentary council were seen as the opposition party. It was clear which side had the advantage. If Kirilenko's father chose the wrong side, he might also not win Yeltsin. The final outcome would be Kirilenko's father escaping to other countries for asylum, and Feng Yu and Kirilenko's investment in the minerals company will be lost. That was Feng Yu's most significant investment. He cannot afford to lose it. Also, Feng Yu felt Kirilenko was a good friend, and he treasured the friendship. Furthermore, Kirilenko had the financial capabilities to help Feng Yu fight against U.S. corporations. Everyone will unite to teach those U.S. speculators a lesson. After this incident, Kirilenko owes Feng Yu another favor. His father's decisions and actions received praise from Yeltsin, and his father should be due for another promotion within this year. Kirilenko had entered this Russia's party as one of the delegates to see if there were any areas where both countries could cooperate and also thank Feng Yu. That vehicle importation proposal was to tell Feng Yu that he will not only import Songjiang Motors vehicles into Russia, he will also import it to the former Soviet Union's allied countries. Brother Key, rest assured. Just stick with Yeltsin and your father's position will be as stable as a rock. Feng, if you say this, then my father and I will be at ease. If you need any help from me, just tell me. I promise I will put in my 100% to help you. Kirilenko beat his chest. In another 2 years, I will be fighting a financial war with a few U.S. financial giants. I hope you will support me by using all your financial powers when the time comes. Feng, if we are going against the US, I will surely support you even if you do not ask me. Will we suffer heavy losses? Kirilenko asked. He was not very confident. Loss? You think I will suffer losses? We will not suffer any losses. In fact, we will still make lots of profits. We will be hitting the US economy and beat those financial giants. But to be honest, if it was not for them, rubles will not depreciate so fast, and both of us will not become where we are now. No matter what, they are the ones who had hurt your country's economy. Feng, since you are helping me to earn money, then it is not considered a request from you. What request do you need? Tell me. If you don't let me help you, then it will transfer all my shares in the mining company to you. No need. But if you really want to give me the shares, then give me 2% will do. Feng Yu pretended to reject and then tell Kirilenko what he wanted. Fine. Look at this document and sign it. Kirilenko took out a stack of documents he prepared. It states precisely 2%. Feng Yu read through the documents twice and signed it. He was now the major shareholder of the mining company. Feng Yu spent the night with Elena again. The next day, the Russian delegates returned back to Russia. Feng Yu also did not ask what sort of agreements were signed with the Chinese government. But Kirilenko told Feng Yu that he would increase his trade with Taihua Trading. This means the agreements did not affect Feng Yu. Feng Yu stayed in Beijing for one more day before Taihua Agricultural Products General Manager Zhang Ming came to meet him. He said he had something important to discuss with Feng Yu. When Zhang Ming saw Feng Yu, he excitedly said, "Manager Feng, we have a great opportunity." "What opportunity? Why are you so excited?" Feng Yu frowned. "Have you read the papers?" Zhang Ming passed a copy of the newspaper to Feng Yu and pointed to a report. Human ham? Feng Yu remembered the turning point of Qiudu Preserve Ham Empire. Had it happened? If it weren't for Zhang Ming telling him about this, he would have forgotten about it. Qiudu was China and the world's biggest preserve ham brand. It was extremely popular in China, and there was a period where you could not even buy their ham even if you have the money. This ham was once Taihua Trading's merchandise to be sold to Russia. But a few days ago, someone reported Qiudu was using human flesh to make their ham. They claimed that they had evidence. It was the smoky taste in the ham, and some other people claims they had found fingernails, hair, etc. of human in the ham. This was reported in the papers, and the whole nation knew about it. Suddenly, Qiudu's preserved ham had turned from China's top brand of ham into something everyone avoids. Not only they had no more orders, but the distributors and customers were also demanding for refunds. But this was only a misunderstanding. The truth was there was a fire in one of Qiudu's cold storage. The insulation material in the cold room had foam and caused thick poisonous smoke. The 2,500 tons of raw ingredients, pork, were all burnt. The total damage was more than 40 million renminbi. Qiudu Company's leaders were afraid of taking responsibility for these damages. They reported to the city that it was only a small fire and only the storage facility was slightly damaged. Some minor repairs were required, and their losses were only about 360,000 renminbi. For a company like Qiudu, whose annual profits were more than 100 million, 360,000 renminbi was nothing. Qiudu's leaders tried to cover up their losses and thought this matter was over. But the pork was all burnt, and they reported a smaller amount of losses. The company does not have enough funds to bring in fresh ingredients. So, the advisor of the company, a fortune teller, gave the stupidest advice. This pork was only smoked. In the South, many people like smoked meat. This pork can also be made into ham. Anyway, the pork will be minced, and no one will know. So, the burnt pork, which was also smoked by poisonous gas, was mixed with fresh pork and made into ham and sold to the customers. When the can of ham was opened, there was a smoky smell, and the color was different. There were even bits of bones in there. Qiudu's competitors immediately get people to report in the papers that Qiudu was selling human flesh ham. They also sent people to spread rumors that Qiudu had tied up with the local crematorium and used dead bodies for their ham. Even Qiudu's employees dare not to eat their own products. All the major papers in China reported on this incident and caused an uproar. However, some people felt that these were all fake news. Qiudu was selling tons of ham every year. Even all the crematoriums in the province could not provide enough dead bodies to make tons of ham. But most of the commoners believed in the rumors. They firmly believed that it was made from human remains. If not, Why would the papers publish this report? The higher-ups had said that they only suspect Chiodu was using dead human remains. But for the commoners, it was a confirmation by the authorities. The earliest people who started the rumors were from Chiodu Company's province. Who was the one who backstabbed Chiodu Company? It was not an outsider. It was another preserve ham company from the same province. They started the rumors in the province and then spread it all over China. They make use of the newspaper and also bribed Chiodu's distributors. Based on the contracts between the distributors and Chiodu, if there were any issues with the ham, Chiodu has to compensate the distributors. All the distributors knew there were issues with this batch of ham. At the same time, a preserve ham company from a nearby city approached them offering them discounts. The taste of the ham was similar to Chiodu, but it was an unknown brand. The distributors start to order from this company, as they will have higher profits with discounts. When all the distributors start to ask for compensations, it added more woes to Chiodu. Their operations were halted, and the city government was trying to salvage the situation. The government made a deal with the distributors for them to issue a statement in the papers stating that it was the quality of Chiodu's ham that was affected and it was not made from human remains. But the reputation of Chiodu's brand was tarnished. In just 3 days, the whole nation knew about this incident and who would still buy their products? People don't even want to buy any brand of ham. Feng Yu put down the papers and looked at Zhang Ming. He asked Zhang Ming in a serious tone, "Manager Zhang, tell me, are you involved in spreading this rumor?" Involved? Of course not. We do not even need to do anything. Those distributors had made use of those small stores to spread these rumors. You are not aware of this. Damn. I have been accompanying Kirilenko and Elena in the past 2 days. Where do I find the time to read papers? Tell all our workers that no one is allowed for spreading this rumor. Human flesh? Crematorium? Who in the right mind would believe this? What is the opportunity you were saying just now? This Chiodu is in deep trouble now, and the ham market is free up. We had started our production of Tai Hua brand of ham last year. This is the best opportunity to expand our market share. You are close with the CCTV leaders. Can you tell them to change our advertisement? Tai Hua ham was a product of Tianpeng pork. The weight, ingredients, price, etc. were almost the same as Chiodu, but it was currently only sold in the 3 provinces in the Northeast and Russia. The sales volume cannot be compared with Chiodu. It cannot even be compared to the other smaller brands of ham. But Tai Hua ham has an advantage, which was Tianpeng pigs. This brand of pork was the top choice of consumers. Almost the whole nation knew about this brand of pork. This year, Zhang Ming had bought an advertising slot at CCTV to promote Tai Hua brand of animal feed. But now, he was thinking of changing it to Tai Hua ham. The overall sales of ham this year will decline, especially these few months. Why not we wait for this incident to be over first? This was indeed an opportunity for us. I believe you have already thought of a plan to take over the market. Don't disappoint me. Don't change the current advertisement. The current advertisement was aired only for a few days. If we change now, people will think there were some problems with our animal feed. You go and get people to shoot the commercial first. A 15 seconds commercial. It must tell the audience that we are using the top quality Tianpeng pork to make our ham. I will change another commercial to this new commercial in a few days. Feng Yu suddenly thought of a way to win both Chiodu and the other ham company. But first, he must let people know that it was this company, Dan Hui, that spread the rumors. After Chiodu ham was alleged to contain human flesh, the whole nation was in an uproar. The leaders of the company were immediately replaced, and they were to take on the full responsibility for this incident. If this were Feng Yu's company, he would have fired all the leaders, especially the advisor. How can a fortune teller be appointed as the company's advisor? This was ridiculous. If Feng Yu were the boss of Chiodu, he would immediately introduce a new flavor of ham, smoked ham. Although there were people who do not like the smoky flavor, there will still be someone who likes it. This would contain the damages of Chiodu. At most, it was a failed new product. There will not be any rumors of human ham. But if it was a success, then it will add one more variety of product for the company. However, the chances of success were slim. But it will lower the damages and will not affect the brand much. This smoked ham can still be sold at a higher price. It might even increase the company's profits. Another solution was to own up and accept the losses. At the same time, announce to the whole nation that Chiodu will not use inferior pork for their ham. This would be the best solution. Although the losses would amount up to 40 million, at the same time, it can increase the retail prices of their ham. The consumers will know that Chiodu's ham was safe to consume and had strict requirements for their products. The brand value will increase. When the brand value increases, the reputation of the brand will also increase. It will stimulate higher sales. The 40 million renminbi losses will be negligible. Chiodu's annual profits were more than 1 billion renminbi, and they could afford losses of 40 million renminbi. That damaged meat could also be distributed to the factory's employees as a form of welfare. After all, in this era, not every household could afford to eat pork daily. Although the meat was slightly damaged, it was still edible. The employees will still feel grateful to the company. There were many ways to handle this incident. But the leaders of Chiodu chose the stupidest idea. Selecting the most foolish choice was still fine. They should at least inform the distributors. The distributors were unaware of this and did not know that this batch of ham had problems. The taste of Chiodu's ham had changed, and the reputation of the distributors will be affected. They will surely be unhappy. Those consumers that bought this batch of ham will suspect that it was an imitation product, and the distributors had to explain to their customers. But they were unaware of what had happened and could not give an explanation. At this time, Chiodu's competitor, Danhui, made their move. They easily bribed these distributors and some media to spread rumors of Chiodu's ham contains human remains. This was the critical blow. Both companies were selling ham, and Danhui's ham tastes good too. The cost of Chiodu hams was higher, and the distributors were looking forward to seeing a competitor competing with Chiodu. They wanted to teach that arrogant Chiodu a lesson and let them know that without the distributors, Chiodu ham will never be famous. This was the time when Chiodu Company realized that they had made so many mistakes and tried to salvage the situation. But once the rumors started, it spread very fast. It takes more effect to stop a rumor than to start it. It was several times harder. This rumor was still started on purpose. It was almost impossible to stop it. Since Danhui had already backstabbed Chiodu, then they must make sure there was no way for Chiodu to recover. If not, when Chiodu recovered from this crisis, they will go after them. Danhui might even close down from Chiodu's retaliation. The rumors were spreading like wildfire. Chiodu ham sales plunged. Although Danhui's sales did not increase too much, when Chiodu was shut down, their sales will surely skyrocket. After all, there was still a demand for ham in China. This matter was too big for Chiodu Company to handle. They had no choice but to seek help from their higher-ups. They approached the city government. Chiodu was a state-owned enterprise, and seeking help from the higher-ups when they met any trouble was their usual practice. The Chiodu Company knew that it was another company from a neighboring city that had started the rumors. They immediately reported to their higher-ups. Chiodu city government's leaders were furious to learn that it was that Danhui who had started this crisis. They immediately raised complaints to that city's leaders. The city leaders, where Danhui Company was located, were aware of this. They also felt this was not right. After all, Danhui Company had even visited Chiodu Company to learn from them in the past. But since it had already happened, and the city leaders will still gain from this incident, then it was a different story. If the market leader of the ham industry was Danhui, then it will be their credit. Which leader was willing to forego the credit? Furthermore, Chiodu Company did not have concrete proof that it was Danhui who accused them. Those government officials will also not admit that the rumors were started by Danhui. So, the city leaders retorted that it was Chiodu who was making baseless allegations against Danhui. Chiodu does not have any proof that points to Danhui. How can they claim that they were the ones who started the rumors? It was Chiodu that had problems with their products in the first place. The war between two companies escalated to a war of words between two cities. In the end, it escalated to the provincial government. The provincial government had plans to use the food products industry as their province's mainstay industry to push the province's economy. Chiodu ham was in high demand, and the provincial leaders were glad to see another ham company appearing in their province. Copy and follow was what the government officials were good at. This was a shortcut to develop their area's economy. Nationwide, almost all the ham factories were state-owned and supported by their local governments. Chiodu and Danhui companies did not have any bad blood between them in the past. Both were state-owned enterprises under the same province government. They were increasing the provincial government's revenue. Both companies could even join hands to prevent other ham companies from overtaking them. Both companies were considered the provincial government's children. What happens when both of your kids fight? The parents could not take sides, and both the kids must be punished equally. This was what the provincial government did. The mayors of both cities were reprimanded, but they insist they did nothing wrong. It was the other party that was at fault. Dan Hui saw this as an opportunity to shine, and Xiudu claims that Dan Hui was out to destroy them. But when both companies and cities were arguing, they did not notice a new brand of ham. Taihua ham from the northeast had entered the market and was sold all over China. Fengyu had sought the help of Taihua Trading's distributors to market this Taihua ham. Although it was still an unknown brand, Fengyu promised them that Taihua ham's commercial will be aired on CCTV soon. It will also be endorsed by a top celebrity. Now, the top two brands of ham, Xiudu and Dan Hui, were at war, and the third party, Taihua ham, will be the one that benefits from their tussles. The provincial government will be glad to see Xiudu and Dan Hui engaging in healthy competitions, but now, the provincial government got to step in. The most important thing to do now was to restore Xiudu's reputation. To restore Xiudu's reputation, the most direct way was to admit they had used inferior pork to manufacture their ham. This had to be done through a reputable media. Using inferior ingredients were at least better than using human remains. The most influential media in China was CCTV. The provincial government leaders made use of their connections to let CCTV to film an episode for them and to clarify the rumors. But coincidentally, Fengyu was at CCTV that day to change one of his advertisement to Taihua ham. Chief Jia, are you going to send the production team up to interview that Xiudu company? Deputy Chief Jia nodded. You also heard about it? We must film one special episode to prevent these rumors from spreading. Although rumors were limited to the wise, not all commoners will see it. It is our program's duties to clarify these rumors. Fengyu immediately said, that's right. But that Xiudu company had used inferior pork for their products. This is their punishment. Simply put it is their karma. Deputy Chief Jia glanced at Fengyu. Are you hoping Xiudu company will shut down because your father's Taihua agricultural products is also selling ham? All businessmen hope their competitors will shut down, and Deputy Chief Jia felt this was what Fengyu was thinking. Fengyu replied with an arrogant tone. I hope they will close down, but what I wanted was a fair competition. I will take away their market share and let them close down. It was they who invited their own destruction. Who would have thought this would happen? My father's company and my companies did not spread any of these rumors. You can ask around. We are the first ones who came out to stop these rumors. Fengyu helped his competitors to stop the rumors? Deputy Chief Jia felt this was unbelievable. Under normal circumstances, Fengyu was considered a saint when his companies did not spread the rumors. But Fengyu had even stepped out to stop the rumors? Was there really a businessman with such qualities? But what Fengyu said next confirmed Deputy Chief Jia's views on businessmen. Chief Jia, I think the program should criticize Xiudu for using that damaged pork in their ham. Those smoke were poisonous smoke. Their factory should stop production, and the health department should issue a heavy fine on them to prevent other similar incidents from happening. Deputy Chief Jia was speechless. He knew Fengyu will not be so kind as to help his competitors. What Fengyu said was not wrong. Xiudu had used inferior ingredients, and it was still unsure if those ham were safe for consumption. This will still need to wait for the test results. If the test results prove that those ham made from the inferior pork did not meet the safety requirements, then Xiudu company must be slapped with a hefty fine. But if the Industrial Bureau, Health Department, etc. issued heavy fines, then it will also be the end of Xiudu company. At least no one would be willing to buy their hams and other products. Hams were not cheap products in the first place, and if the consumers might fall sick if they eat those ham, who would buy Xiudu's ham? Xiudu still had to pay the penalty and halt their production. When all these were over, Taihua ham would have taken over the market share. There was no way for Xiudu to stage a comeback. I don't think we should do this. Deputy Chief Jia replied. Chief Jia, I heard that this year's Spring Festival Gala night is slightly tight on its budget. To let the whole nation watch a good program, I decided to donate 1 million renminbi. Oh, thank you, Manager Feng, for your generosity. I also think that these food products companies that ignored the food safety regulations should be punished. Deputy Chief Jia immediately changes his stance. But Fengyu was still not satisfied. 1 million renminbi was enough for him to buy a one-year primetime advertising slot at a local TV station. Deputy Chief Jia, Actually stopping the rumors about Chiodu Company was not the main aspect. Most importantly, we must find out who was the one that started the rumors. Feng Yu hinted. Manager Feng, you are really not the one who started this rumors? Deputy Chief Jia asked again. Feng Yu, you did not hear what I said earlier? Why are you still suspecting me? I have lots of ways to kill my competitors if I wanted to. Even the stupidest method of throwing money at them can also kill off my competitors. Do I still need to use such underhand methods? I will not use such underhand methods. It is easy to find out who started the rumors. But the investigation was stopped by someone. Who? Deputy Chief Jia sat up straight. Someone was covering up this incident? This must be exposed. Feng Yu suddenly asked. Who had approached you to let to film this episode today? Deputy Provincial Governor Luo? Impossible. He was my classmate, and I knew him well. Furthermore, Chiodu was his provincial enterprise. If he knew who it was, he would surely arrest that person. Why would he cover up for that person? Deputy Chief Jia shook his head. What Feng Yu said does not make sense. What if the one who started the rumors was also one of their provincial state-owned enterprise? Feng Yu smiled. Deputy Chief Jia's eyes opened wide. If what Feng Yu said was true, then it will explain everything. How do you know about this? Deputy Chief Jia asked. We are going to manufacture and sell ham. Of course, we will do market research and competitor analysis. China's #1 brand of ham is Chiodu. It owns more than 60% of the market share. The #2 brand is also a new company from their province, Danhui. This new company owns 10% of the market share. The rest of the market was shared by all the other companies. If something happens to the top brand, who will benefit from it? It will surely be the brand that has the next most market share. More importantly, those distributors that were working with Chiodu suddenly switched to Danhui Company. This is not a secret. Do you think all these are a coincidence? You can send your people to investigate both Chiodu and Danhui Company. Chiodu had made an official complaint against Danhui, and it was also not a big secret. Deputy Chief Jia frowned. Even he will not believe that this was coincident. But both companies were state-owned enterprise from the same province. They should be working together. What actually happened? Deputy Chief Jia suddenly remembered that if Danhui Company was exposed as the one creating all this mess, then Danhui Company will also be punished. Taihua Ham, which was going to air their commercials on CCTV, will surely be taking over all their market share. Deputy Chief Jia looked at Feng Yu. You think 1 million renminbi was enough for us to help you win your two biggest competitors? Manager Feng, I think our CCTV workers had worked very hard for this year's Spring Festival Gala night. They have been putting in extra hours, and our TV station cannot afford to pay them overtime salaries. What do you think? Feng Yu immediately said. How can they work overtime without salaries? I will donate another 500,000 renminbi. It should be enough to compensate these workers. I heard that CCTV 3 still have some advertising slots unsold. Can you sell one of the slots to Taihua Ham? No problem. Let this to me. That's settled then. Manager Feng, wait for my good news. To kill off Danhui and Chiodu completely, CCTV alone was not enough. Feng Yu had prepared a few more tricks up his sleeves. Danhui and Chiodu have only themselves to blame for this mess. When Feng Yu was visiting his branch companies and factories in the different provinces, he also contacted the media there. Feng Yu was preparing to give those two companies the killing blow. The Chiodu leaders were hosting 2 CCTV reporters. They had approached CCTV for help, and with their support, they will surely recover from this crisis. Reporter Sui, I have already told you everything. I promise I did not hide anything from you. That human remains ham were all accusations. We are framed. Manager Ma, do you know who the one that framed you is? We have investigated. Your local, provincial newspaper was the first to report that Chiodu ham had a weird smell, and this smell was similar to the smell of burning human flesh in the crematorium. Are you aware of this? Sui Junyi asked. Manager Ma narrowed his eyes. What was this reporter Sui implying? Was he going to help us hit back at Danhui Company? This was a great opportunity. Danhui Company was the one who framed us first. We should let everyone know that they were the one behind this. Of course, we knew who was the one that framed us, but I will not reveal their names. When their company wanted to start producing ham, they even visited our factories to learn from us. We even shared our experiences with them. But they turned around and spread rumors and tarnished our company's reputation. Manager Ma snarled. Manager Ma, You knew which company had spread the rumors, but you refused to reveal their identity? That means both your company and that someone is very close. Sui Junyi immediately took note of this vital clue. That is all in the past. In the future, we will have nothing to do with them. We will be competitors and rivals. Manager Ma said, "Are you sure that you do not want to tell the whole nation who was the one that had inflicted these damages to your company?" Sui Junyi continued asking. Manager Ma hesitated for a while. He remembered that he was due for his promotion. But because of this incident and Danhui Company's rumors, all his hopes were gone. He should be stagnant at his current rank until he retires. If it wasn't for someone taking the blame, he would be the one that was sacked. But the provincial leaders had ordered him to not reveal Danhui Company, despite he had all the evidence. But what if the reporter found out by himself? If Danhui Company gets into trouble, then those distributors will return to Chiodu Company. Manager Ma will be able to revive the company. Anyway, there was a high demand for Chiodu ham in the past, and their production could not keep up. Now, even if there was a decline in their sales, they should still be able to get some profits. If the provincial government was forced to save one of the two companies, the obvious choice was, of course, the established and reputable company, Chiodu. When Manager Ma thought about this, he pretended to touch a document file on his desk accidentally. It was a document of Danhui Company coming to Chiodu to learn from them. Sui Junyi noticed it immediately and asked, "Is the company you mentioned just now Danhui? Because Danhui is also your provincial enterprise, you are unwilling to expose them." Manager Ma sighed. "Since you already know about this, then I will tell you the truth. If we were not from the same province, do you think we will let another company learn our operations?" Their leaders were the ones who spread the rumors. They were the ones that claimed we had used human remains for our ham. They had also bribed a deputy editor to publish this rumor on the papers. You can go and investigate. Sui Junyi looked at the cameraman behind him. The cameraman nodded, indicating that he got everything on camera. "Fine. Manager Ma, we will report everything. We will not let you be accused. But I still have one more question. You had used the pork that was contaminated with smoke in your ham. Have you ever thought that this pork might not be safe for consumption?" "What do you mean by this?" Manager Ma was shocked. This reporter did not seem to be here to help them restore the public confidence in their company. Have your ham pass the food safety test before they leave your factory? Of course. All our ham has passed the food safety test. The pork was only smoked. In the South, there is also smoked meat. Why can't our pork be edible? Manager Ma asked. Okay, then I do not have any more question. Manager Ma, do you wish to add anything else? Sui Junyi asked. No, I only wish to apologize to the consumers. I had not managed the company well, and this had happened. I promise this will not happen again. Please continue to support our Chiodu ham. After Sui Junyi and his crew left, Manager Ma did not feel anything wrong. Although Sui Junyi did not accept his red packet, he was a reporter from CCTVs. He might be a righteous person. Furthermore, Manager Ma thought back on the interview. There was nothing out of place. He had prepared his final speech a long time ago. He hopes that his words will help change the consumer's opinion of Chiodu ham or get Danhui Company into trouble. CCTV was very efficient. 3 days after the interview, aired this episode and had informed Manager Ma in advance. Manager Ma arranged for all the leaders in the company to watch this episode in the meeting room. He wants everyone to see this magical moment together. A while ago, there were some rumors. Chiodu ham was made from human flesh. There are also rumors that Chiodu Company had collaborated with the crematorium. So, we sent our reporter to investigate this matter. Today, we will announce the results of our investigations. These rumors are false. Manager Ma and the rest clapped and cheered. CCTVs had helped them cleared up the rumors. What's there to worry about? The provincial government leaders also watched this program, and they nodded. Seems like this PR effort was just in time. It should be able to save Chiodu's reputation and recover some of the losses. You can see from this footage. This cold storage is under repair. This storage caught fire not long ago, and some of the pork stored inside were burnt and smoked. To minimize their losses, Chiodu Company mixed this pork with other pork and make it into their ham. Based on our interview, Chiodu Company's manager Ma told us that this smoked pork was safe for consumption. We have sent samples of this batch of tests to Beijing Food and Drug Testing Center to conduct a series of tests. Next will be the employees from the test center announcing the test results. When this segment was shown, Manager Ma and the rest of the leaders' face changed. Why did CCTV send those ham for the test? What was this doing? Didn't the leaders said that CCTV will help them squash those rumors? Why does it look like they were targeting them? The leaders from Chengdu knew that there will undoubtedly be issues with this batch of ham. But this batch of ham should not be too poisonous to cause fatalities. When this segment was shown, the leaders from Danhui Company cheered. Seems like the provincial government will only support their company in the future. Chengdu Company was finished. In the TV, a man in a white coat was being interviewed by Sui Junyi. We have conducted a sample check on this batch of Chengdu ham. We had picked 100 samples randomly, and none of it had passed. From our analysis, the salmonella levels in the ham are 5 times over the safety limit. Listeria is 3 times over the safety limits. E. coli is 4 times over the limit. Staphylococcus is 3 times over the limits. Manager Ma's sweat dripped down from his forehead. He knows that the checks for this batch of ham were not stringent as Chengdu was in a rush to fulfill their orders. But he never expects that the quality of their products was so poor. This batch of ham can be considered poisonous from the bacteria in the product. This was the finishing blow for Chengdu Company. Manager Ma realized the reason why Sui Junyi asked him if this batch of ham had passed the food safety requirements. He wanted to make a comparison of his words against the actual test results. Manager Ma could feel that it was the end of his career in Chengdu. Thank you for the explanation on the test results. As everyone can see, this batch of ham is not safe for consumption. But this batch of ham was still sold in the market. Who should be responsible for this? The Chengdu leaders who had ordered to use the contaminated pork for their ham? The workers who did not conducted the sample checks and claims that this batch was fit for consumption? Because of the lack of time, we could not conduct a more in-depth investigation. But our reporter will follow up on this issue. Next, we will be showing an interesting interview with Chengdu's general manager. From this interview, we got a shocking information. Chengdu Company knew who was the one that spread rumors about their ham. The following is the actual interview footage. Danhui's leaders were shocked. What's the meaning of this? Didn't the provincial leaders order no one were to mention about the one who spread the rumors? How come Chengdu Company reveal this news? What were they trying to do? The provincial leaders who were watching were shocked. Because of this Chengdu Company, they had become the laughing stock of the whole nation. Now, they will become the laughing stock for the second time. The interview with Manager Ma was broadcasted. In the interview, Manager Ma had claimed that it was Danhui Company that had spread the rumors. He was also willing to take responsibility for his words. This was a serious accusation, but the viewers believed him after Manager Ma had provided some evidence. Why did Danhui Company did this? What will they gain for spreading rumors about Chengdu Company? I have a report here which will provide the answer. The nationwide audiences saw that after all the Chengdu's orders were stopped, those distributors ordered the ham from Danhui Company. Although Danhui's prices were lower, there was no reason why all the distributors switched to them. Danhui Company's orders could still not be comparable to Chengdu when the latter was at his peak. Because of the rumors, the ham market was on a decline, but the market share of Danhui had increased. All the audiences knew that it was Danhui Company that had backstabbed Chengdu Company in a bid to take over more market share. This company had resorted to underhand methods to get more market share. Are their products safe to consume? All those that are involved should be prosecuted. Our reporters will continue to follow this story. This is the end of today's. Please tune in tomorrow at the same time. Thank you. The familiar melody sounded marking the end of the program. Feng Yu switched off the TV and smiled. CCTV was really efficient. They had completed this episode within 3 days. Deputy Chief Jia was also great. He managed to dig out and reported all the dark secrets of these two companies. There was no way for these two companies to escape. Feng Yu immediately picked up his phone and made some calls. He asks his men to continue to report about this incident in all the provinces. This incident must continue to be the headlines and not die off after 1 or 2 days. Old Jia, why did show all that information? Didn't you promise me that you will help me? Deputy Governor Luo furiously asked. He had requested Deputy Chief Jia to help save Chengdu's reputation. He had even told his higher-ups that he was the one who arranged for CCTV to interview Chengdu. Now, Deputy Governor Luo's higher-ups really wanted to kill him. Old Luo, didn't I ask you if there were any problems with that Chengdu company? What did you tell me? You told me that there were absolutely no problems with that company. Do you know what is the consequences if we did not report the truth accordingly? You should know that this period is crucial for me. Are you trying to get me into trouble? Deputy Chief Jia asked him back. Deputy Governor Luo and Deputy Chief Jia were classmates in the party school for 3 months. He had not contacted Deputy Chief Jia after they finished their course. He only remembered Deputy Chief Jia when he needs his help, and Deputy Chief Jia was not very happy with him. Now, Deputy Chief Jia was right, and had even had credit for reporting the truth behind this incident. This was beneficial for his promotion. Even Iron Fist Zhu watched this. The better this program was, the more the higher-ups will notice him. Furthermore, were there any fake information in the report? No. All they did was not covering up for those 2 companies. Why should CCTV cover up for those companies? Old Jia, we are all classmates. You must help me. Deputy Governor Luo begged. Old Luo, it's not I do not want to help you. But this matter had been exposed. You should make the right decision. If you still want to cover up this matter, then the following reports will get you in trouble. It is up to you to choose. Deputy Chief Jia hangs up the phone and lit a cigarette. Party Secretary, I also did not expect this to happen when I said that. What I said was the truth. I did not expect this to be aired on TV. Secretary, please help me. I promise I will manage Chiodu Company well. Manager Ma was standing in front of the city party secretary. He was sweating profusely. Telling the truth? If you had told us the truth from the start, this would not happen. I am unable to help you this time. The provincial government had issued orders. The ones involved will be investigated and punished. You better pray that you are clean. If your accounts are not clean, then you will really be finished. At the same time, the boss of Danhui Company was also at their city's party secretary's office getting scolded. What did you think when you tried to frame Chiodu? In the end, you get into trouble yourself. Will the consumers still buy Danhui ham now? If this incident was not managed well, not only the boss of Danhui will be in trouble, even the city government's leaders will be in trouble. Hunan Province's governor switched off the TV. He knew that both Chiodu and Danhui brands, which the province spent many efforts to build, were finished. Although CCTVs had reported on Chiodu and Danhui companies, Hunan Province's leaders were still thinking of ways to save these 2 companies. The simplest way to save them was to get a scapegoat to claim full responsibility and divert the people's attention. The general managers of both Chiodu and Danhui companies were removed. Hunan Province had acted fast. Under normal circumstances, this move was enough to appease the consumers. But they did not expect there was someone who was not willing to let this matter go like this. Zhejiang newspaper had published a report questioning if the local government was aware that Chiodu Company had used contaminated pork to manufacture their ham. If had not covered this story, will that general manager Ma still continue to be the person in charge of the company? This was a serious matter, and only the general manager had to step down? Was that enough? The Trade and Industrial Bureau and the Health Department were not going to take actions? The company can still continue to operate? Shouldn't it be suspended for further investigations? After this newspaper published this report, the local papers in various provinces also published similar stories. They started to question the Trade and Industrial Bureau and the Health Department on their actions and question the food safety of some other enterprises. But no matter what other enterprises the newspapers questioned, their attitude towards Chiodu and Danhui were the same. These companies should be suspended and punished severely. The reporter from CCTV had arrived again to find out about the aftermath of this Chiodu company. The provincial government had no choice but to do something. Since this matter had blown out of their control, the provincial government suspends Chiodu Company for investigation. If this were a private enterprise, the local government would take action immediately. But state-owned enterprises were considered their own people. They usually will not melt out harsh punishment to them. Now, everyone was watching them. There was no way the local government could cover up this matter or take sides. If they did not act on this matter fast, they might even get into trouble themselves. Chiodu Company was suspended, and everyone from the workers to the leaders was investigated. Even one of the city's deputy mayor was implicated and forced to retire. He was only in his 40s. Chiodu Company was finished, but Danhui Company was not far away too. The newspapers started to focus their attention on Danhui Company. Why was the general manager of an enterprise, which spread malicious rumors and widespread fears, the only person that was removed from the position? Are there no one else that was involved? The mastermind was punished, but what about the accomplices? Shouldn't they be punished too? Danhui was the only setup 2 years ago. How did they develop so fast? Did they use the same methods in the past? It was against the law to spread rumors. Shouldn't the local police step in? Because of the rumors they spread, they had earned some profits. Shouldn't that money be confiscated? The newspaper agencies of several provinces dig up the past of Danhui. There were reports that some packets of their ham had insufficient ham in it. Some of their products were expired before the expiry dates. There were also reports that the percentages of the ingredients do not match their labels. The distributors were smart. They saw that Danhui ham was in trouble, and they refused to sell their products. There were still many ham manufacturers in China. They do not need to sell Danhui ham. In the past, Danhui was considered a well-known brand, and it tastes good. Furthermore, the consumers were not going to buy Chiodu's products, and the distributors immediately switched to Danhui. But now, it was apparent Danhui company was finished too. Why should the distributors help them? Their cooperation had only just started and were not close to each other. Now, no consumers were willing to buy Danhui's products too, and Danhui's general manager was taken to task. The company should also be finished. The other ham companies were all in a good mood. This was the opportunity for them to rise to the top. 1 month ago, the ham market was controlled by Chiodu. Then Chiodu collapsed, and Danhui took over as the market leader. But now, Danhui was in trouble too. It might be these companies' turn to be the market leader. However, a new commercial appeared on CCTV, and the hearts of the ham companies sank. Taihua ham, made from premium Tianpeng pork. Quality meat, safe meat. Suitable for all ages. Nationwide quality supervision. Call XXXXXXXXXX. Where did this Taihua ham come out from? How come they are working with the popular Tianpeng pig farm? Their ham was made from Tianpeng pigs? Then their cost should be much higher. But the ham companies soon noticed that Taihua ham's retail price was the same as Chiodu. They did not increase their rates at all. This means that the profits of Taihua ham were lesser than Chiodu ham. But the ham manufacturers knew the cost of one piece of ham. The cost will not be more than 40 cents, and the retail price was 70 cents. Even if the wholesale price was the same as before, at about 50 cents, the profits should be about 25%. Now, the earnings of Taihua agricultural products, the distributors and the retailers were about 10 cents each. But the cost of Taihua agricultural products company was the lowest and had the highest profits. At first, Zhang Ming wanted to increase the wholesales and retail prices by 10 cents. He had spent a lot on advertising and had used Tianpeng pigs as the raw ingredients. This had increased its cost. He analyzed and found out that there was not much difference to their total sales volume, even when the retail price was set at 80 cents. But Feng Yu stopped him and told him that this was not the time yet. They should focus on building their brand first. The consumers must be used to eating and like Taihua ham. After that, they will increase the prices. The profits might not be high now, but their sales volume will increase. After Taihua supermarkets were in operation, the sales of Taihua ham will increase further. At that time, Taihua ham will be a household brand. Feng Yu reminded Zhang Ming again to monitor the quality of Taihua ham closely, especially the percentage of meat in the ham. It must now be lowered. Although the starch used in the ham was cheap, if too much starch were used, the taste would not be good. Feng Yu wants the consumers to acknowledge Taihua ham and thinks this was the best ham in China. In Feng Yu's previous life, some companies tried to lower their cost and reduce the percentage of meat in the ham. With lower cost, these companies were able to reduce their retail prices and gain more market share. But in the end, these companies were unable to increase their market shares, and the consumers felt their ham were the worst ham. Their brand's reputation was affected severely. Feng Yu's goal was to let Taihua ham replace the former Chiodu ham and become the industry standard. With Tianpeng pigs becoming the pork industry's benchmark, he will be able to take over China's pork-related industry. In Feng Yu's previous life, the frozen meat market was very popular. Several big brands were competing for the market share, and it was the Danhui company that emerges as the final winner. Danhui company later became the world's biggest frozen meat company. Not to mention their meat-related products. Just the frozen meat alone had created more than 1 billion renminbi of profits annually. But from this moment on, all these belong to Taihua Agricultural Products Company. Taihua frozen meat will appear all over China soon. But first, Taihua frozen meat should be sold in exclusive counters inside Taihua supermarkets. For 2 weeks, Feng Yu was flying all over China. This made him realize how much work Fu Guangjing had done before. Feng Yu must set up a holding company and recruit a team to manage all these companies' shares. He only needs to sit in his headquarters and wait for people to report to him. He also will not need to worry about missing out any details. Feng Yu finally completed his inspection of all his companies and branch factories and returned to Bing City. He still needs to settle the Tai Hua supermarket in Bing City. Fu Guangjing and the rest were visiting the different provinces and cities to look for suitable locations for their supermarket. They were accompanied by the local government officials wherever they went. As for Feng Yu, he went straight to Bing City's mayor office. After taking in a sip of tea, Feng Yu let out a groan. Huh. Old Zhang's tea still tastes the best. Are you here just to drink tea? What is it you want? It is the end of the year, and I have a lot of work waiting for me. As the mayor, Zhang Ruiqiang was very busy at the end of the year. Not only he needs to review all the work, he still needs to participate in community's events. Just this afternoon alone, he got to attend 3 events. I am a guest. How can you treat your guest this way? Feng Yu grumbled. Zhang Ruiqiang, you dare to call yourself a guest? Where did you see a guest coming to another person's office and search the cabinet for the best tea leaves? You did not even knock on the door and treated this place like your own house. If you have nothing to say, then stay here and drink your tea. I still have work. Zhang Ruiqiang got up and was prepared to leave. Fine. I am scared of you. Brother Lu, help me bring in some hot water. I am here today to give you some good news. Feng Yu said while ordering Zhang Ruiqiang's secretary. Good news? What sort of good news? I am going to set up a hypermarket in Bing City. If the conditions are good, it should not be a problem to set up 2 or 3. Hypermarket? What is that? Zhang Ruiqiang understood what a market was. It should be a mall or a place that sells things. But what's a hypermarket? A bigger mall or place. There were a few malls in Bing City. Some were state-owned, and some were private. What's so special about those? But hypermarket sounds quite extraordinary. Feng Yu rolled his eyes at Zhang Ruiqiang as if he was someone ignorant. A hypermarket is just like what its name. It is a type of marketplace which is very big. But this hypermarket is different from the other malls in Bing City. It represents our city. It is Tai Hua Supermarket. Represent our city? Tai Hua Supermarket? What are you talking about? Zhang Ruiqiang was confused. Supermarket. It is just like the supermarkets overseas. It will display all sorts of merchandise on the shelves, and the customers get to pick what they want. They will choose and take what they want and pay at the counter when they leave. Feng Yu explained. So it's just a shop. Zhang Ruiqiang was not interested. You want to set up a shop, and yet you made it sound like some sort of MNC. I thought you were going to invest a large sum of money in Bing City. It's just a shop. What do you need to come and see me? Feng Yu was not pleased when he saw Zhang Ruiqiang's expression. Do you know how much we invested in this hypermarket? How much? 1 million? 10 million? Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu. How much can it cost to set up a shop? You think I don't know? All the goods can be on credit, and it does not require much. The city government also have its own malls. Zhang Ruiqiang knew all these things well. Feng Yu showed one finger and smiled. 100 million. Secretary Lu had just entered the room with the hot water, and he heard what Feng Yu said. His hand shook, and some of the hot water splashed on his hand. He hastily put down the teacup and waved his hand. Secretary Lu, what's wrong with you? Why are you so careless? It is only 100 million. It's not much money. Why are you so surprised? Feng Yu purposely said. Xiao Lu, go out and apply some medication. Zhang Ruiqiang turned and looked at Feng Yu. 100 million is nothing to you? Fine. The province's library needs some renovation this year. Why not you donate 100 million to renovate it? Feng Yu replied nonchalantly. Sure. Then the provincial library must be renamed to Wind and Rain Library, or Tai Hua Library. Don't even think about it. That is the province's library. You cannot rename it. Zhang Ruiqiang replied furiously. Then why should I donate if I don't get anything in return? Feng Yu looked at him with the corner of his eyes. Fine. I will not look for you regarding this. What is this hypermarket you are talking about? Why do you need to invest 100 million for a mall? Zhang Ruiqiang asked curiously. Do you still remember that place where we held the electronics exhibition? The hypermarket will be bigger than that. Feng Yu casually replied. That mall had 5 stories, and each floor was over 2,000 SQM. It had more than 10,000 SQM in total. Feng Yu wants to build a mall bigger than that. Zhang Ruiqiang does not know that in the future, the floor area of one floor of a hypermarket was more than 3,000 SQM. Some were more than 5,000 SQM. Hypermarkets, like Carrefour and Walmart, usually have 2 to 3 stories. Just the supermarket itself was more than 10,000 SQM. You are going to build a big shopping mall and use it as a supermarket? What are you going to sell in the supermarket? Everything. Food, drinks, clothes, necessities, electric appliances, etc. We will be selling everything. There will still have some storefronts like fast food restaurants, etc. in the mall. As long as there is enough space, we will sell everything. Zhang Ruiqiang was puzzled. This was just like a grocery store which sells everything. How can there be profits? Even if you set up a super grocery store, how much profits can there be? Your investment was 100 million renminbi, and how long will it take to recover your investments? But Zhang Ruiqiang knew Feng Yu well. Feng Yu would never do any business that will lose money. There must be some other ways of generating revenue which he did not know. You are able to make money from this. How much tax can you give the city? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. I am partnering with a few others. Fu Guangjing, his third uncle, who was also Hong Kong's supermarket king. Hong Kong's Superman Li and his youngest son. Our initial total investment is 200 million US dollars. We will be setting up 20 hypermarkets first and then use the revenue to expand. Our target is to have more than 100 hypermarkets within 5 years and over 500 hypermarkets within 10 years. Wait, what did you say? Expand using the revenue generated? Set up over 100 hypermarkets within 5 years? That means you expect your 5-year profits to be over 4 times your investment. Zhang Ruiqiang's jaws dropped. Hypermarkets can generate so many profits? You don't believe me? Since when did I lie to you? If I say can, then it will surely be possible. Also, this was my most conservative estimation. If everything goes well according to plan, the expansion might even be faster. Let me put it this way. A hypermarket is like a shopping district. In the future, many cities will be inviting us to set up hypermarkets in their cities. I picked Bing City is because this is my hometown. If not, the most suitable place should be Beijing, Shanghai, and other coastal developed cities. This is an opportunity. It is up to you to decide. Zhang Ruiqiang frowned. Was this really an opportunity? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. Where do you want to build it? Here. There is a building that had just started construction this year. That 5 stories commercial building that is still under construction. I want that building. Feng Yu points to a spot on Bing City's map in Zhang Ruiqiang's office. What? You want to build it here? This is the commercial district planned by the city. The city needs to depend on this district to push the economy of the surrounding areas. Zhang Ruiqiang shook his head. If he sells this building to Feng Yu, it will disrupt the city's planning. Our hypermarket can also help the economies of the surrounding areas. You are only setting up a big grocery store. What economies can you help? Zhang Ruiqiang shoots a glance at Feng Yu. What rubbish was he talking about? Leader, you do not understand about this hypermarket. In other countries, this type of hypermarkets can help push the economy of the area. There are lots of examples. The most prominent area is Switzerland, France, and the US. Even Hong Kong is also one of them. I have never been to those places. I only trust my own eyes. How can a big grocery store push the economies of the surrounding areas? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. I will say this one more time. This is a mega mall with Taihua Supermarket as its core. It is not a grocery store. Feng Yu shouted. A mega mall will attract lots of customers because our goods will be cheaper. With human traffic, why can't that area be a commercial district? Doesn't this considered pushing up the economy? Your goods are cheaper? How much cheaper can it be? We will set up at least 20 hypermarkets this year. That is 20 mega malls. It will be China's biggest chain malls. Our scale is enormous, and the suppliers will surely give us a lower price. A can of drink, a packet of instant noodles, a pair of slippers, and even a tube of toothpaste. The prices will surely be lower than those grocery stores. It might be 10 cents cheaper or even a few cents cheaper. But if you are buying a lot of products, they will save a few dollars, tens of dollars, or even more than that. How much is our average income of Bing City's residents? Not more than 3,000 renminbi. If the customers could save 10 renminbi per visit, it will be more than their one day's wages. Do you think they will not come to our hypermarket? Feng Yu asked Zhang Ruiqiang back. How much can a tube of toothpaste cost, and how much can a pair of slippers cost? Who will travel all the way to your hypermarket to buy these things? We are not only selling these things. Almost every daily necessity you can think of will be sold in our hypermarket. Also, there will be some other stores within the mall. It will just be like shopping in a shopping mall. The customer does not need to feel embarrassed even if they cannot afford those items. The current customer service was far from the future years. The salespeople working at shopping malls were snobbish. If you can afford their products, they will be nice to you. But if you cannot afford, they will chase you out of their stores. The hypermarket is a one-stop shopping area. Although there were shop assistants around, it was up to the customer whether if they want to purchase anything. Also, all the products were placed on the shelves, and the prices were clearly shown. The customers will be able to judge for themselves if they want to purchase it or not. Those customers who were not well off can also shop there. They could look at the various products, and if they feel any products were worth buying, they can just buy. This was the advantage of shopping in a supermarket. But that will also not attract a lot of customers. Are you also going to advertise your hypermarket? Zhang Ruiqiang still does not understand the operations of this hypermarket. Even if the products were cheap, not everyone would be willing to go there to buy items. The customers must know that they were able to purchase more affordable products in your hypermarket in the first place. Of course, we will advertise by using the simplest way, giving out flyers. On the opening day, CCTV's news will be reporting about us. The whole nation will know about our hypermarkets. What? You all will be on the news. Zhang Ruiqiang glanced at Feng Yu. What rubbish are you talking about? This was only the opening of a company and not some high-tech technology. How can this be reported on CCTV's news? CCTV's news reports just the latest news of the country's top leaders and other international events. How can this hypermarket be on the news? Feng Yu showed two fingers, just because of two reasons. First, I am very close to CCTV. Second, Superman Lee and the Fu family have shares in Taihua Supermarket Enterprise. They are investing in China, and this is very meaningful for Hong Kong's return to China. With the Lee and Fu families participating in this venture, Taihua Supermarket Enterprise had lots of advantages. There were only a few more years before Hong Kong's return to China. Although it will be one country, two systems, many Hong Kong businessmen do not dare to invest in China. Some even pull out their investments. If the Lee and Fu families came to China and invest, it will boost the confidence of many Hong Kong businessmen. With this backing, this reason and connections, Feng Yu were confident that this will be reported by CCTV. Furthermore, he could also invite some leaders to visit Taihua hypermarkets. It's normal for CCTV News to report about the country's leaders. If the leaders were not willing to visit, they get Superman Lee to visit. With Superman Lee around, all the leaders will be rushing to meet him. Even if Superman Lee were to visit the US, it would also be on the news. When Taihua Supermarket appears on CCTV's news, it will spark the curiosity of the people. Coupled with the promotional efforts of flyers, it will surely be a hit on an opening day. Zhang Ruiqiang was deep in thoughts. This hypermarket would not go wrong if Hong Kong's Lee and Fu families had shares in it. They were the super tycoons of Asia. They will not invest in loss-making businesses. Furthermore, Zhang Ruiqiang remembered that Feng Yu's businesses had never made any losses before. With so many capable people joining hands, there will undoubtedly be great results. But he was still hesitating whether if he should let Feng Yu use the mall. It was reserved for the city's planning. Feng Yu saw Zhang Ruiqiang's hesitation and start to count his fingers. 20 hypermarkets. Beijing and Shanghai will have 3 each. Tianjin, Qingdao, Shenzhen, Hangzhou, Fuzhou, Jinlin, Tianfu. I think we do not have enough funds. I think Bing City should be put on hold first. Zhang Ruiqiang stared at Feng Yu angrily. This brat was threatening him again. After telling him all the benefits of this hypermarket and now telling him that he does not want to set up this hypermarket in Bing City? How can he do this? You want that building? No problem. We will sell you that building. The price will not be higher than the market price, but it will not be low either. You say your hypermarket will help the economies of the surrounding areas? Then can you open a few more hypermarkets in Bing City? Zhang Ruiqiang made his decision. Open a few more? Not this year. But when we are going to set up more hypermarkets next year, I will consider Bing City first. But what government reliefs are you going to give us for setting up this hypermarket? How about 3 years tax-free and 2 years 50% tax relief? Feng Yu got an inch and wants a mile. 3 years tax-free and 2 years 50% tax relief? What are you thinking? At most is 1 year tax-free and 1 year 50% tax relief. Zhang Ruiqiang stared at Feng Yu. Fine. That's settled then. Gather all your men, and we will discuss the details in the afternoon. Once it is done, we will sign the agreement. 1 year tax-free and 1 year 50% tax relief was what Feng Yu actually wanted. After Feng Yu left Zhang Ruiqiang's office and returned to his car, he called Fu Guangjing. Brother Fu, Bing City, have agreed to us getting 1 year tax-free and 1 year 50% tax relief. You ask the leaders of the respective provinces and cities if they agree to this condition. If they don't agree, then we will not invest in their area. Although Feng Yu, Fu Guangjing were working separately, they continued to exchange information. Now, Feng Yu had gotten some government subsidies, and they could make use of this to negotiate for better deals with the leaders in other cities. If Bing City could give them these benefits, why can't the other cities do the same too? Don't agree? Fine. We will go to other places. In the afternoon, the people in charge arrived at Zhang Ruiqiang's office to discuss the hypermarket with Feng Yu. Manager Feng, although the overall construction of our mall had not been completed, the structures and exteriors were completed. The interior can be renovated anytime. You had saved lots of time. So, can we increase the prices a little? An official from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of the State Council, SASAC, asked. Chief Bai, you should not say this. If you are opening a restaurant, the renovations and interior of the store must be suitable for the restaurant. Although the exterior of this mall was completed, we still need to modify the interior. For instance, the current interior layout does not fit our hypermarket. We still have to change the whole layout. This is much harder than building it from scratch. That's why I cannot increase the price. Instead, I need you to reduce the prices. Don't forget that we are paying you the full amount of the building at once. This is not something anyone can do. Chief Bai retorted. This mall is supposed to be used by us. We had spent a large sum of money, and we should get some profits in return. How much is the construction cost of that building? How much have you marked up when you quote me the prices? The profits you are getting is already higher than other commercial buildings in Bing City. I only request you to give me a price that is at the market value. Am I asking too much from you? This building had 5 stories, and there was 3,000 SQM each floor. The total floor area was over 15,000 SQM. The hypermarket only needs 2 to 3 levels. The remaining spaces need to be rented out, and even so, Feng Yu felt it was too big. In the current era, the economy was not developed yet. Those that invested in cinema industry were bound to make losses. China's first blockbuster only appeared after Hong Kong's return to China. That blockbuster was directed by Feng Xiaojiang. Currently, many Chinese does not have the habit of visiting the cinemas on weekends, and there were not many movies showing. Those that built cinemas can only lose money. The remaining was fast food restaurants, arcades, fashion boutiques, etc. were the industries that could rent the remaining spaces. But it was not easy to get them to rent the spaces. Taihua Supermarket was not opened yet, and the businessmen do not know whether the supermarket could attract the crowds. There was not even an example. It will not be easy to charge high rental for the remaining spaces. Of course, these will be handled by the ones in Beijing headquarters, and Feng Yu does not need to handle these. He was only helping them out by getting a building 3 to 5 stories high and have 3,000 to 5,000 SQM floor area each floor. The building must be in a good location surrounded by residential estates. He will only purchase the building, and the rest will be handled by other people. But Feng Yu could not spend too many funds on purchasing this building. Bing City is located near the borders, and the price quoted by Chief Bai was almost the same as the property prices in the developed cities along the coastal regions. Although Bing City had a high population and was one of the first city in China to have private housing, if Feng Yu were to use the cost of living to calculate, the price was too high. Furthermore, Fu Guangjing and the rest had negotiated with almost 20 cities. This price quoted to Feng Yu was among the top 5 highest. This would make Feng Yu look bad. Chief Bai looked at Zhang Ruiqiang and noticed that he did not have any expressions. Chief Bai does not know whether if he should give in or not. After all, almost every government official in Bing City knew that Feng Yu was very close to Zhang Ruiqiang. It seems that the mayor has no indications of asking him to lower the prices. Manager Feng, we need to include the land cost into the price. The construction materials might not cost much, but what about the land? Some time back, a Taiwanese businessman had come to us, and he also wanted to build a shopping mall. The price he quoted was also very high. Chief Bai continued to try to get as much as possible for the city. The land. Then tell me how much is the land, the construction materials, the workers' salaries cost? We can see how much the city will be getting from this breakdown. Feng Yu said. Chief Bai was speechless. How can he tell Feng Yu about the exact cost? How can someone be so shameless to request for these costs directly? At this time, Zhang Ruiqiang said, Feng Yu, you also do not mind this small amount. What is the difference between 40 million and 50 million renminbi to you? There is a huge difference. We will be buying 20 buildings all over China at the same time. If I am paying you a higher amount, the other cities will also take the opportunity to raise their prices. The prices you quoted can purchase a similar mall with the same floor area in Beijing and Shanghai. But this place is Bing City. Are you telling me that Bing City is already comparable with Beijing and Shanghai? 40 million renminbi is already very high. It is our average price. Since you are only willing to spend so little money, why should we sell this building to you? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. Because we are able to make this area prosperous. You all can build new commercial buildings nearby, and their value will increase. This area will become a shopping district, and our Taihua supermarket will be a landmark in Bing City. This was a fact. In Feng Yu's previous life, the value of the land around Carrefour and Walmart increased. This was also the reason why Carrefour and Walmart were popular. But I still think that we are at a disadvantage and making a loss here. Zhang Ruiqiang shook his head. Feng Yu lowered his head and said with a painful expression, How about this? I see all the public buses in Bing City are a bit old. I will donate money and send workers to repaint all our public buses. This is also not a small amount. Zhang Ruiqiang immediately raises a new condition. You must include the bus stops too. Hey, there are so many bus stops in Bing City. If we refurbish all the bus stops, it will cost at least a few million. Feng Yu said, We can report in the papers that it is your Taihua supermarket enterprise that sponsored the refurbishment of all the buses and bus stops. This is considered helping you all to advertise. Zhang Ruiqiang cunningly said, Fine, I will add shelter and also a big bus stop sign for all the bus stops. But I want to add something besides the bus stop sign. You all cannot stop me. What do you want to add? Zhang Ruiqiang felt that Feng Yu had agreed too quickly. There must be something wrong somewhere. Advertisements. The bus stop is about so long. After reserving the spaces for the buses to stop and the passengers, there are still lots of spaces available. We can put our advertisements here. What's wrong? This is also considering making full use of all the available resources. Feng Yu wanted to own all the advertising spaces at the bus stops. Bus stops have high human traffic. Advertising at the bus stops? Zhang Ruiqiang's eyes became big. Why should the city give this to Feng Yu? The city also has the money to build bus stop shelters and signages. It would be better for the city to earn this money themselves. Forget about the bus stops. The city can build it ourselves. You just repaint all the public buses. Don't try to hoodwink us. Make sure every single public bus must be repainted. Zhang Ruiqiang said, No problem. You can include this in the contract. I promise you that not a single bus will be left out. After signing the contract, Feng Yu left Zhang Ruiqiang's office. He sat in his car and laughed. Repaint all the public buses? I will repaint it as advertisements. The contract also did not state that this cannot be done. The ads on the bus stops can be changed easily, but public buses are much harder. If the city has enough money, repaint those buses again. Will the city be willing to spend that amount of money? This was mobile advertising, and it will cover every corner of the city. The amount paid was worth it. Leader, are you treating me for dinner because we had signed the contract and you are in a good mood? There is no need for this. This are the ones I don't want. Serve everything else on the menu will do. Feng Yu had just returned home and was about to call Fu Guangjing to talk about the public buses advertisements when he received Zhang Ruiqiang's call. He wants to treat Feng Yu for dinner. Everything else? You think I am earning as much as you? Just 4 dishes and nothing more. Feng Yu pouted. You want to treat me and don't let me order? Stingy. Zhang Ruiqiang. Who orders food this way? There were dozens of dishes on the menu, and you want to order everything else except for 2 dishes you don't like? If you can finish everything you ordered, then go ahead and order whatever you want. Fine. Feng Yu was only joking with Zhang Ruiqiang. In the end, he just ordered 4 dishes. 2 meat and 2 vegetables dishes. He also ordered 4 bottles of beer. This was not a fancy restaurant. and Zhang Ruiqiang could surely afford it. What is it you want from me? You must be up to no good when you offered to treat me dinner. What industry's developments run into problems, and you need my advice? Or you want me to help you check on the city's planning? Feng Yu asked. No, I only need a small favor from you. The scale of your supermarket business is so big, and you are still opening so many branches. The Bing City Machinery Company is also set up so many branch factories. Do you need workers? Zhang Ruiqiang was quite speechless with Feng Yu. I need you to help me check on the city's planning? Who do you think you are? Do you think I don't now know about your management capabilities? Recruit people? Which government-owned enterprise is going bankrupt? There was no news of this. If the enterprise is related to machinery, then it's okay for the machinery company to take over all the workers. Just nice, there was an increase in orders and a shortage of workers. The automobile manufacturing industry was a labor-intensive industry now. It can also be considered an expensive and technology-intensive industry. It requires too many workers. No matter which country, the number of workers in automobile manufacturing factories will be the highest. Even the countries with matured automobile industries, like the US, Germany, Japan, England, etc., have more automobile workers than other sectors. Automobile factories still could not automate their assembly line 100%. At most, they could only make it semi-automated. This was why it still requires lots of workers. If there were skilled workers in the machinery field, Feng Yu would be willing to take in all the workers. This would be better than training ordinary workers from scratch. This was why Feng Yu was ready to agree to Zhang Ruiqiang. He was still feeling happy that Zhang Ruiqiang will owe him one more favor. But what Zhang Ruiqiang wanted to say was no this. Can't you say something nice about Bing City? Where do you find some mini enterprises going bankrupt? I am talking about the placement of the Longjiang province soldiers. Are you able to help? Zhang Ruiqiang was furious. I am the mayor of Bing City, and you are hoping for the government-owned enterprises here to be bankrupt? Are you telling me that I am not doing my job? Huh? Longjiang soldiers placement? Shouldn't this the job of the provincial personnel office? Why are you getting involved with this? Feng Yu was puzzled. Zhang Ruiqiang was only the provincial governor's assistant. Although he might be promoted to be a deputy governor, the personnel office was an important department. Zhang Ruiqiang should not be qualified to meddle with the work there yet. I know I am not in charge of that department, but I need to take care of those retiring soldiers from Bing City. Our Bing City had just privatized some enterprises, and we can't continue to send people into the remaining enterprises. I know you have lots of factories. Can you help me take care of some of these people? Zhang Ruiqiang told Feng Yu to what he wanted. How many people? Feng Yu asked. How many people can you take in? Zhang Ruiqiang asked Feng Yu back. Leader, this is not right. I am helping you and not asking you for help. This meal does not cost more than 30 renminbi, and how much work do you want me to do for you? Feng Yu asked. Ha. I am only asking how many people can you take in, and I can plan for the remaining people. Other state-owned enterprises, and even those privatized enterprises, face the same problems. There were too many workers and have a succession system, where the children of the workers will take over their parents' role in the factory. The factories had to take care of their workers and still have to give them retirement funds. But Feng Yu's companies were different. It was newly set up not long ago. Some of the companies were converted from state-owned enterprises and does not have the policy of succession system. Because Feng Yu's factories had been expanding and hiring, all the workers will try to arrange for their friends and relatives into the companies first. Other factories and companies had too many workers, but Feng Yu's companies were always short of manpower. Usually, the city government will help the soldiers retiring from service every year to arrange for jobs. But since the 1990s, there was a reform of the military service. In the past, soldiers were recruited during the summer. But in 1990, it was changed to the winter. The newly hired soldiers were also different from the previous batches. Their length of service was adjusted to 3 years. There should be no problems with all these changes. But in the past 2 years, there was a war, and a batch of Xinjiang army soldiers was sent there. This was why there were no problems of assigning jobs for the soldiers in the past few years, as lesser soldiers were retiring from service. But last year, that batch of soldiers which were sent to war had returned. They had fought against Vietnam, and the local troops there was able to handle the rest. Now, there were 2 batches of soldiers that were going to retire from service. This resulted in the number of soldiers retiring this year much higher than the previous few years. I also did not expect there were so many soldiers retiring this year. The truth is I am unable to find so many jobs for them. Zhang Ruiqiang was helpless. There were too many people. Although Bing City's economy had recovered slightly, there were still not enough jobs for them. Feng Yu thought for a while. A supermarket needs store assistants, cashiers, packers, warehouses, drivers, etc. The most it will only be about 100 people. Even if he hired the veterans for all these positions, he also could not help much. However, he could take in more people for the rest of his factories. Those factories were not state-owned. The city government had no right to force a private company to take in those veterans. This was why Zhang Ruiqiang came to ask Feng Yu for help. I can help you arrange jobs for some of them. 300 is my limit now. I can accept more female soldiers to help you. You still have to settle the rest yourself. This is the most I can help. Zhang Ruiqiang was overjoyed. 300? That's great. I represent Bing City to thank you for your contributions. Are you willing to accept those retiring officers? Impossible. Feng Yu was furious. The soldiers might still be manageable. But if those officers were there, who knows what would happen? They might not even have any skills and were used to be leaders and likes to give orders. These people will only create chaos in the company. I have helped the city government arrange jobs for so many soldiers. Shouldn't the city give me some benefits, like tax subsidies? Feng Yu asked. I will try. Zhang Ruiqiang was surprised that Feng Yu knows about this government policy. Not try? I must have tax subsidies. If not, I will not accept any one of them. This is something I am getting from the local governments for my supermarkets. Don't think I do not know about this. Fine. I will go through the documents when I return and see how much subsidies can you get for each year. Zhang Ruiqiang gritted his teeth and agreed. But to settle the job placement for 300 veterans was still a great help to him. The province can resolve the rest of the veterans by themselves. There should not be any problems. If it weren't for the tax subsidies, Feng Yu would not accept Zhang Ruiqiang's request. In his previous life, Feng Yu had heard of many enterprises that like to recruit retired soldiers, handicaps, etc. But were these enterprises really trying to help them? Maybe some of them were. But there were some that wanted to make use of this tax subsidy policy. They only need to give out some wages in exchange for more savings from the tax subsidy. This situation will stop after the next batch of soldiers retires. As for now, it was still an issue for the government and military officials to assign jobs for the retired soldiers. Feng Yu called Fu Guangjing and Li Zikai to tell them about this arrangement. Both of them were supportive of Feng Yu's decision. This would increase their supermarket's reputation and still get some benefits. They also decided to implement the same thing in other regions. There were a lot of positions in the supermarket that does not require high education. Some positions do not even need the employee to be literate. The employee only needs to work hard. Both Fu Guangjing and Li Zikai were glad that Feng Yu could reach an agreement with Bing City government and so fast. With this contract as an example, it would be easier for them to negotiate with the other local governments. Maybe they would complete all the negotiations by in May, and Taihua supermarkets would be open by then. Even if the shopping malls could not fill up their spaces with tenants by then, the high customers' volume would be able to attract interested parties, and the rental will also increase. After arranging someone to do the follow-ups, Feng Yu could finally return home for a break. When Feng Yu arrived home, Wen Dongjun came to look for him. These few days, Wen Dongjun had been hanging around outside, even though it was snowing heavily outside. It was because the episode where he had participated was aired. Although Wen Dongjun had only appeared on TV for a short 2 minutes, most of the time, it was him introducing himself. Also, he was the only participant that did not even answer a question correctly. But no matter what, Wen Dongjun was on TV, and it was still a CCTV program. This was the most popular and widely discussed variety show. In Wen Dongjun's district, he was now a celebrity. Mainly, he was Wen Deguang's son, the son of the district's chief. The whole neighborhood was talking about him after the episode was aired. After several rounds of discussions, this incident had become the following version. Not everyone can participate in the program. The ones that can join were professors from renowned universities and students from overseas. All the participants had some backgrounds. How could a university student be allowed to participate? That's because he was Chief Wen's son and the top student of his university. If not, how can he qualify to participate? What did you say? Our district has kids attending Beijing University and Huaqing University. Even if they were attending these top universities, but not every student was outstanding. Furthermore, Chief Wen's son was attending Beijing Technological University. It was also a good university, and many of the county's top professors were teaching in the university. You said that he did not even answer one question correctly and had embarrassed himself? Then can you answer those questions? Those questions in the program covered all sorts of topics, and it was selected randomly. Do you know what randomly is? The questions are all picked by the computer. Computers are a very high-tech thing. Have you even touched one before? That thing had select the questions randomly, and it all depends on luck. Can't you see that we know the answers to some of the questions where the professors could not answer? Furthermore, Chief Wen's son had said that he was from our district on the program. He had made our neighborhood proud. If you think you are better, then you can participate too. Wen Dongjun, who did not even get one question right, became the district's celebrity. He was not mocked by others. Instead, he was the pride of the district. Even when Dugwang did not felt that his son had disgraced him. He was proud of him. When Dongjun knew Feng Yu had returned to the district, he immediately looks for him to flaunt. Do you know? On my way to our place, 6 people waved to me. 6 people, when Dongjun proudly said. You are so proud because some people waved to you? What did they say to you? Did they call you the king of quiz? Feng Yu snickered. That's not important. The important thing is that they recognized me. In our district, there might still be some people who do not know who my father is. But everyone knows me. Even the kids and those elderly know me. When Dongjun points to himself. All of them know you are that king of quiz. Can you stop calling me king of quiz? Sure, king of quiz. When Dongjun was furious. Why can't you be nice to me? I was there to help you, and you are still not grateful to me? Do you know that program ratings had spiked because of me? The newspaper had also mentioned that the episode 1 was on, had the highest ratings. The rating is even higher than CCTV's. When Dongjun emphasized, top ratings? How do you know? China's entertainment newspaper. Don't you like to read newspapers? You missed it? I knew it. Here. This is a copy of the newspaper. I had brought it with me. When Dongjun took out a copy of tattered newspapers. WTF? This moron even brought along that copy of the newspaper with him? Feng Yu looked at the papers. The 4th episode of had the highest ratings in CCTV. There was a short introduction of all the participants of that episode, including Wen Dongjun. But although the ratings were high, it was still from breaking record. There were more satellite channels now, and the TV viewers had more options. Breaking previous record would be hard. But to get the top ratings on that day was already an achievement. This proves that the program was a success. Feng Yu wants to call Chief Jia to congratulate him and at the same time to remind him to remember this favor. It was worthwhile to have product placement and name sponsorship in a top TV program. The money invested by Feng Yu was worth it. Fine. Now I have seen the article. What else do you want from me? King of Quiz. Feng Yu asked. You are close to CCTV. Are there any other opportunities to appear on their program again? Help me arrange one more time. Why not let me participate in again, and this time, you let me know the answers in advance. Let me clear all the questions. Feng Yu pushed Wen Dongjun's face away from him. Don't even think about it. You really think that being famous is a good thing? Didn't you notice that people are looking at you as if you are a monkey in the zoo? When Dongjun paused for a while and then got furious. No wonder they were laughing when they see me. I thought they envied me. They actually treated me like a monkey. Oh, do you know Lu Jichuan had returned? Translator's notes. Lu Jichuan was the one who killed the bear with Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun in the first few chapters. He had the intention of hurting Wen Dongjun during their hunt and was stopped by Feng Yu. Later, he joined the military and left. Who? Lu Jichuan? He had returned? How do you know? He came to look for you. Feng Yu asked curiously. Lu Jichuan's home was still in the village, and Wen Dongjun was living in the district. Both of them should not have met each other. He is one of the soldiers that is retiring from service this year. He had returned before New Year's Day. My father told me. This era was not like the time before Feng Yu returned to this present life. In the future years, people join the military in summer and retires in summer. Now, most of the soldiers were recruited in winter and retires from service in winter. Although Lu Jichuan had joined the military in 1990, before the reform of the army, his retirement from the military service was the same as those who joined after the changes. Lu Jichuan did not only serve 3 years of military service. He should be an officer for his length of service. Which unit is he assigned to? The police? Feng Yu asked. When soldiers retire, they were sent back to their hometowns, and the officers were offered a job with the police or national security agencies. For a small district, few people will join the military service, and Lu Jichuan had served the military for quite some time in the same unit with Uncle Wen. He should have no problem entering the police force. No, I think he was sent to the livestock division by drawing lots. Feng Yu, draw lots? How could this type of job placement be fair to the soldiers? Was this suggested by Uncle Wen? Livestock division's jobs should be reserved for those who were trained in that field. At least the people posted there should have a specialist diploma. Li Jichuan had served in the military for so many years. How could he know about the livestock? Do you know which unit did he serve in the military? What soldier was he? Feng Yu asked. How would I know? But maybe I can ask my father. He should know. Why are you asking about this? You also want to join the military. When Dongjun asked, do you think I will go and torture myself? Become a soldier? It might be the dream of many people. But soldiers might not have the chance to go to war. Most likely they will be training day and night. Some of them might even have to rear pigs in the military camps. Feng Yu does not have the intention of becoming a soldier, but he was interested in Lu Jichuan. He wants to know if he had changed over the years. Oh yes, Lu Jichuan, and some of them are going to report to the livestock division today. We have not met him for quite some time. Want to meet up with him and see if he has any gifts for us? Feng Yu glanced at Wen Dongjun. The last sentence was his real intention. The district was not big. Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun walked to the livestock division, and it took less than 10 minutes. It was Wen Dongjun's idea to walk over. He wants to verify if people looked at him because he was a monkey or they were in awe of him. But it was snowing, and no one noticed him. Brother Chuan. Wen Dongjun was very excited to see Lu Jichuan. After all, his first time hunting was with Lu Jichuan. Dongjun Xiaoyu, why are you here? Lu Jichuan smiled when he saw them. It was not he missed the people from his hometown, but he felt glad to see someone from his village. Feng Yu smiled and greeted him. He was looking at Lu Jichuan by his side. He noticed there was something different about Lu Jichuan. It was a feeling. It was the same feeling given out by one of Master Lu's bodyguard. Master Lu's bodyguard had gone to war and had killed people before. Could it be that Lu Jichuan had gone to war? He had killed someone before. Brother Chuan, you are back. Why didn't you come and find me? I will go and tell my father to transfer you to the police department. There are lesser work and more allowances. It is better than facing livestock. When Dongjun said, ignoring the fact he was at the livestock division, Lu Jichuan smiled. No need. Actually, I am here today to settle the paperwork. I do not want to work in the district. Why? What are you going to do then? When Dongjun asked, if Lu Jichuan does not work, how would he support his family? Continue to be a farmer like his father? But working at the livestock division was better than being a farmer. Lu Jichuan's father had cultivated some wastelands many years back. He received quite a sum when he returned the land to the government. Although he did not go and farm in Russia, he was one of the first in the district to build a greenhouse. His annual profits were quite good too. Lu Jichuan wanted to build greenhouses like his father, but he could do this when he finishes work at the livestock division. My company commander had set up a private security company in Shenyang. He wants me to go over to help him. Feng Yu was surprised. There were private security companies now? But what could Lu Jichuan do at a private security company? He might be conned into committing crimes. Private security company? What does it do? Feng Yu frowned and asked. Be the driver for some bosses and ensure their safety, etc. The salary is quite high. 500 renminbi a month. Before Lu Jichuan joined the military service, Bing City's average annual income was about 1,000 renminbi. Even now, the average yearly salary was less than 3,000 renminbi. The monthly salary was about 200 to 300 renminbi. Some people might be earning more or less, but the livestock division salary was only about 200 renminbi a month. Now, there was another job offer with a 500 renminbi salary. Lu Jichuan was very tempted. Feng Yu suddenly remembered that he had a driver in Hong Kong. But when he returns to China, he had to drive himself. Why doesn't he hire a driver in China too? Also, Feng Yu's father likes to drink. What if he drinks and drives? His father should also get a driver. Feng Yu remembered that after the last crackdown, triads resurfaced in the past 2 years. In another 1.5 years, he will be graduating. He should be getting a bodyguard for his own safety. Brother Chuan, what unit did you serve in the military? Which military arm? Feng Yu asked. Lu Jichuan had a troubled look. Sorry. I am not allowed to reveal because of the disciplinary actions. Cannot reveal? Was this some top-secret military unit? Then have you experienced real war? Have you fought in a war? Feng Yu continued asking. Lu Jichuan nodded. Yes. You have fought in a war? Do you have any medals of merit? What rank were you when you retire from service? Second lieutenant? Major? When Dongjun asked. His eyes were sparkling. Lu Jichuan had really fought in a war. I am only a sergeant. I do not have the educational levels, and it's hard for me to move up the ranks. Lu Jichuan explained. Feng Yu looked at Lu Jichuan. This guy's lips were tight, but soldiers were not allowed to drink. He should not be able to hold his liquor after so many years. Yes, make him drunk and then make him reveal everything. To let Lu Jichuan be his bodyguard, he must understand his past first. Brother Chuan, everyone has his own aspirations. It's fine if you do not wish to work here. In another 2 years, you can fetch Uncle Lu to live in the city. He can enjoy life there. Since you have nothing else now, why not we have a drink? Second Street has opened a new restaurant. Let's go there to have a drink. When Dongjun looked at Feng Yu surprised. This Feng Yu suggested going for a drink? Did the sun rise from the west today? Lu Jichuan carried his bag and laughed. Good idea. I will treat. Although the district was not as big as other bigger towns, and the population was less than 20,000 people, there were still restaurants and small hotels. This restaurant was newly opened this year. It was a small restaurant run by a husband and wife team, with some of their relatives helping out. Because there were not many restaurants in the district, this restaurant's business was doing well. When Feng Yu and the rest arrived, 4 out of the 6 tables in the restaurant was occupied. The 3 of them sat down, and Wen Dongjun ordered 6 dishes. Lu Jichuan frowned. How could 3 people eat so much? But he had said that he will be treating them, and he did not say anything. After retiring from service, his family was better off and had some savings. But little does he knows that when Dongjun and Feng Yu have no intentions of asking him to treat. All this while, if they went to bigger restaurants, Feng Yu would be paying. If they ate at smaller restaurants, when Dongjun would pay for their meal. Today when Dongjun will be paying, so he was the one ordering. Beer or baijiu. When Dongjun looked at Feng Yu, he knows Feng Yu could not hold his liquor well. But Feng Yu had suggested drinking. When Dongjun wants to take this opportunity to make Feng Yu drunk. I have just returned and is still feeling car sick slightly from the long journey. I think beer will do. Dongjun, you order some baijiu for you and Brother Chuan. Boss, 1 bottle of 60% alcohol baijiu and a bottle of beer. Feng Yu shouted. When Dongjun snickered. Car sick? This was the first time I heard someone getting car sick when driving. Just say you can't drink. 1 bottle of beer and you still dare to order. Lu Jichuan did not say anything. The boss of the restaurant served a plate of peanuts and liquor. Feng Yu immediately raised his glass. Feng Yu finished his glass of beer. I had a bottom up. You all just carry on. When Dongjun glanced at Feng Yu. Damn, you have a beer, and you want to bottom up with us? You try to finish a glass of baijiu yourself. I am sure the next moment you were sleeping under the table. But when Dongjun saw Feng Yu giving him a signal with his eyes. Both of them had grown up together, and when Dongjun immediately knows what Feng Yu was up to. Feng Yu wants to make Lu Jichuan drunk. When Dongjun thought Feng Yu was trying to prank Lu Jichuan. But what Feng Yu actually wanted was to make Lu Jichuan talk after he was drunk. Lu Jichuan saw Feng Yu had bottom-ups, and when Dongjun hesitated for a while before taking in a big gulp and drinking almost 1/3 of his glass. These two were Lu Jichuan's first friends he met after he retired from service. He did not say anything and also drank a big mouthful. The stinging and burning feeling could be felt from his mouth to his stomach. Lu Jichuan immediately ate a few peanuts to make himself feel better. After Feng Yu finished his glass of beer, he ate a few peanuts too. Brother Chuan, you can really drink. Today, we must drink more. When Dongjun was surprised when he saw the way Lu Jichuan drank. Lu Jichuan was cursing himself in his heart. If he knew, he should just take a small sip. He was in the military for a few years, and other than New Year, he was not allowed to drink alcohol. The only time he got drunk was the day before he retires from service. Lu Jichuan's family was poor before he joined the military. He does drinks once in a while, but has never got drunk before. As a former soldier, he had high ego and pride. He does not like to look down by others. Even if he can't drink, he must also put up a brave front. Seems like today will be the second time in his life to get drunk. Yes, we must drink our fill today. Shall you? You must also drink more. Lu Jichuan said. Of course, I will surely drink more. Oh, the dishes are served. Here, one more glass. Feng Yu raises his glass again and immediately finishes it. When Dong Jun did not say a word and finishes half his glass. After having 2 big mouthfuls of baijiu, he felt he could not take it anymore. Usually, when Dong Jun could finish about 300 milliliters of this 60% alcohol baijiu. But today, they were drinking too fast. Lu Jichuan was worse than him. His face was flushed. After that, Feng Yu purposely slowed down their speed of drinking and keep telling Wen Dongjun to slow down. As if Wen Dongjun was the one trying to make Lu Jichuan drunk. Wen Dongjun stepped on Feng Yu's feet under the table. You are the one who asked me to make him drunk. Now, you are trying to be the good guy? But Wen Dongjun did not know that Feng Yu was trying to catch Lu Jichuan unaware. If they were too obvious, Lu Jichuan might stop drinking with them. Feng Yu had learned this trick from his brother-in-law. He had learned this to make Kirilenko drunk. But it seems that this was also useful against Lu Jichuan. When Dongjun and Lu Jichuan ate very fast when all the dishes were served. It was not that they were hungry. They wanted to suppress the alcohol in their stomach. Feng Yu ate slowly. The food in this small restaurant was actually delicious. After Feng Yu had finished his bottle of beer, when Dongjun and Lu Jichuan had also finished their bottle of baijiu. Lady boss, one more bottle of baijiu and beer. Feng Yu ordered. When Dongjun was at his limits. He looked at Feng Yu. Why were they still drinking? Can't you see that Lu Jichuan was almost gone? He might vomit if he swallows one more sip. Feng Yu happily filled their glasses. He was very good at pouring drinks for others. Come, Brother Chuan. It's really been a long time since we met. I will give you a toast. Feng Yu shamelessly said and finishes his glass of beer. It was only 2 bottles of beer, and he knew he would not get drunk. Lu Jichuan forced himself to take a sip of baijiu. He gasped for air after that. He was trying to keep sober. Brother Chuan, do you still remember the 3 of us went hunting? Feng Yu asked. When Dongjun excitedly said, yes. I had even hunted a bear. Feng Yu rolled his eyes. Was that your credit? If it weren't for Lu Jichuan, both of them would be killed by that bear. Lu Jichuan's face was all red and replied, of course. How could I forget it? Feng Yu looked at Lu Jichuan's eyes and could see he recalled the events of that day. But Lu Jichuan was too drunk, and Feng Yu could not tell if he had something to hide. Dongjun, do you have any cigarettes? No. Can you help me buy a pack? When Dongjun was confused. I am a non-smoker. Why would I be carrying a pack of cigarettes with me? Oh, it must be for Brother Chuan. When Dongjun walked out of the restaurant to buy cigarettes, Feng Yu looked around him, and all the customers there were drinking. Other than the lady boss who was sitting at the cashier, he was the soberest person in the restaurant. The cashier was quite far from where they were seated, and the place was noisy from the sound of the kitchen and other customers talking loudly. Brother Chuan, I have a question in my heart which I wanted to ask you. If I had not followed you all for that hunt, can when Dongjun return safely? Lu Jichuan's eyes were in a daze due to the effects of the alcohol, but it opened up wide when he heard what Feng Yu asked. He looked at Feng Yu for a while and sighed. Actually, I also do not know the answer. My thinking was very extreme at that time. I felt that it was the Wen family that caused my family to be so poor. I had thought of teaching Dongjun a lesson. I only want to teach him a lesson. But I did not know what I want to do. I was confused at that time. How can you tell that I harbor ill intentions towards Dongjun? Feng Yu looked at Lu Jichuan's eyes. He could tell that he was not lying. Feng Yu was relieved. Although Feng Yu could not know what had really happened in his previous life that caused Dongjun to be crippled, at least this tragedy was avoided in this life. Feng Yu laughed. At that time, revenge was written all over your face. Dongjun and I are childhood friends and had grown up together. How can I not tag along for the hunt? When we met that bear, I thought we are all going to be dead. But luckily, we managed to kill that bear. I remembered that you are very accurate with guns. Have you killed anyone in the war? Feng Yu suddenly asked this question, and Lu Jichuan nodded. But he quickly shook his head. Brother Chuan, you don't need to lie to me. I have met someone similar like you in Beijing. Both you and he have the same aura. You might not notice it, but when you enter a new place, you will look around and observe everyone there closely first. This is not something a normal soldier will do. These few years, the only war China is involved is with Vietnam. A few years ago, Shenyang Army had sent a batch of soldiers to the war front. You should be one of the soldiers that were sent there. Lu Jichuan stared at Feng Yu with his eyes wide opened. How did Feng Yu know about all these? This information was not even reported on the news. The news had stated that the war had ended in the 80s. How could Feng Yu know about all this classified information? From your eyes, I know I have guessed it correctly. You should be a scout or maybe with the special forces. I will not guess about this. If you are not willing to tell me, I will also not ask. Ordinary soldiers will not have this habit to observe their surroundings before stepping in. Lu Jichuan sighed and changed the topic. A university undergrad is different. You are smart, unlike me. I cannot even get into junior high school. I heard that Uncle Feng is the district richest person. Feng Yu nodded. He did not try to hide this as this was also not a secret in the district. Feng Xingtai was more famous than Wen Daguang in the district. Brother Chuan, let's not mention about the past. But with your skills, 500 renminbi a month is too little. Feng Yu purposely said. 500 renminbi a month is still considered little? Lu Jichuan was shocked. That's 500 renminbi a month. Even the district chief does not get 500 renminbi a month. You know my family's processing food factories in charge gets how much salary a year? Also, Uncle Lu's greenhouse's vegetables can earn how much during winter? Is your 500 renminbi a month really a lot? With this salary, how long do you need to save to buy a small apartment in the city? How long do you think it will take to save enough for Uncle Lu to live in the city? Lu Jichuan kept quiet. He thought he had found a high-paying job and could earn lots of money to give his father a good life. But after hearing from Feng Yu, it seems that 500 renminbi a month was really nothing. But other than this job, what else can he do? The things he learned in the army were useless in this society. Only if he works in the police force, he might be able to apply what he had learned. But how much can he earn? How long will it take for him to be promoted to be a leader? I bought the cigarettes. It's so tiring. There are no shops around. I need to walk 2 streets to buy this. Here, Brother Chuan. Both of us do not smoke. Take it. Wen Dongjun placed the packet of cigarettes in front of Lu Jichuan. Lu Jichuan had also stopped smoking. Smoking can affect his stamina, and addiction could affect his missions. But today he suddenly craves for a smoke. He lit a cigarette and took a puff before he started to cough. Wen Dongjun laughed and asked, "What are you two chatting about? I've been away for so long, and both of you did not even touch your glasses." Feng Yu did not let Li Jichuan speak and turned to Wen Dongjun. "Nothing. We are talking about that hunting trip." Yes. Let's talk about that hunting trip. That shot was my life's most accurate shot." When mentioned about that hunt, Wen Dongjun talks nonstop. Lu Jichuan only finishes half the stick of cigarette, and he threw it on the floor. He raised his glass and turned to Wen Dongjun. "Dongjun, I want to tell you something. That time when I call you out to hunt was actually to teach you a lesson." Wen Dongjun, who was talking nonstop, was confused. "What are you talking about? You called me out to hunt was to teach me a lesson?" Wen Dongjun turned and looked at Feng Yu. Feng Yu sighed. This moron still wants to work for the government in the future? How could he compete with the others with his IQ? Since Lu Jichuan admits this himself, Feng Yu did not stop him. This matter had been bothering Feng Yu for a long time and was finally resolved. But for Lu Jichuan, this matter was not closed yet. Lu Jichuan told Wen Dongjun honestly about his family condition and what he was thinking at that time. He hopes to seek Wen Dongjun's forgiveness. Wen Dongjun slapped his thighs and said, "I thought it's something important. You only want to beat me up that time. Luckily you did not try that time. Even now, you might not be my match." Feng Yu stared at Wen Dongjun. What was this moron thinking? He might be taller and bigger than Lu Jichuan, but if they were to fight now, he would surely lose. Lu Jichuan had fought in a war and had killed enemies before. All his moves were lethal. I had also fought with Feng Yu many times before, but we continued playing with each other less than a day after fighting. Feng Yu? What example was this? There was once he fell into a vegetable cellar in the woods. In the northeast villages, people tend to dig a hole to keep their potatoes, carrots, radish, and other vegetables. The hole will be covered with straws, wood, and plastic sheets. The opening of the hole is 0.5 m x 0.5 m. Anyone might fall into the hole if they are not careful. If it were not for me helping him to get a ladder, he would have to live in the cellar for the next 2 weeks. Another time, he was bullied by other students. 3 students had ganged up on him in the toilet. If it was not for me, he might have cried from being beaten up by them. There was another incident when he fell into the ice hole. It was me who saved him and pulled him out. Feng Yu was furious. "Enough. Can you stop talking about all these? This moron does not know how to chat nicely." Fine. Let's stop talking and drink. All our grudges will end with this drink. Bottoms up. Damn. Do you think I am afraid of you? I am drinking beer. Lu Jichuan felt relieved when he heard that when Dong Jun had forgiven him. He had asked himself many times when he was lying in bed. If Feng Yu had not tagged along for the hunt, will he do something regrettable, like running away by himself and letting when Dong Jun face the bear alone? But Lu Jichuan had no answer. He did not know what he would do. But luckily everything was over. After they finished their glasses, Feng Yu looked at Lu Jichuan and said, "Brother Chuan, come and work for me." Lu Jichuan looked at Feng Yu in a daze. "Work for you? What do you mean?" Wen Dongjun turned to Lu Jichuan and said, "Brother Chuan, Feng Yu is now also a big boss. If you work for him, you will earn more than working for your company commander. Shall you? You are not studying at the university?" Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun were admitted to the universities in Beijing. Lu Jichuan's father told him the day he returned. They were the pride of the village. Going to school and doing business have no conflicts. I am still attending university, and at the same time, I have some business. Come and work for me. Be my bodyguard. I will give you 1,000 renminbi every month, and I promise you to have increments every year. During festivals, you will also get a bonus. How much? 1,000 renminbi? Xiao Yu, are you joking with me? Lu Jichuan was shocked. 1,000 renminbi a month was very high. Did Xiao Yu offended someone and need his help? If someone was going to find trouble, Feng Yu could just tell him. Who would give a driver and bodyguard 1,000 renminbi a month? I am not joking with you. People like you are worth this much. I do not have any grudges with anyone, but I want to be safe. Prevention is better than cure. Work for me for a few years. If you do not want to work for me after you got married, you can quit any time or transfer to another position. You will still earn enough to raise a family. 1,000 renminbi a month was nothing to Feng Yu. To have a war veteran as a bodyguard, it was worth it. What business are you doing? Lu Jichuan was curious. What business could afford to give a bodyguard such high salaries? Was he spending Uncle Feng's money? Will Uncle Feng be angry and say he was cheating Feng Yu's money? How would he return to the village in the future? Wen Dongjun removed his pager, which was clipped to his belt. Here, this brand of the pager is his. Also, the wind and rain, Songjiang, etc. are all his. You see that Lihaha drinks on the counter? That is also his. Anyway, the amount of money he earns in one day is more than what other people earn in their lifetime. Lu Jichuan's eyes were wide opened. His earnings in one day were more than what other people earn in their lifetime? Was this exaggerated? But Wen Dongjun does not look like he was lying. Actually, Wen Dongjun was not exaggerating. If Feng Yu earns 400 million renminbi a year, then it was more than 1 million a day. In the current era where the average annual salary was only a few thousand a year, this was more than what others could earn in their lifetime. But Feng Yu's earnings was more than 400 million a year. On average, he was making millions or even tens of millions a day. This might seem a lot and looks like an astronomical amount. But compared to the top tycoons in the West, this was nothing. Feng Yu's income was also as much as some tycoons in Japan and Hong Kong. This was because Feng Yu's biggest investment was in Russia. There were still no profits from this investment. If it was not for the value of minerals kept going up, Feng Yu would have made losses from this investment. The bigger the invested amount, the higher the returns. Feng Yu's returns for his investments could reach 100%, even if others were getting 20% returns. But if the invested amount was 10 times more than Feng Yu, their profits will be 2 times of his. Feng Yu does not have lots of liquid cash. His biggest investment in China was the machinery company. Until now, he still had not recovered his investment. People like George Soros and other financial predators had more than $1 billion of funds a few years back. Compared to them, Feng Yu was nothing. But this would change in a few years. Brother Chuan, work for me. Uncle Lu can also be assured. In less than 2 years, you will be able to buy an apartment in Bing City and fetch him to the city. If Uncle Lu does not want to move to the city, you can also buy an apartment in the district. He is not young now. Can you bear to see him farming at his age? Feng Yu mentioned Lu Jichuan's father, and Lu Jichuan had a troubled look. But I had already promised my company commander. I cannot break my promise to them. How can I face my old comrades in the future? Feng Yu was happy to hear Lu Jichuan say this. He was not tempted by money, and this made Feng Yu wanted to recruit him more. Brother Chuan, how many people did you old company commander contacted? Why not I buy over that company? This way you can continue to work for me. and you will not break your promise to them. Huh. Buy the company over because of me? Lu Jichuan was touched. If his old comrades could also get such high salaries like him, it would be great. Xiao Yu know. Manager Feng. Although we are no full company, we have more than 30 people. Other than those that are injured, there are about more than 20 people who can work as drivers and bodyguards. Is it a lot? Lu Jichuan asked. About 20 people? It's not a lot. I want all of them. More than 20 people? Feng Yu could assign 2 of them to protect his father and also assign bodyguards to all the key holders of his companies. This was to prevent any accidents from happening. Furthermore, if he assigned bodyguards and drivers to protect his key personnel, they will be grateful to him and be more loyal. In Feng Yu's previous life, there was an online poll about what employees want from their employers. The number one thing which the employees wished was not salary or benefits. The employees wanted their bosses to show more concern and respect for them. All of them. Manager Feng, are their salaries also the same as mine? Lu Jichuan asked. That will depend on their performances. If they are about the same as you, then it should not be a problem. If they are not as good as you, then their salary will be lower. If they are better than you by a lot, they will be getting more. Manager Feng, I represent my comrades to give you a toast. I will bottoms up. Lu Jichuan was very excited. He downs his glass of baijiu in one big gulp. Feng Yu could not stop him. Brother Chuan. Manager Feng, in future, you are my boss. You should not be calling me Brother Chuan. Call me Chuan Ji or De Chuan will do. Fine. Then I will call you De Chuan. Give a call to your old company commander tomorrow and let him notify the rest of the people. After Lunar New Year, get them to Bing City or Beijing to have a meeting. All those injured personnel can also come and work for me. I will help them find a suitable job with a good salary in my companies. They will be able to support themselves and do not need to depend on others. There were lots of injured soldiers who retired from service. They do not want to depend on the country to support them. Their pride will not allow them to be a parasite leeching on the government. Many of them would rather work as guards for a measly salary than to get payouts from the government. Feng Yu was full of respect for these people. Lu Jichuan was deeply touched when he heard what Feng Yu said. Manager Feng, rest assured. My comrades, and I will work hard for you. We will put in our 100%. De Chuan, you are too serious now. You should also stop drinking. Give a call home to let them know you are staying at the district tonight. Tomorrow when you wake up, we will continue to talk. At the district hotel, Feng Yu booked a room for Lu Jichuan before returning home. Where did you go today? I did not see you the whole day after you returned. Feng Xingtai asked. Dad, I saw Lu Jichuan today. The son of that Uncle Lu from our village. He is slightly older than me by a few years. He and his comrades had retired from military service. I want to recruit all of them and set up a private security company. In the future, you will have a personal driver to drive you around like those top officials. Really? Hee. That sounds cool. Your father has not experienced this type of treatment before. Come and tell me about the details. Lu Jichuan told his old company commander about Feng Yu, and he was overjoyed. They were lucky to meet this type of boss. He said he will bring everyone to Bing City to meet with Feng Yu after the new year to discuss the details of the company. Li Jichuan's father learned that his son will be working for Feng Yu, and the monthly salary was 1,000 renminbi. He was overjoyed too. With Lu Jichuan and his income, they should be able to buy an apartment in the city after saving for 2 years. Then his son can get married in another 1 or 2 more years. Lu Jichuan's father felt that Feng Yu helped his son because they were from the same village. If not, why would Feng Yu offer such a high salary? It was the Lunar New Year, the time of celebration. All the household starts to decorate their houses with red paper. Every family left their lights on the whole night. Everyone has hoped. For instance, that old man working in Tian Peng Pig Farm hopes to earn more money for his sons to get married. His sons had also started working at Tian Peng Pig Farm. As Tian Peng Pig's brand became more popular, the father and son's team also became famous. Not only in the district, but even many matchmakers from the county and city had also approached them to introduce women. Both the sons had girlfriends now, and even the old man has a partner. After Taihua Processing Food Company was set up, the father and sons no longer need to rear pigs. They became senior workers, and their job was to inspect Tian Peng Pig farms and train the new workers. They often had to travel to other provinces to check the farms there. Their work was no longer tiring and was paid higher than before. After when Duguang became the district chief, he was busier than before. In the past, he could still play mahjong and drink during winters. But now, he was too busy with all the work in the district. He had no choice but to give up on these hobbies. Only Feng Yu felt life was still the same. His stay in the district was not long, and he could just meet up with Li Na once or twice. Today was the first day of Lunar New Year. Feng Yu decided to visit Li Na's house. Somebody once said that father-in-law was the scariest creature on earth. There was also someone who claims that mother-in-law was scariest person on the planet. But no matter whether it was father-in-law or mother-in-law, getting married was not so easy. Look at Wen Dongjun. Other than a bigger and stronger body, what else does he have? He was always doing stupid things. Both families still had a big difference in status. Did Zhang Han's father say anything? He did not oppose Wen Dongjun from dating his daughter. Instead, he even tried to groom Wen Dongjun and help to plan his career. He also uses his connections to help Wen Dongjun's father. But Li Na's father was different. He just dislikes Feng Yu. Feng Yu also did not understand why. Which part of him was not worthy of being with Li Na? You don't let me visit on other days? Today is the first day of Lunar New Year. I don't believe that you will chase me out of the house. Feng Yu woke up very early in the morning. He took a few boxes of gifts with him and left the house. Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua looked at each other. They both knew where their son was going. Their son had grown up. Knock, knock, knock. Who's that? Happy New Year. Feng Yu suspect that if he said who he was, the other party would not open the door. He greeted Happy New Year, and they had to open the door out of courtesy. It was Lunar New Year. Even if you went to the wrong unit, no one would be unhappy when you greet them with Happy New Year. You are Xiaoyu? Happy New Year, Auntie. Feng Yu smiled and did not wait for Li Na's mother to invite him in. He walked into the compound and entered the house. Li Na's father, Li Quan, was sitting in the hall when he heard the sounds of the door opening. He was holding on to a plate of melon seeds and peanuts on the one hand and candies on the other hand. He was about to entertain his guest. But when he saw Feng Yu, his smile was gone. Why was this brat here? Li Na saw Feng Yu, and she smiled brightly. She laughed when she saw Feng Yu purposely raise his brows at her. Li Na also did not know Feng Yu would visit her house today. Happy New Year, Uncle Li. I am here to greet you on the first day of Lunar New Year. Feng Yu placed his gifts on the floor. Okay, Happy New Year to you too. Li Na's father replied emotionlessly. He continued standing there staring at Feng Yu and did not invite him to sit. Li Na's mother, Wang Lanying, entered the room and saw the tension in the room. He immediately calls Feng Yu. Xiao Feng, please take a seat and have some melon seeds. Nana, go and pour a cup of tea. With her mother's permission, Li Na quickly pours a cup of tea for Feng Yu. Xiao Feng, you are also studying in Beijing, right? Wang Lanying smiled and asked. Yes, I am studying at Beijing University Management Faculty. Feng Yu answered. Is your school far from Nana's school? Not very far. It is only about a 30 minutes drive. Feng Yu replied. Drive? Old Feng had sent you to Beijing to study, and you are enjoying life there? You even bought a car. Li Quan roared. How much does a car cost? This Feng Yu is really a useless good-for-nothing. Uncle Li, I can study at Beijing University is because of my results in high school. I had also attended the former Soviet Union summer camp. The car is also bought by my own money. What's wrong with driving? Our universities are so far. If I do not drive, I have to take public transport? Your own money? Where did you get your money from? Your savings. Dad, Feng Yu is really capable. Shut up. I am not asking you. Li Quan snapped. I am doing business. All the machinery in my father's farm were from the former Soviet Union. I am the one who brought them back. Many of the factories in Bing City were using second-hand machines from the former Soviet Union. I am the one who sold most of the machines to them. I bought the machines from the Soviet Union and then sell to the factories for some profits. I also invented the humidifier and bladeless fans. The wind and rain brand you see on TV every day is also mine. I am the one who created this brand. All these are very profitable. Wind and rain? Old Li, this kid is really outstanding. Wang Lanying gasped. Feng Yu is the creator of Wind and Rain brand. Feng Yu did not explain much. Li Quan was still suspecting Feng Yu's words. If Feng Yu were to tell him that he was now China's wealthiest person now, he would surely not believe him. China's wealthiest person and your father is still living in this small district? Why didn't he move to the city? Uncle, Auntie, I am sure that both of you could tell that Li Na and I are in a relationship. That's right. We are dating. Feng Yu decided to come clean with Li Na's parents. He held Li Na's hand when he said that. Li Na tried to pull her hand out, but Feng Yu had a firm grip on her. She timidly looks at her father. Li Quan and Wang Lanying did not expect Feng Yu to say these words. This Feng Yu was very brave to own up, but when they saw their daughter's shy look, they knew that there was no way to stop them from dating. Both of them also have no excuse to stop them from dating. Feng Yu was good-looking, high education, knows how to make money, and have a good family background. There was nothing bad about him. Actually, Wang Lanying had approved her daughter dating Feng Yu a long time ago. She looks at her husband. She does not know what her husband will say. Li Quan opened his mouth and then straightened his back. He did not say anything. He had thought that Feng Yu was a good-for-nothing wealthy second generation. But it seems that this kid was more capable than he imagined. His daughter should have a good life in the future if they were together. Never mind. Just let them be. Li Quan waved his hand, gesturing the both of them to go out. He lit a cigarette quietly. Li Na had gotten the permission to go out for New Year visiting with Feng Yu. They walked an entire street before she realized what her father meant. He will not oppose both of them dating. Li Na felt this year's New Year was the happiest New Year she had ever experienced. That evening, Feng Yu returned home full of smiles. Feng Xingtai saw his son's gifts were given out, and that means he will be getting a daughter-in-law soon. After resting at home for a few days, Feng Yu received a call from Lu Jichuan on the 6th day of New Year. His old company commander had arrived at Bing City and wanted to meet with Feng Yu. Feng Yu had wanted to meet these people. He had heard that there was a murder case in a nearby county a few days ago. The suspect was still on the run. What if he escaped to their district and harm his father? But before Feng Yu go to Bing City, he went to Li Na's home. He made up an excuse that they were going to Bing City to visit their former teachers and will be back a few days later. Feng Yu and Li Na will surely visit their former teachers, but one day was enough. Feng Yu wanted to spend some time alone with Li Na for the rest of the days. Li Quan could tell from his daughter's eyes that she really wanted to go to Bing City with Feng Yu. He sighed. Visit the teachers? Then where will they stay at night? Never mind. It's beyond his control. So, Feng Yu, Li Na, and Lu Jichuan drove to Bing City. When Feng Yu met the old company commander, he was surprised. The company commander looks quite young. He should not be more than 30 years old. Lu Jichuan had been telling Feng Yu about his old company commander, and Feng Yu thought the commander should be at least in his late 30s. Manager Feng, this is my old company commander. But he is not the commander. His rank is actually deputy company commander. Sir, this is the boss I told you. Feng Yu, Manager Feng. Nice to meet you, Manager Feng. My name is Sha Tianyu. Hi. You look younger than I expected. Sha Tianyu's hand was rough and strong. I joined the military once I graduate from university. That's why I move up faster. Sha Tianyu was an officer, and after he retired from service, it was hard for the army to assign a job for him. That's why he decided to start his own business. After all, he was a graduate and knows more than those ordinary soldiers. Mr. Sha, what did you study in university? How come you decided to join the military back then? Feng Yu asked curiously. In this era, university graduates were all officers when they joined the government or military. Why did he join the military? His family agrees to let him join? It is to fulfill my father's last wish. My mother's health is not too good. If not, I will also not choose to retire from service. I studied history at my university. It might seem to be useless, but I can apply what I learned from the historic battles during the war and bring all of them back alive. Sha Tianyu proudly said. All subjects are useful in one way or another. If any subject was deemed to be useless, it should be that no one had discovered the way to apply it. Mr. Shah, you wanted to let your men join you to be private security is the proof that you have exceptional foresight. But I have a question for you. Did you get this idea from overseas? Sha Tianyu nodded. Yes. I read from the papers that in other countries, many businessmen will hire professional bodyguards, and most of them were retired soldiers. I feel that our country's rapid growth will increase the number of wealthy businessmen. With demands, there will be a market. That's why I want to set up a private security company. But Mr. Shah, do you know that the bodyguards overseas are all armed? In China, we are not even allowed to carry a baton. That means you and your comrades have to protect the businessman with bare hands. You think they can protect them? Feng Yu asked. There are also unarmed bodyguards overseas. If they can do it, so can we. Sha Tianyu insisted. Then, Mr. Shah, Do you know that the overseas bodyguard will shield the ones they are protecting with their bodies first when comes face to face with a gunman? Can your men do the same? Using their bodies to shield their hirers means they have to be shot. They might be killed for their job. Sha Tianyu hesitated. Those were his comrades. The government had assigned jobs to them, but he had called all of them to join him. If they were killed in their line of duty, he would feel guilty. Feng Yu was slightly disappointed. Seems like these people were still far from being those overseas professional bodyguards. But China was still not that dangerous. If Feng Yu were to go overseas, especially the US or other countries without gun control, he must hire some professional guards. Manager Feng, if we wore a bulletproof vest, we should be able to do that. Also, all of my men had fought in the war before. Even if there were dozens of enemies, they would still be able to let the one they are protecting escape. You can rest assured. Sha Tianyu replied firmly. Actually, Sha Tianyu had thought of this before. China had cracked down on illegal arms several times. Even hunting rifles were confiscated. It was rare to see illegal firearms nowadays. If there were really someone who used guns to attack them, his men would still be shot even if they were not shielding their hirer with their bodies. Fine. Mr. Shah, since you already decided to set up this private security company, then you should have conducted your market research and make arrangements with the local authorities. I will buy this security company, and all of you will work for me. I will pay all your salaries. Sha Tianyu was confused. What do you mean by you will buy this company? This company was not even registered. This manager Feng wants to use this excuse to give them money? Manager Feng, how much are you offering for this company? 500,000 renminbi. It is enough to give each of you 10,000 to 20,000 each. This should not be a small amount. But all of your men, including you, must sign a long-term contract. That means other than my company, all of you cannot work for another company in the same nature. Not even the door guard of a factory. All of you must also sign a confidentiality agreement. No one can reveal any information about my companies without permission. Not even your parents, wife, and children. Feng Yu was paying them a large sum of money. But in exchange, all of them have to sign this overbearing agreement. These people might be given access to the company's core technologies information. If these people leak out the information, the losses would be even higher. The profits from technologies were the highest. Sha Tianyu thought for a while. Giving them a sum of money was to give his men and him some financial relief for their families. As for the long-term contract and confidentiality agreement, it was fine. When they retired from the military, they also had to sign a confidentiality agreement. Fine. I will agree to your conditions on behalf of my comrades. But what will be our salaries? You are the manager of this company, and you will be getting 2,000 renminbi a month plus year-end bonus. If the rest of your men were of the same standard as Dechuan, then they will be getting 1,000 renminbi plus bonus. If they are better than Dechuan, their monthly salary will be 1,500 renminbi. However, I need to test their abilities first. We will surely meet your expectations. Feng Yu had offered salaries much higher than Sha Tianyu expected. Tomorrow I will send someone to accompany you to register this company. Oh, in the future, our company will be called Wind and Rain Private Security. Feng Yu did not register this security company as a security branch under one of his company. He registers this company as a standalone company under the Wind and Rain Holdings. The benefit of this was Feng Yu had total control over all these people. If this company was set up as a branch of some companies, other people might be able to interfere with the management of this company. Although Feng Yu had to pay more taxes this way, he does not mind. When the company grows, it will become a real security company and can get contracts to provide security to a neighborhood or commercial buildings. Sha Tianyu was fast. Within 3 days, he gathered all his men to Bing City, including those who were injured from the war. Looking at the 3 rows of men standing at attention in front of him, one of them only had one leg. He was using crutches to stand with the rest of his company. Despite having only one leg, he was standing upright like the rest of the men proudly. This was the pride of a soldier. You, fall out. Feng Yu pointed out about a dozen men with obvious disabilities. These people were not suitable to be bodyguards, but they can take up other positions. But these people did not move after hearing what Feng Yu said. Sha Tianyu saw Feng Yu's face changed and immediately scolded. Have all of you heard Manager Feng's instructions? In the future, he is our top leader. All of you must listen to his orders. Sir, Feng Yu had attended military training during his high school before. He looked at that former soldier. Speak. Feng Yu felt like he was an army officer. Manager Feng, I had only lost 2 fingers and cannot hold guns. But my martial arts is as good as the rest of them. I can still be a bodyguard. All of them knew that Feng Yu will assign work for those disabled soldiers. But those positions will not be paid as handsomely as bodyguards. Feng Yu was not an idiot. He will not pay someone 1,000 renminbi to open and close doors for his companies. He will not waste his money. Feng Yu nodded. All of them wanted to earn more money. This was normal. But whether if they could receive a high salary will still depend on their capabilities. All of you fall out first. You all will also take the test later. If all of you pass the test, then it's all right for you all to be bodyguards. Those disabled soldiers heard Feng Yu and fall out from the squad. Later, all of you will be taking a test to gauge your abilities. All of you will enter this room with me one by one. The results of the test will be announced later. Everyone should know whether if this test is fair or not. Okay, you will start first. Feng Yu pointed to the first person and said, in the room, there were physical education school students. They were trained in boxing, martial arts, judo, etc. They heard that they will be sparring with former soldiers. If they win, they will get 100 renminbi. If they lose, they will get 50 renminbi. Also, it will be 2 versus 1. This group of students had often fought outside of schools, and they had to pay medical bills and compensations to their victims. But this time, they could fight to their heart's contents and still be paid. They immediately called their friends to participate. There were more than 20 of them today. Manager Feng, we are hired to test this skinny man. There is no need for 2 of them. I can beat him up alone. A muscular boxer who was about 1.85 m tall exclaimed. The soldier who entered the room did not say anything. He faced that boxer and gestured him to come forward with one finger provocatively. The soldier was trained to kill and not for performance or sports. He was someone who had fought in a war and trained in killing techniques. Even his opponent was much taller and bigger sized than him. He was confident that he could finish him within 3 moves. The boxer was pissed. He felt he was insulted in front of his friends. He charged forward. 1 move. The former soldier only used 1 move, and this boxer was lying on the floor. But Feng Yu was not satisfied. How can this damn soldier kick people in the groin? Although this was very effective, it could not showcase his skills. No hitting below the belt. No poking of eyes. Both of you go. Feng Yu pointed to another 2 people. These 2 people saw their friend was knocked out by a dirty move and were furious. They rushed forward, and one of them attacked the head, and the other was prepared to execute a throw. That former soldier suddenly moved forward and threw a punch at one of the students, knocking him out, and then swiped the leg of the other student with his feet, before pinning him down on the ground. This was all done effortlessly. The both of you had lost. If I used my strength just now, he would faint, and your arm will be broken. WTF? The former was too strong. Fine. You passed. Jigang, bring him next door to rest, and let the next candidate in. These 20 over men, including Sha Tianyu, who looked like he was non-combat personnel, used less than 30 seconds to knock down those physical school students. All of them were very skillful and deadly. This group of students was suffering. They thought they had come here to make some money and get to beat people up. But who knows that it was the opposite? All of them were beaten up and were complaining. Wu Jigang shouted at them. I had explained to all of you before coming here. But what did all of you say? You all claimed to be able to win those soldiers even if it was 1 versus 1. But now, 2 versus 1, and all of you did not even win 1 match. All of you still dare to complain? Who was the one that claims to be the first runner-up in the provincial competition? Was there only 2 contestants in that competition? The last able-bodied ex-soldier left the room, and Wu Jigang asked one disabled soldier to enter. It was the one who had lost 2 fingers in the war. The boxer who was knocked out first had recovered. He saw the soldier had lost 2 fingers and knew that the soldier could not perform some unarmed combat moves. He called one of his friends, who was about the same size as him, to be his partner. They were ready to get revenge. Damn, we could not win against those able bodies, but how can we lose to a disabled person? Feng Yu could not bear to watch it. Although this soldier had lost 2 fingers, he was the most lethal. He wanted to prove that he was as good as the others and used more strength. If this were not a test, these 2 students would be dead or paralyzed. This former soldier had received a punch to his face, but had no effect on him. He fought like his life was on the line and had a fierce expression on his face. Feng Yu could feel the jitters when he looked at him. After a while, all the disabled former soldiers had completed their test. Other than those missing one arm or leg, the rest who were missing fingers, toes, and ears passed the test. Even if those that had lost their limbs won against the students, but they could not drive. So, they could only resign to their fates. Jigang, double their salaries. They are too pathetic. Feng Yu looked at those students who were covered in bruises. He pitied them. This group of students was those that got into fights outside of their schools. They were all trained in martial arts, boxing, judo, etc. How come they were so useless? But Feng Yu could see that this group of students were stronger than ordinary people. This also proves that the group of former soldiers were very good at unarmed combat. This bunch of pathetic students should behave themselves in the future. They had experienced how it felt to be beaten up. Wu Jigang paid those students while Feng Yu happily went next door to discuss the welfare of the former soldiers with Sha Tianyu. Feng Yu felt that even 10,000 renminbi a month to hire these people as bodyguards was considered cheap. Now he was only paying them 1,000 renminbi a month. It's worthwhile. Lu Jichuan was assigned to be Feng Yu's personal bodyguard. That soldier who had lost 2 fingers, but was ruthless, and another soldier was assigned to be Feng Yu's father's bodyguards and drivers. The rest of the men had to draw lots to be in groups of 2 or 1 people. They were assigned to protect Jiang Wanming and the rest. When Wu Jigang knew that a bodyguard-cum-driver was assigned to him, he was ecstatic. He was happier than getting a 15% increment earlier this year. Wow, I finally have a bodyguard. In Wu Jigang's impression, only those Hong Kong and overseas big bosses have personal guards. He had never seen any China businessmen that hire bodyguards. He finally has a personal guard. Other people will definitely be jealous of him. Furthermore, Wu Jigang does not need to pay his bodyguard's salary and have to listen to his instructions. If he needs to meet clients after working hours, he can also drink alcohol without worrying about driving. After coming to Bing City for a few days, Li Na wants to return home. She had stayed in Bing City with Feng Yu too long. Her parents will not be happy. Feng Yu still had matters to attend in Bing City, and he does not wish Li Na to take public transport back. So he brought Li Na to Wind and Rain Logistics to see if she can catch a ride. Anyway, Wind and Rain Logistics have new trucks now. The front driver and passenger seats were more spacious and cleaner. Old Zhao, where's my brother-in-law? Feng Yu greeted Wind and Rain Logistics Deputy General Manager. Manager Li was still around just now. I think he had gone out for some errands. Are you looking for him urgently? Do you need me to call him? It's okay. Are there any trucks going to the north today? Can they send my girlfriend home on the way? There is a truck sending plastic bottles to your father's factory later and will be bringing back soybean oil. The truck will leave after lunch. Is it okay? The truck was supposed to leave for the north later the day. But since Feng Yu needs someone to send his girlfriend to the district, then the driver has to leave earlier. Okay, thank you. I will give you a call later at noon. Back upstairs, Li Na was still sitting in Feng Yu's office. Feng Yu got the keys to the company's warehouse and left with Li Na for Tai Hua Trading's warehouse. Here, see what Uncle and Auntie likes. You can pack it onto the car and bring back along with you. All these are New Year gifts. Lu Jichuan was shocked. Feng Yu is too rich. He needs warehouses to store his New Year gifts. These things are the goods which your company sells. The stock will not tally if I take them. Feng Yu laughed. Don't worry. I have asked them before coming here. We ordered extra in case of wear and tear. It is not a problem. How about this jacket? This jacket is used by Russia's Air Force. It is very warm and looks smart. Also these boots. It can keep your feet warm even if it is minus 30 degrees. Dechuan, what are you waiting for? Take what you want and send some of them to Uncle Lu later. Lu Jichuan points to himself. I also get to take these? Don't worry. Although these things are all imported from Russia, we got these on wholesale price. It is not as expensive as you thought. Feng Yu does not want to be too generous to Lu Jichuan, in case he becomes too greedy. But he does not mind giving him some small gifts to him. Lu Jichuan took a leather jacket, a pair of Russia's leather shoes, and a pair of leather gloves. Dechuan, don't stand on ceremony with me. Take a few more. It's okay, Manager Feng. These are enough. Lu Jichuan knew that Feng Yu does not mind him taking a few more items. But if he really takes a lot of items, he will appear as a greedy person to Feng Yu. Feng Yu was satisfied with Lu Jichuan for controlling his desires. He gave Lu Jichuan a box of Tai Hua ham and a box of Jianlibo for him to send back home. After loading all these things on the car, Feng Yu directed Lu Jichuan to drive them back to the office for lunch. The current era was not as prosperous as the future years. It was the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, but lots of shops and restaurants were not opened yet. Luckily, Wind and Rain Logistics have its own canteen, and the food was delicious. Nana, is the food okay? Feng Yu asked. Why not? This tastes much better than the school's cafeteria. Lina laughed. School's cafeteria was a scary place in that era. Luckily, the food was still considered edible. If not, Lina will not eat her meals in school. After lunch, Feng Yu sent Lina to the plastic factory. The truck was loaded. Feng Yu and Lu Jichuan loaded all the New Year gifts into the front compartment. Feng Yu also gave the driver a carton of Hongtishan cigarettes. Manager Feng, no need for this. The driver was rejecting Feng Yu verbally, but he was holding on to the carton of cigarettes tightly. Just take it. Send her home straight, and also help her carry these things home. Rest assured, Manager Feng. The driver laughed and keeps the carton of cigarettes. He had to leave earlier today, but in return, got a carton of cigarettes from Feng Yu. It was worth it. It's a waste for me to smoke this carton of Hongtishan cigarettes. I should give this carton to my father-in-law. After reminding Lina to watch out for herself, Feng Yu bid his farewell to Lina. It should be May before they could see each other again. Come, let's go back to the company. Back at his company, Feng Yu saw his brother-in-law's car parked downstairs. Just nice. He has something to discuss with him and at the same time show off to him about the bodyguards. Brother-in-law. Xiao Yu, I heard from old Zhao that you were looking for me. Have you sent your girlfriend back? Li Shiqiang makes fun of Feng Yu. Yes, I have just sent her back. Oh, this is Dechuan. Dechuan, this is my brother-in-law, Li Shiqiang. This Wind and Rain Logistics is his company. Li Shiqiang extended his hand towards Lu Jichuan. He thought this person was Feng Yu's friend. But Lu Jichuan stood at attention and salute. Good afternoon, Manager Li. Li Shiqiang subconsciously returned the salute and asked, You are from the military? Yes, I have just retired from the military, and I am now Manager Feng's personal bodyguard and driver. Lu Jichuan felt happy to see Manager Li returning his salute. Li Shiqiang looked at Feng Yu and surprised. What? Bodyguard? This kid hired a personal bodyguard? Even Bing City's party secretary and the mayor do not have bodyguards. Didn't Feng Yu always want to be low profile and shun the limelight? Why was he so high profile this time? Brother-in-law, I will assign a bodyguard to you too. It will be safer, and someone can drive you around. It will be more convenient for you too. No, I want to know how many bodyguards you hired. When they were talking, Wu Jigang came downstairs. He was about to go out. He had someone following behind him, helping him to carry his briefcase. That person was Wu Jigang's bodyguard? Even that brat, Wu Jigang, had a bodyguard? Don't you envy him? I have hired a lot of bodyguards and have assigned one of them to Wu Jigang. How about I assign one of them to you? Li Shiqiang saw Wu Jigang walking down the stairs with his bodyguard. No matter whether if there was a need for a bodyguard, but the thoughts of going out with a personal bodyguard following behind made him excited. Li Shiqiang nodded. Okay, I will also hire one. Feng Yu called Sha Tianyu and asked him to assign someone to his brother-in-law. After settling this, Feng Yu brought Lu Jichuan along to look for Zhang Ruiqiang. He wants to show off his bodyguard in front of him. Zhang Ruiqiang saw Feng Yu entered his office with someone. He thought this person was some businessman at first, but he realized that this person was more like Feng Yu's follower. Feng Yu, who is this? Sir, my name is Lu Jichuan. I was a soldier that had retired from service this year. I am now Manager Feng's bodyguard come driver. Lu Jichuan immediately stood at attention and salute when he heard the mayor asking about him. Feng Yu was speechless. He had wanted to bring Lu Jichuan along to show off to Zhang Ruiqiang. But it seems that Lu Jichuan was more excited to see Zhang Ruiqiang. Dechuan, you have met the mayor. Please wait for me downstairs. Damn, I am here to flaunt. But how can I flaunt when you are so excited to see the mayor? After Lu Jichuan left, Zhang Ruiqiang asked unbelievably, This is your bodyguard? You need a bodyguard? Why was it so hard for you to believe I have a bodyguard? What backward thinking? Before Feng Yu came to this life, many businessmen had many bodyguards protecting them when they go out. For example, Jack Ma was one of them. Sighed. He is just my driver. What bodyguard? You must have misheard. Feng Yu purposely said. But the proud look on his face clearly states that, I have a bodyguard with me. You should have a bodyguard. If people know how rich you are, they might try to harm you. With your skinny body, they will be able to catch you easily. Feng Yu stared at Zhang Ruiqiang. What do you mean by skinny body and easily caught by them? I am fitter than you. Oh, I have something to ask you. You have been to many places and had seen many things. Do you know if overseas have this thing? Zhang Ruiqiang took out a small box and passed to Feng Yu. I have seen too many things. I don't even need to read the manuals, and I know what it is. Feng Yu bragged while opening the box. Feng Yu was someone from the future. He had seen lots of things. Even if he does not know what that was, he could also easily guess it. Feng Yu was in shock after he opened the box. Damn, this old Zhang was so adventurous at his age. He was into these things. But why did Zhang Ruiqiang show him this thing? Was this right? Did you buy this yourself, or was this a gift from others? Feng Yu asked. It was no surprise why Feng Yu was shocked. The thing Feng Yu held in his hand was about the size of his thumb, and there was a small controller connected to it by a wire. This thing had appeared quite frequently in Japanese action movies. This was Feng Yu's first time in both his lives holding it in his hands. The name of this thing was Love Egg. This was given to me as a sample by a businessman. He told me that this is good stuff from overseas and wants to introduce it in Bing City. Zhang Ruiqiang explained. WTF? Was Bing City so open now? Feng Yu had permitted Kamita Masao to sell their Sixth Sense products along the coastal regions first. That means he could enter China's market? Bing City was considered a rural and backward city. If this city could accept these toys, that means other regions will have no problem accepting it. But why was old Zhang not embarrassed to discuss with me about this thing, and old Zhang was about to use the city government to introduce this thing? This does not sound right. You want to introduce this thing to the residents of Bing City? Feng Yu asked with great difficulties. Yes. Is this thing really as effective as it claims? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. I think it should be effective. Feng Yu had not used it before, and how can he know if it was effective or not? But in the Japanese action movies, it looks useful. Kamita Masao had also said the same thing. Okay, I will call Chief Lee to introduce this to his junior and high schools. Wait. Feng Yu was going crazy. Zhang Ruiqiang wants to introduce this vibrator to junior and high schools. What was he thinking? He was sick of being the mayor and looking for a quick exit? What's wrong? Zhang Ruiqiang was confused. You want to introduce this thing to the schools? If we don't introduce this thing to the schools, where else should we introduce it to? Hospital. Zhang Ruiqiang asked Feng Yu back. Feng Yu thought in his heart. If this thing was introduced at the hospital, it might still be barely acceptable. But schools? Which genius gave Zhang Ruiqiang this idea? Did Zhang Ruiqiang also get a fortune teller to be his advisor like Chodu Company? Was Zhang Ruiqiang sick today? Although students were able to accept new things faster, this thing should not be introduced to them, especially the junior and high schools. How are they going to introduce this thing to the students? Get the teacher to demonstrate how to use it? Show it to the parents? Did everyone go crazy? Leader, are you okay? Feng Yu asked. Was old Zhang playing a prank on him? But Zhang Ruiqiang was not a humorous person. Even if he was, this joke was too much. Was old Zhang bewitched by someone, or was he under a curse? I am fine. What's wrong with you? Why are you behaving so weird today? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. I am weird. Who is the weird one between us? Am I weirder than you? Feng Yu suddenly thought of a possibility. Old Zhang might be hoodwinked by others and did not know what the use of this thing was. Leader, do you know the uses of this thing? Feng Yu asked. Of course. That businessman had demonstrated the uses to me once. Zhang Ruiqiang replied and switched on the love egg. He then picks up the vibrating love egg and place it under his eye. Feng Yu stared at him with his eyes opened wide. This was how you use a vibrator? This eye protection device is more comfortable than massaging the acupuncture points with my hands. If the students use this, they will be able to protect their eyes and prevent them from being short-sighted. What were those foreigners thinking to invent this thing? In the future, all of our students will have better visions. Zhang Ruiqiang said while rubbing the love egg around his eyes. Eye protection device. WTF? Which moron told you this thing is called an eye protection device? Feng Yu was hesitating whether to tell Zhang Ruiqiang the real uses of this thing. Will Zhang Ruiqiang commit suicide from being so shameful? Someone in his 40s, rubbing his face with a sex toy. Feng Yu suddenly thought if it was Kamita Masao that gets someone to sell this thing in Bing City. If it were really Kamita Masao behind this, then he would be in deep SHD. Feng Yu immediately snatched the love egg from Zhang Ruiqiang and kept it back into the box. Leader, please wait for a while. I will make a phone call. Remember, before I return, don't show this thing to anyone else. Zhang Ruiqiang saw Feng Yu's face changed. He looked at Feng Yu and the eye protection device. He immediately feels that something was wrong with this eye protection device. But what was wrong? Could Feng Yu had invented this thing, and someone had infringed his patent? This might be possible. Feng Yu placed lots of emphasis on his patents. If someone had infringed his patents, he would surely go after the other party. This brat, this is a good thing, and he did not introduce it to his hometown. I must give him a scolding when he returns. Feng Yu quickly ran down the stairs and entered a toilet. He made sure there was no one in the bathroom before he took out his phone to call Kamita Masao. Boss, you need me to do something? Kamita Masao was puzzled. Feng Yu usually would not call him and seldom ask about the company. A few days ago, during China's biggest festival, he had called Feng Yu to send his New Year wishes. How come Feng Yu called him again? Kamita, which cities of China did you send the Sixth Sense products to? Feng Yu asked. We only send to a few provincial cities along the coast, and Beijing and Tianjin. The furthest was Jinlin. What's wrong? Kamita Masao was confused. Could it be Feng Yu had thought of a way to enter the Chinese market fast? But Kamita Masao felt that he was more experienced in selling those products than Feng Yu. The Chinese were still not open-minded to accept their products. How was it possible for Feng Yu to open the Chinese market fast? You did not sell the products to Bing City? Feng Yu asked. Absolutely no. We did not export our products to the 3 provinces in the Northeast. Our company had set up our own distribution channels, and we did not look for distributors there. The Northeast region was more conservative than those along with the coastal areas. If we set up the distribution channels there, we will not be able to recover the cost. Then is it possible that some distributors bring our products to sell in Bing City? No. I had offered the distributors bonuses if they increase the market share. If they really sell it to Bing City, they would have told me to get the bonuses. What's wrong? Why are you asking about this? I am in Bing City now, and I saw someone selling love eggs. I am not sure if it is from our company. Nothing is written on the packaging. Then it must not be ours. If any distributors dare to change our company's packaging, they will have to pay substantial compensation. Kamita Masao replied confidently. Feng Yu was relieved. It was not the Sixth Sense Company's products. Okay, it's fine now. Feng Yu hangs up the phone. Kamita Masao realized what happened. Some sex toys had appeared in Bing City, and it was not their Sixth Sense Company's products? How can this be? The market share was snatched by someone else. It's time to look into the expansion of the Chinese market more aggressively. Even if there were no profits, they must control the market first. When Feng Yu returned to Zhang Ruiqiang's office, Zhang Ruiqiang asked, Is your company also manufacturing this product? Feng Yu got shocked. Even Fu Guangjing does not know that he owns the Sixth Sense Company. How did Zhang Ruiqiang know? Are you the one who invented this thing and got a patent registered? Now, someone had infringed your patent. Zhang Ruiqiang continued. I invented this thing? Damn, you are the one who invented this vibrator. Your whole family is the inventors of vibrators. Feng Yu picked up the box again to scrutinize it. Nothing was written on the box. Not even a word, picture, or even a black dot. It was just a plain white box. This thing is not invented by me. I had just made a phone call to check. You have been deceived by that person. Are you still able to contact the person who sold you this thing? What? I have been deceived. Zhang Ruiqiang was puzzled. Even if this thing was priced higher, but he still had not made any orders or paid anything. How can he be deceived? Leader, do you know the actual way to use this thing? Feng Yu asked. Isn't this an eye protection device? Are there other uses for this thing? Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu, who was trying to hold back his laughter. He immediately got a bad feeling. Feng Yu walked to the door and closes the room's door. Before closing, he told Secretary Liu to close the door of the main office. This matter must not be leaked, or else Zhang Ruiqiang would be disgraced. It might even affect Zhang Ruiqiang's promotions. Zhang Ruiqiang was groomed by Feng Yu to protect himself. From his performances, he should at least reach the rank of provincial ministerial level. If he were to be dragged down by this sex toy, all of Feng Yu's efforts would have gone down the drain. Feng Yu moved closer to Zhang Ruiqiang and said softly into his ears, The real name of this thing is called love egg or vibrator. It is used by women to please themselves. Damn, Why old Zhang has a confused look on his face. Was I still not direct enough? Seeing that Zhang Ruiqiang did not get what he said, Feng Yu continued. It is used to vibrate against the women's private parts, making them feel good. It is a sex toy used by couples in the bedroom. Zhang Ruiqiang's eyes became bigger and bigger. This was that sort of thing. He had still rubbed it on his face. FCK. That businessman was a con man. Zhang Ruiqiang wanted to get a gun and execute that con man on the spot. Zhang Ruiqiang finally understood why Feng Yu was speaking so weirdly earlier with a strange expression. If he really introduced this thing to the schools and others found out what it really was, his reputation will be gone. Are you joking with me? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. How can I joke with you about this? Feng Yu was pinching himself secretly with his hand behind his back. He was afraid that he would laugh out loud. Old Zhang had rubbed a vibrator on his face and was still enjoying the feeling. It was too funny. Zhang Ruiqiang tightens his grip on his fountain pen. Crack! He had broken his pen with one hand. Lu Tianyong. Come in now, Zhang Ruiqiang shouted. Secretary Lu immediately entered the room. Sir, are you looking for me? Ow! You are bleeding. Hurry and get it treated to prevent infection. Secretary Lu looked at Feng Yu. What did Manager Feng say to the leader that causes him to be so angry? That fountain pen was Zhang Ruiqiang's favorite pen, and he had used it for years. Get that Sun Feline, the one who is selling that eye protection device, here immediately. Also, call the Public Security Bureau Chief Zhao here. When Zhang Ruiqiang mentioned the eye protection device, he clenched his teeth hard. He really wants to tear that Sun Feline into pieces. Yes, sir. I will call them immediately, but your hand. Call them first. Zhang Ruiqiang roared. Secretary Lu was shocked and immediately ran out to make the phone calls. After Zhang Ruiqiang became the deputy mayor, Secretary Lu knew him and had never seen him so furious before. Why does he need Chief Zhao to be here? Could it be that Sun Feline commit some crimes? Cannot be. If Sun Feline had committed a crime, they could just call the police to arrest him. There was no need to call him over. Zhang Ruiqiang turned to Feng Yu. You are not allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. Damn, I had helped you today. If it weren't for me, you would have introduced a sex toy to the schools, and you will be finished. Why are you threatening me now? But everyone will lose his cool once in a while. I will forgive you this time. Don't worry. Even if I tell others, no one would believe me. How are you going to tell Chief Zhao about this matter? Feng Yu asked curiously and leans forward. He really wanted to know what Zhang Ruiqiang would say. It is none of your business. You can go now. Zhang Ruiqiang replied coldly. I am not busy today. Just treat me as if I am invisible. Feng Yu replied with an, I will just watch quietly by the side, expression. You are not busy, but I am. Zhang Ruiqiang shouts. Let's talk about something else. How about I donate some money to the city? Come, let's discuss what projects and the amount I should donate. I don't want your donations. Zhang Ruiqiang was furious. What donation? Feng Yu was just finding excuses to remain in his office, waiting to watch the show. Feng Yu was dragged out of Zhang Ruiqiang's office by Secretary Lu under Zhang Ruiqiang's orders. Feng Yu was sulking as he walked back to his car. Manager Feng, where are you going now? Lu Jichuan asked. We will not go anywhere. Just stay here to enjoy the show. You chase me out, and you think I will give up? Encountering such an entertaining incident was rare. There was no way I will give up. Will old Zhang beat up that conman later? Can he win against that conman? I think I should go back there to help him later. After Feng Yu left the office, Zhang Ruiqiang vents his anger by smashing up things. Teacups, pen holders, ashtrays, newspapers, magazines, lighters, etc. were thrown across his office. Zhang Ruiqiang had worked for more than 20 years and was in his 40s. He had never been so disgraced in his entire life. What made things worse was Feng Yu knew about this, and that busybody look on his face. But if Feng Yu had not come by his office today and he asked him about this vibrator casually, he would be the laughing stock of the whole province. Maybe the whole nation will be talking about him. A sub-provincial, ministerial, level official introduces sex toys to the schools. This matter will stick to him forever. Even after he died, this joke will still be passed on for generations. If a businessman tried to sell his products at a premium price, Zhang Ruiqiang could still accept it. But to call a vibrator an eye protection device was too much. If the parents of the students know about it, he would be cursed and spit upon. Secretary Lu saw Feng Yu leaving and immediately hurried back into the room. The leader's office looks like it was just broken in. Zhang Ruiqiang was very furious. Secretary Lu did not dare to say a word or ask anything. He quietly picks up the things on the floor. He put the documents aside and swept the broken pieces of the teacups, ashtrays, etc. Secretary Lu did not dare to bring all the trash out like this. This must not be seen by others. He threw everything into a black trash bag and bring it to the toilet's trash bin. He returned back to the office and mopped the floor. He also brought a new ashtray and placed it on Zhang Ruiqiang's desk. While Secretary Lu was doing all these, Zhang Ruiqiang was looking out of his window. He looks like he was waiting for someone. But Zhang Ruiqiang was not waiting for anyone. He was staring at a car parked in the compound. Feng Yu had not left yet and was waiting in his car to watch this entertaining show. Leader, you are supposed to be at the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of the State Council, SASAC, in 10 minutes. Are you still going? Secretary Lu asked. Cancel all my appointments today. Secretary Lu replaced a new teacup, exactly the same as the old one, and helped to pour a cup of tea. He went out to call the SASAC to inform them that the mayor was not able to meet them today. He also canceled all the other appointments. Secretary Lu still does not know why Zhang Ruiqiang was so angry. He thought it was because of Feng Yu. But now, Feng Yu does not seem to be the reason. Why did Zhang Ruiqiang had called for Sun Falin and Chief Zhao? Both of them had no dealings with each other. One was a businessman, and the other was a police officer. What's the reason for calling them to the office? Chief Zhao arrived after a while and saw Secretary Lu. He smiled and greeted him. But he noticed that Secretary Lu's expression was not right. Could it be the mayor was not pleased with the police department? Chief Lu, do you know why the mayor called for me? Chief Zhao asked Secretary Lu. Secretary Lu's rank was a deputy division chief. Secretary Lu shook his head. I also don't know the reason. But the mayor is in a bad mood today. Chief Zhao nodded his head gratefully. With Secretary Lu's warning, he had to watch what he says when meeting the leader. If he was not careful, he might get into trouble. This was why it was essential to have close relationships with the leader's secretary. Sir, Chief Zhao is here. Secretary Lu knocked on the door and informed Zhang Ruiqiang. Let him in and help him brew a cup of tea. Chief Zhao was relieved to hear what Zhang Ruiqiang said. Zhang Ruiqiang had asked his secretary to give him a cup of tea, means he was not going to scold Chief Zhao. Zhang Ruiqiang should be asking him about something. Mayor, you want to see me? Old Zhao, what is the heaviest punishment for conmen? Zhang Ruiqiang saw Chief Zhao entering his office and asked. Chief Zhao was also the deputy secretary of the Central Political and Legal Affairs Commission and knew the penalties of the law at the back of his head. Conmen, was the mayor conned by someone? Which conman have the guts to con the mayor? If it was a serious fraud case, the penalty will be at least 10 years imprisonment to life imprisonment. The lightest punishment for fraud is 3 years imprisonment and also fines. Chief Zhao replied. The highest penalty was only life imprisonment? The con man should get death sentence. There will be a con man coming over later. He tried to con the city government. You will look at him and see how heavy his sentence will be. Zhang Ruiqiang said. Chief Zhao can confirm that the mayor called him to his office was to teach someone a lesson. This was not a bad thing. Instead, this was a good thing. Most of the city police chiefs were able to move up the ranks. They could become the Central Political and Legal Affairs Commission secretaries and join the Communist Party of China. The rank will be bureau director level. Chief Zhao was currently a deputy secretary of the Central Political and Legal Affairs Commission, and his rank was only a deputy bureau director level. If the mayor was satisfied with his performance, the mayor could put in a few good words and help him promote faster. This con man must be punished severely regardless of the seriousness of the fraud. The punishment must be severe enough to please the mayor. Sun Falin was from Fujian. He had visited Taiwan and saw some sex toys there. He felt that there should be a market for this sex toy in China. So, he set up a factory to manufacture sex toys back in China. But when his first product, Love Egg, was produced, he discovered the sex toy MNC, Sixth Sense, had entered the Chinese market. No one was interested in Sun Falin's vibrators even after he lowered the selling price. He does not have the capital to set up a retail stall. So, Sun Falin decided to go to the inland provinces to sell his products. But the inland people were more conservative and does not even know what a vibrator was. There was once when he was introducing his products to one person. That person asked if his product was an eye protection device and used for massaging the area around the eyes. Sun Fulin immediately decided to sell his vibrators as eye protection devices. He targets the provinces near the borders, and the first place he chose was Bing City. Sun Fulin forged an overseas document which claims that this product was invented by a scientist overseas and was used to protect the user's vision. He was the distributor in China. Everything was proceeding smoothly for him, and he even manages to meet the mayor of the city. The mayor was interested after seeing his product. Sun Fulin knew that Bing City government had sufficient funds for education and the government could provide some subsidy for the students if they want to purchase this eye protection device. The population of Bing City was about 10 million. The students in the city amounted to more than 100,000. Sun Fulin was going to be rich. Even if he earns 10 renminbi from a student, his profits will be more than 1 million. The mayor's secretary had called him over to meet the mayor today. Could it be that the mayor had agreed to his price and won an order? Mayor Zhang, I am here. Have the city government decided to buy my products? Sun Fulin laughed and asked as he entered the office. Sun Fulin, you mother. You call this thing an eye protection device. Sun Fulin had just stepped into the office, and a box hit him on his face. He was stunned. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Sun Fulin and could feel his blood boiling again. He had calmed down, but when he saw Sun Fulin, his temper rise again. Sun Fulin, who was smiling when he enters the room, was stunned. Mayor Zhang had called him to his office was not to sign the procurement contract. Could it be that he found out what the product was used for? Impossible. Many people who lived in the coastal cities had not seen this thing. How could people from this rural Bing city know about it? That's the eye protection device. What's wrong? Sun Fulin asked. Zhang Ruiqiang narrowed his eyes. You still do not want to admit? Do you think I am easily fooled, or you think everyone in Bing City is fooled? You really think I have never traveled overseas, and I will not know what this thing is? Sun Fulin, if you admit what you had done just now, I might still give you a chance to repent. But now, be prepared to spend years in prison. Zhang Ruiqiang shouted. Chief Zhao was shocked. What did the mayor just say to that businessman? Although Chief Zhao does not know what happened, he knows that this person was the con man Zhang Ruiqiang was talking about, and he wants this person to be jailed. You are Sun Fulin? I am from the city police department. You are suspected to be involved in a fraud. I need you to come with me. Chief Zhao stood up and said. He does not need to know what happened. Once inside the station, he will have ways to find out. Also, once Sun Fulin enters the police station, all his past deeds will be dug out. He will be in trouble no matter what. If Chief Zhao questioned Sun Fulin now and found that the mayor was also involved, he would not know what to do. From the mayor's reactions, he seems to be conned by this businessman. These con men were stubborn and will scream and shout to resist arrest. If this matter were leaked out, the mayor would lose face and might be angry with Chief Zhao. His promotion will be gone and might even be replaced. Sun Fulin realized that there was a policeman in Zhang Ruiqiang's office. For a police officer to enter the mayor's office, the ranks should at least be a deputy chief. He might even be the chief. Mayor Zhang had called the police chief to wait for him in the office. That means the mayor knows what this product was. Sun Fulin could feel his legs turning soft. He immediately thought of an excuse that could let him escape scot-free. If he admitted committing fraud, he would surely be jailed. Mayor Zhang, officer, what are you all talking about? Even if you do not want to buy my products, you should not say, I am committing fraud. What did I cheat you? First, I did not have any meals with you. Secondly, I have never collected a single cent from you all. Even my lodging and transportation are my own expense. How can you claim I am committing fraud? Sun Fulin argued. Chief Zhao looked at Zhang Ruiqiang. No monetary exchange? Then I will be hard to charge him. Even if he had collected 1 renminbi, it could also be considered the deposit. But now, not a single cent was exchanged, and at most this was considered an attempt to commit fraud. No, since the mayor had called Chief Zhang here, this matter must be settled. The penalties for an attempt to commit fraud was only fine and in custody for a few days. The punishment should not be enough to please the mayor. You think you had not eaten a meal, and it is not considered fraud? I only need to prove that you had gained some benefits in exchange, and it is a fraud. Chief Zhao raised his voice. He does not believe that this person had never done anything bad in his life. Once in the station, he will dig out everything from Sun Fulin. Even if he had stolen an eraser in school, he would also be charged. Zhang Ruiqiang frowned. That's right. The contract was not signed yet. They had only spoken verbally. Can this be considered fraud? But his anger could not be appeased if this guy was not thrown into prison. This Sun Feline was too wicked. He made use of others' ignorance to make money. He should be punished severely. If this were the old times, he would sure be flogged to death. Old Zhao, bring this man back. This is the evidence. Zhang Ruiqiang passed the box with the vibrator inside to Chief Zhao. Chief Zhao did not open the box. He held the box in one hand and grabbed Sun Feline with his other hand and walked out of the office. Everyone who walked past were surprised. What happened? How come the police chief arrests someone in the mayor's office? Wasn't this person the businessman who was invited over by the mayor? Feng Yu had been waiting outside. Although his car had air condition, it was still uncomfortable. When Chief Zhao walks out of the building dragging a person with him, his driver immediately runs forward to handcuff that person. Feng Yu also alighted from his car and walks to Chief Zhao. Chief Zhao, it's been a while since we met. Is this the con man the mayor was talking about? Chief Zhao was surprised. Manager Feng also knows about this. But when he thought about the relationship between Feng Yu and the mayor, it was normal for him to know about this. Maybe he could gather more information about this case from Feng Yu. That's right. The mayor had called me over to bring this person back for questioning. The mayor says this person was committing fraud. Manager Feng, do you know how did this person con others? Feng Yu almost burst out laughing. He thought for a while. It should be better for him to tell Chief Zhao than Zhang Ruiqiang. While Feng Yu was waiting in his car, he could also see Zhang Ruiqiang standing by the windows. The reason Zhang Ruiqiang allowed him to remain there and did not chase him out might be he wants Feng Yu to tell Chief Zhao about the details of this case. So, Feng Yu whispered into Chief Zhao's ears and explained the whole incident. Chief Zhao's face changed. This moron dared to use a vibrator to con the mayor and had almost succeeded. No wonder the mayor was so furious. Manager Feng, thank you for telling me this. This Sun Feline wants to make our Bing City the laughingstock of the whole nation. I will make sure to find the evidence and throw him into jail. If the mayor was conned by this Sun Feline, not only the mayor will be disgraced. Bing City and all the city government officials, especially the education and police department, will be the laughingstock of the whole nation. After Chief Zhao left, Feng Yu slowly makes his way back to Zhang Ruiqiang's office. I had told Chief Zhao about the whole incident. He should be able to handle it well. Zhang Ruiqiang glanced at Feng Yu and did not say anything. It was better for Feng Yu to tell Chief Zhao about this incident than him. Why are you here again? Do you think I will ask you to stay for dinner? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. Shouldn't you be treating me dinner? I had helped you this time. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Appreciation? What are you targeting this time? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I that type of person? If I am interested in something in the city, will I not pay? I only want to ask you a question. Did you hit him just now? If it were me, I would surely beat him up. Why are you pushing me? We are just talking. Brother Lu, stop dragging me. I am discussing something important with the mayor. Zhang Ruiqiang shouted furiously. Get out of here, or your supermarket will not be allowed to be opened in Bing City. If you open the supermarket market elsewhere, we will copy you. Brother Lu, did you hear what your leader said? He wants to copy us and still dare to say it righteously. What sort of person is he? Feng Yu was shouting. Manager Feng, the door is not closed. There are people around. Please come back another day. The mayor is busy today. Secretary Lu dragged Feng Yu out of the office and looked at him walking out of the building. He wiped the sweat on his forehead. After working for the mayor for so long, today was the most tiring day. Sun Feline was brought back by Chief Zhao for questioning. After one night of interrogations, he broke down and admitted he was trying to commit fraud. But he insists that he had not succeeded and his charges should be an attempt to commit fraud. The heaviest punishment should be hefty fines. Although it was only fined if Sun Feline was released, will the mayor be happy with this outcome? Chief Zhao was also furious. This Sun Feline had almost got him into trouble. Even if the mayor had no say anything, he will also not let him off easily. After some investigations, Chief Zhao found out that this Sun Feline was penniless. He still owes money for his lodging in Bing City. Sun Feline had also signed a contract with a printing company to print the packaging for the vibrators. The packaging will be printed with the words "Eye Protection Device." The amount of money involved in this contract was huge. Because the deposit was paid, it could be considered as evidence. Also, Sun Feline had owed the suppliers and did not pay his bank loans. Everything about him was dug out. Although all the charges do not amount to life imprisonment, he should be staying behind bars for at least 10 years. This wicked businessman had to pay a heavy price for his crimes. Bing City Pharmaceutical had been developing well. Just the few health supplement medicines had made lots of profits. Orders for these products were coming in nonstop. The company does not even need to send their salespeople out to get business. The flu, gastric, anti-inflammation, etc. medications were also selling well. Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise should be China's best-performing pharmaceutical company. If not, it should be at least the second best-performing company. The growth and profits should be the country's first. The top management of the company was happy with its results. Their medicines were marketed as safe medications, and those world champions' endorsements had achieved excellent results. Fengyu did not let them increase the prices of their medicines. If not, they would increase the rates by at least 10%. Fengyu felt that these medications could also be produced by other pharmaceutical companies. The effects of the drugs were more or less the same. They should not increase the prices because of profits. Of course, if Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise were famous overseas like they were in China, it would be different. Fengyu does not mind increasing their selling price overseas to earn money. In China, Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise's profits were already higher than most other pharmaceutical companies. Although Bing City Pharmaceutical's zinc gluconate and other health supplement medicines were exported to other countries and had achieved high profits, but compared to those pharmaceutical MNCs, they were still far behind. In the future, will there be any medicine from China that becomes famous in other countries? Yes. It is a type of drug called Yunnan Baiyao. The company still had a scandal of the state-owned enterprise illegally breaking a contract and was sued by a private company. This medicine was widely used by athletes, and many households will keep a bottle in their first aid kit at home. This medicine can stop bleeding and relieve pain. Children will bound to have knocks and falls. The formula of this Yunnan Baiyao was a national secret. Just this alone had increased the values of this medicine. But currently, the company still had not invented the aerosol spray medicine. The drug only comes in powder and capsule forms. This limited their growth significantly. Last year, Fengyu had told his staff at Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise to contact Yunnan Baiyao Factory. He wants to buy the formula of the medicine. But Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise was privatized and was not a state-owned enterprise. The factory does not want to sell. In Fengyu's past life, Xinhua Company had also tried to buy the formula and had more than 2 billion renminbi locked up in their attempt for more than a year. Their losses were significant. But in Fengyu's previous life, Yunnan Baiyao wanted to export their medicine to the U.S. and had to print their ingredients on the label because of the regulations in the U.S. The secret formula of China's Yunnan Baiyao was printed on the packaging of those products that were exported to the U.S. Fengyu had a friend who bought this Yunnan Baiyao from the U.S. in his previous life. His friend left this medicine in Fengyu's home, and Fengyu had read the labels a few times when he was bored. Boya Clarkian 85 mg, Galong 30 mg, Cranebill 36 mg, Tianchi 200 mg, Campanatum 57.5 mg, Chinese Yam 66.5 mg. Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprises had a Chinese traditional medication factory. Fengyu told them about this formula and said that he bought it from an old Chinese traditional physician for 1 million renminbi. He asked his factory to research and try to develop this medicine. After testing the formula, it was found to be effective. But further research shows that Fengyu's formula was slightly different from Yunnan Baiyao. That means Yunnan Baiyao had either hid their method from the US or Fengyu had misremembered. Fengyu remembered that in his past life, there was a saying on the internet that Yunnan Baiyao had components of kudzu and ginseng. Fengyu told the Chinese traditional medication factory to research and experiment on this formula. He also asked them to research on an aerosol spray to combine it with the medicine. He wants to develop a type of medical aerosol spray which will disinfect, heal, and not hurt the skin. This was the top priority set by Fengyu. If Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise could develop the Yunnan Baiyao medical spray from his past life, then it will be their top product and significantly raise the company's brand image. As for the antibiotics and anti-inflammation medicines produced by the factory will remain. The profits from these medicines might not be a lot, but it was still selling well. The sales of those health supplement medications will also drop when other pharmaceutical companies introduced cheaper and similar products. Although there was no way for Fengyu to increase Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise's reputation overseas, but the book was the bestseller. Fengyu also did not expect that book to be so popular. It must be related to the experts who wrote the paper. No matter it was in China or overseas, people will trust those specialists and experts. Furthermore, the book was not selling at a high price. The book claimed to contain the essence of China's few thousand years of traditional medicine and was recommended by experts all over the world. How can the contents of the book be wrong? Other than those countries that were in poverty or war, which countries people do not care about their health? The book had sold over 10 million copies worldwide, and just in China, it had sold over 3 million copies. Fengyu could earn about 3 renminbi for every copy of this book sold. That means the past 6 months after the book was published, Fengyu had made more than 30 million renminbi. After the number of copies sold had reached 10 million, Fengyu used soft advertising in the newspapers all over the world again to try to boost the sales further. Even if the number of copies sold could not break Guinness World Records, but as long as the concept of suboptimal health exists, people will continue to buy this book. New editions will also be published every year. In the future, it might even hit 100 million copies. With this book and the recommendations of experts from other countries, Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise health supplement medication sales had increased. This time, Fengyu discovered another opportunity to make money. The most popular pharmaceutical brand in China currently was Bing City Pharmaceutical. The second was the Band-Aid, and the third was Janssen. The second and third brands were joint ventured. They were all owned by a U.S. pharmaceutical giant. This pharmaceutical giant was Johnson & Johnson. Johnson & Johnson were one of the top 5 pharmaceutical companies in the world, and it had the most extensive variety of products. A lot of their businesses was into health and medical care products manufacturing. Janssen had patents, and Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise could not imitate its products. But Band-Aid was different. It was just an adhesive bandage or medical plaster. The technology involved was very simple. In Fengyu's previous life, the newspapers had reported the purpose of Band-Aids were to stop bleeding and prevent infection. It does not help to heal the wounds. It might even slow the healing process of the wound, unless it was the special Band-Aids produced by Yunnan Bio. But it was very costly, and going to the hospital to clean up the wounds was cheaper. This was why the Band-Aid had the biggest market share of the medical plaster market. Fengyu had not seen other competitors. Maybe there were competitors, but no one was willing to buy their products. The people in the current era tend to believe that popular products were better. Band-Aid was the most famous medical plaster, and some of the people do not even know the product was called medical plaster. They called that product Band-Aid. Although there was nothing wrong with it, Fengyu felt that medical products should be known by its name and not a brand of a company. He does not want to let Johnson & Johnson earn all the money. Why can't this medical plaster be Bing City's Pharmaceutical Enterprise's popular product? From Fengyu's view, Band-Aid was only a type of medical plaster, and it was the old-fashioned design where there was a small non-adhesive absorbent pad in the center. It was not waterproof and had airtight. The funniest part was that many consumers thought that Band-Aid was the original product and other medical plasters were imitation goods. Even when the effects of the products were the same and other brands were cheaper, but consumers will not buy other brands. Fengyu could let Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise produce medical plasters which were waterproof and breathable. The medical plasters could still be printed with cartoon designs. With the reputation of Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise, Fengyu was not worried that consumers will think that his medical plasters were imitations. Also, the cost of medical plasters was very low. In the current era, the cost was not more than 10 cents RMB, but the retail price could reach 1 renminbi. The profits were huge. Although the distributors and retailers will get a cut, Fengyu was confident that the wholesale price of Band-Aid was more than 40 cents per piece. That was at least 3 times the cost. Band-Aids had brought enormous profits to Johnson & Johnson. Just China alone, Band-Aid controls more than 98% of the market share. This was a simple business, but others could not enter. It was mainly because of the branding. But Bing City Pharmaceutical have no issue with their branding. Fengyu does not have high requirements. He set his goal to be 30% of the market share this year. He will advertise on the media, and with his sales distribution channels, it should not be a problem to overtake Band-Aid and becomes China's top medical plaster brand. Thus, Feng Yu told the general manager of Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise to develop their own medical plaster. Their plasters must not be the same as Band-Aids. Band-Aid was brown in color. This color was chosen to make it not too noticeable when used on the skin. So, Feng Yu decided to be the opposite of Band-Aid. His plasters must be as colorful as possible. The ones who used plasters the most were children. Most adults do not mind small cuts or wounds, and it was the children that fall or injured themselves more often. They were young, and people will notice their plasters no matter what color it was. Feng Yu's plaster must be colorful, and they can even print cartoon characters on it. Regardless of children and young girls, they will like it. Also, medical plaster must be waterproof. This way, people will not be afraid of getting their wounds wet, and if the weather is warm, their sweat will not come into contact with their wounds. Also, these breathable plasters are more suitable for athletes. When Feng Yu told the leaders at Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise about his ideas, all of them felt he was a genius. This medical plaster market was vast, and if they succeed, it will bring in at least 10 million renminbi profits annually. The cost of production was also very low. Even if they fail, their losses will not be a lot. But if they succeed, their profits will be massive. Low risk, high profits. There was no reason why they should not produce medical plasters. Of course, to compete with Band-Aid for the market share, they must educate the consumers that this product was called plasters and not Band-Aid. Band-Aid was only the brand name. This will lower Band-Aid's brand influences. Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise's medical plaster brand must be easily remembered by the consumers and must demonstrate the differences from Band-Aid. But after many rounds of brainstorming, no one was satisfied with the suggestions. Feng Yu wanted to name the plaster as Huatu brand, but the leaders told him that this name will not be approved. Taihua brand. Feng Yu felt it does not sound nice. He had lots of products under the Taihua brand, and it will not be suitable to use Taihua on medical products. It will not elevate the brand status and might even cause the brand reputation to fall. As for wind and rain, Awa was not possible. These were electric appliances brand, and if they were to use these brands on medical products, it might bring down the reputation of Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise. In the end, no one could think of a suitable brand name. Wu Jigang suggests that they might as well use Bing City Pharmacy and name it as Bing City Pharmacy Medical Plaster. They do not need to register this brand name if they use this name. Also, it will not be good to have many brand names under Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise. All the top management staffs felt this was a good suggestion and agreed to it. The designs of the plasters were handed over to Lou Michael and his team. That was also Feng Yu's company. The cartoon characters will use Journey to the West's Monkey King. Everyone felt that Monkey King as the main character should be enough. Who would want to stick a Pigsy plaster on themselves? Sha Wujing or Sandy, and Tripitaka will not be suitable too. But Feng Yu told Lou Michael and his team to design Pigsy as a cute character. His ears could be designed as his wings. A piglet with wings. Sandy can also be designed as a fierce character and Tripitaka can be designed as a kind and benevolent look. The White Dragon can be designed as a handsome man. He was the third son of the Dragon King, and princes should be handsome in fairy tales. There can also be other characters like Bull Demon King, Red Boy, and Guanyin from the story. All the characters in the story must be included. The characters could be handsome, pretty, cute, or fierce-looking. It must be designed to be loved by children and adults. Feng Yu believed that with this series of plaster, children will want to stick the plasters even they do not have wounds or cuts. It will just be like stickers. This cartoon waterproof medical plasters will be Feng Yu's weapon to compete with Band-Aid. Lunar New Year was just over, and everyone was still in their holiday mood. People returned to work, and the first thing they did was to read the papers. Anyway, most people do not have lots to do after the holidays. How come there is a full-page advertisement? What is this product? Medical plaster? What is a medical plaster? The advertisement stated that it was a bandage that could be stick onto a small wound easily. The readers looked at the pictures and realized that it was Band-Aid, which had advertised on TV a few years back. But the advertisement states that Bing City Pharmaceuticals plasters were more effective. It was waterproof and breathable. It even has cartoon prints on it. Most importantly, it was recommended by the General Administration of Sport. Feng Yu quickly got the General Administration of Sport to recommend his products. He only sponsored them his medical plasters and also donated 1 million renminbi to them. In return, He was granted permission to print the words "recommended by the General Administration of Sport" on the packaging and mentioned it in the commercials. In the evenings, people saw the plasters commercial on CCTV too. A child was playing at home and accidentally fell and knocked his head. There was a small cut on his head, and the child sat there crying. His mother took out plaster and stick it on the child's head. The child says sticking a plaster on the head was ugly, but the mother told him that he looks good with the plaster. The child looked at himself in the mirror. The plaster was beautiful. It had a Monkey King printed on it. The child laughed, and his mother smiled. Then a doctor in his white gown appeared on the screen. There were some words below introducing him as Bing City Medical University Professor Zhou Iron. He said that when children have open wounds, it would be best to cover it up with plaster as soon as possible. It will stop the bleeding and prevent infections. The camera zoomed out and changed to a close-up of the plasters. There were different Journey to the West characters' designs on the plasters. There was a voiceover, Bing City Pharmacy Waterproof Medical Plasters. Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise. Safe medicine. Recommended by the General Administration of Sport. This commercial had attracted the attention of children and their parents. Waterproof? That means the wounds will not get wet. This plaster was produced by Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise. It should be a quality product. Furthermore, the athletes from the General Administration of Sport uses it. The children were attracted to the cartoon characters on the plasters. Those pictures on the plasters were beautiful. The plasters looked nicer than Band-Aids. Not only the newspapers and TV were advertising. Even the radios were talking about this plaster. It recommended the features of the product to their listeners and compared them to the traditional plasters. The radio broadcasters did not say what the traditional plasters were, but the listeners knew that it was talking about Band-Aids. This Bing City Pharmacy plasters were better than Band-Aids? When Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise advertised on CCTV, newspapers, and radio, Band-Aid Company was aware of it. In the past, there were also other companies who tried to sell plasters, but they could not compete with Band-Aid. But after Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise's plaster entered the market, they noticed that the plasters could be found in all pharmacies. Band-Aid could feel the threat. Band-Aid Company immediately had a meeting to try to counter Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise. They cannot wait until their market share was snatched away, and then they react. It will be too late. It is only waterproof plaster. We can also manufacture it. We will also introduce a waterproof Band-Aid. The consumers will still choose us. Band-Aid Deputy General Manager, a foreigner, said. Band-Aid was the inventor of this plaster. How could they not have waterproof and breathable plasters? They only felt that it was unnecessary to introduce it in China because the cost was higher for waterproof plaster. They had already monopolized the market with the regular plasters. There was no need to introduce better products. But now, Band-Aid had a strong competitor. It was the widely popular Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise. It was advertising aggressively and was a threat to them. The higher-ups of Band-Aid was not very worried. Whatever Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise could produce, they could also do the same. Almost everyone in China knew about Band-Aid, and medical plaster was still a new term. The consumers should not be able to accept it easily. After Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise introduces its waterproof and breathable plasters, Band-Aid immediately introduces similar products. As one of the top plaster companies in the world, they could not afford to lose the Chinese market. Furthermore, Band-Aid had entered the Chinese market for almost 3 years. The brand, Band-Aid, was already accepted by the Chinese, and with the brand awareness in China, they were confident that they would be able to win Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise. Feng Yu received a call from Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise's general manager telling him that Band-Aid had also introduced a waterproof and breathable plaster. Although Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise was supplying the plasters to most pharmacies, their sales were not very good. Feng Yu told him to remain calm. Waterproof and breathable were only one of the features. The real selling point of their plasters were still cartoon prints. It was tough for Band-Aid to imitate that. Feng Yu rubbed his chin. If the plasters were only sold in the pharmacies, children would not be able to buy it. Their parents will also not go to the pharmacies often. The best place to sell his plasters should be those small stores. Feng Yu remembered that in his past life, those small stores were also selling plasters. Plasters were the same as bandages. The small stores were allowed to sell them, and some stores even had promotions on the plasters. Then why can't Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise's plasters could not be sold in these small stores? It can use the same strategy as Lihaha. It can be sold at the small stores near to the schools and capture the small children segment fast. Feng Yu told the general manager of Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise about this strategy. General manager hesitated. Those small stores were selling household items and food. How can they sell these medical products? The general manager had seen Lihaha drinks being sold at the small stores nearby the schools. But Lihaha was selling drinks, and they were selling medical plasters. How can it be the same? But when the general manager thought about Feng Yu's miraculous way of selling the medical health supplement products, he chose to believe him. Feng Yu was like the god of sales and marketing to the general manager. Also, Feng Yu was one of the directors of the company, and he will not do anything to hurt the company. Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise currently had lots of salespeople who were the former state-owned employees. Some of them were good at talking and had achieved excellent results. Some could not stand making sales and resigned. The city government reassigned them new jobs. Those remained were good at sales. Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise's general manager was confident that they could persuade people to know that Band-Aid was only a brand of plaster and not the only plaster brand in the market. Feng Yu had mentioned that once they had changed the mindset of the people, Band-Aid Company will not be able to monopolize the market anymore. It will only a matter of time when they were overtaken. When Feng Yu said that Bing City Pharmaceutical Company will be China's top pharmaceutical company in China, no one believed him. But now, Bing City Pharmaceutical Company's sales and profits had risen from 30th position to the 2nd position. It was only slightly behind Shanghai Pharmaceutical Company. This year, they should be able to overtake and clinch the top place. Shanghai Pharmaceutical Company was also one of the shareholders of Band-Aid. If Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise could beat Band-Aid, then it will surely be China's #1. Feng Yu had also said that the total sales volume of these plasters could reach over 100 million pieces annually. If Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise could capture 30% of the market share, and there was a profit of 30 cents per piece, the profits will be almost 10 million renminbi. For this 10 million renminbi, we will fight to our death with Band-Aid. Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise had organized promotions near the schools in many areas, and Band-Aid Company's management was laughing their asses off. What do you think you were selling? Stationery? Toys? Food? These were plasters. No one in their right mind would do promotions for plasters. The promotional price of the regular waterproof and breathable plasters was cheap and selling for 80 cents per piece and 5 in a pack. The cartoon prints plasters were slightly more expensive, and the promotional price was 1 renminbi and 20 cents per piece, and it was also sold bundles of 5. When Band-Aid's management knew that Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise's promotions were a success, they laughed harder. How much money can these plasters make? The most expensive was only 1 renminbi and 20 cents. How many must it sell to cover the cost of wages and transportation? These promotions were making losses for the company. Who would buy medical products along the streets? Who would purchase medical plasters from the roads? Those people that need these stuff will go to the hospitals, clinics, and pharmacies. Even if the promotions attracted lots of customers, Band-Aid was also not worried. They had never heard of anyone doing sales promotions for medical products along the streets and will still sell well. Band-Aid still does not know that Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise staffs had tabulated the total sales for their promotions. In the past 3 days, the roadside promotions had attracted a large crowd and had successfully introduced Bing City Pharmacy plasters to them. The most popular plasters were the cartoon prints plasters. Many children pestered their parents to buy those printed plasters for them. When children were at schools, they often play roughly with their friends and will usually get cuts or bruises. Getting some plasters on standby at home will be good. This was the advertising message by Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise. Although the cartoon print plasters were more expensive than the normal ones, it was still within the acceptable range of the parents. Most importantly, their children will not think that plasters were ugly and do not want to put it on. Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise had sold more than 1 million pieces over the past 3 days. Although the salaries for the staffs were not cheap, the profits from the plasters were enough to cover all the cost. Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise had not made any profits from the promotions, but it did not suffer any losses either. They were able to introduce their products to the consumers and let them remember their brand. In the future, when families were to buy plasters, they will not only remember Band-Aid. Some of the families will also consider buying Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise plasters. During this period, Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprises employees had contacted some distributors. They were the distributors who supply goods to the small stores. When the distributors met the salespeople from Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise, they were shocked. We are the distributors supplying goods for those small stores. Why is a pharmaceutical company looking for us? Shouldn't you be contacting those pharmaceutical sales companies? But when they know that Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise wants to sell their plasters in the small stores, all the distributors were excited. The small stores were allowed to sell plasters? They were allowed to distribute these plasters? All the distributors did not receive any information whether they were allowed to sell this product in the small stores. But there was also no written rule that they were not allowed to sell. Most of the people knew that plasters were not medicines. It is a small bandage used in emergencies. Since the plasters were used for emergencies, then it should be sold at the most popular retail stores. There were not many pharmacies in China during this era, unlike the future years, where there was a pharmacy at every corner. When people want to buy plasters, they had to go to the hospital, clinics, or pharmacies. Some villages, people had to travel to the town hospital. Not every village had a clinic, but every village will have a small store. It would be convenient for people to buy this product if it was sold in the stores. Since this was considered a loophole in the regulations, these distributors will not miss this opportunity to earn money. But the distributors had to sign an exclusive contract with Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise. They do not mind signing this contract as the company had allowed them to return all the goods if the higher-ups forbid them the small stores from selling plasters. If the distributors were fined, the company would help them to pay the fines. All these were stated in the contract clearly. The distributors immediately agree and sign the contracts. According to the agreement, all their retailers must put up a promotional poster at their stores. Feng Yu was also not idling during this period. He was going through his contacts. He wanted to get a large order for his plasters. General Gan, I am Feng Yu from Bing City Machinery Company. Are you free today? I need to discuss something with you. Feng Yu called General Gan. He was the person in charge of procurement in the army. He should have some say for the purchase in medically related supplies. Oh, it's Manager Feng? Are you thinking of treating me to dinner? General Gan joked. Dinner is not a big deal, but what I wanted to discuss with you is very important. Are you fine with Quanjude? I will reserve a table this evening, and we can talk during dinner. Fine, I will go over after work. General Gan was looking forward to Quanjude. The army officers in this era were not earning a lot. Although the military had been spending a lot on weapons, with the chief architect around, who dares to receive kickbacks. Even though he was a general, he could not get reimbursement if he dines at Quanjude. What did you say? You want our army to use your Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise products exclusively. General Gan felt this meal was not simple. That's right. Our Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprises medicines are comprehensive and are reputable. It is also cheap and effective. We have lots of experts working with us, and we are also working with overseas pharmaceutical companies. We are currently one of the top pharmaceutical companies in China. If the military works with us, you will be able to get the medicines at a cheaper rate. This will save money for the military. General Gan shook his head. Manager Feng, let's stop the discussion now. I can't help you with this. If you are talking about Songjiang Motors vehicles, we have plans for procurement next year, and I can promise you that we will order from you. But you are an automobile manufacturer. Why are you investing in pharmaceutical companies? Feng Yu was disappointed. It seems that General Gan was not able to help him. But he will not give up. Then what about other products or one particular product? Plaster? Currently, in the market, only Band-Aid and Bing City Pharmacy brands are the better ones. The military should not feel comfortable if they were to order from the other small factories, right? Also, Band-Aid is a joint ventured product. It would be better to let our fellow Chinese to earn this money rather than those foreigners. If you can allow us to advertise we are the sole provider of plaster to the Chinese army, I don't mind supplying the plaster for free. Feng Yu said, you wish. Don't mention the vehicles. You still want the army to advertise for your plasters? No way. But it's still possible for us to use your plasters on the condition that your plasters must be cheap. Waterproof and breathable plaster costs 30 cents per piece, and it is 5 to a pack. The wholesale price is 1 renminbi and 50 cents, and the retail price is 4 renminbi and 80 cents. We are not getting any profits if we are selling at this price. No profits? Then why are you still selling? General Gan does not believe that there were no profits. We are selling so cheap because you are the army. This is also considered supporting the Chinese army. This is considered a good thing for you all. Feng Yu said. Although the waterproof and breathable plaster had a higher cost, if it was produced on a large scale, the cost could be lowered to less than 20 cents. The company could still get some profits if they sell to the military. Fine. I will ask for you. If your Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprises plasters are cheaper and effective, then it should not be a problem. Thank you. Let's have a toast. Feng Yu raised his half-filled glass of beer and knocked General Gan's full mug. He drowned his beer. Feng Yu had toasted General Gan 4 times with the same mug. The exclusive supplier agreement with the military was quickly signed. General Gan still had some say in the procurement of medical supplies. Furthermore, Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprises rates were much lower than Band-Aid. But Feng Yu was still not satisfied. With this alone, it was not sufficient to beat Band-Aid. In his previous life, it was 5 years after Yunnan Baiyao introduces their healing plasters before Band-Aid was beaten. That means 2 years after Band-Aid entered the Chinese market. The brand's presence had grown tremendously and held the majority of the market share for the next 10 years. During this period, there were lots of medical plaster companies, but none of them could compete with Band-Aid. If it was not because of the government's help, Yunnan Baiyao might take more than 5 years to beat Band-Aid. Even after Yunnan Baiyao had won Band-Aid in terms of sales, but market research was conducted. Band-Aid was still the #1 brand of plasters, and Yunnan Baiyao was second. Of course, it was because, in Feng Yu's previous life, Band-Aid had monopolized the market for more than 10 years. It was difficult for other companies to overtake them. Feng Yu was full of respect for Yunnan Baiyao. They had successfully overtaken Band-Aid in terms of sales volume. Feng Yu does not have the patience to wait for 5 years. His target was 2 years. In 2 years, he wants to overtake Band-Aid in terms of sales volume, profits, branding, and other areas. He was to step all over Band-Aid. This will affect Johnson & Johnson from controlling the Chinese market. In Feng Yu's past life, just before he came back to this life, the top few pharmaceutical companies were mainly owned by foreign companies or joint ventures with international companies. Those truly Chinese pharmaceutical companies were way behind them. The pharmaceutical industry was an important industry. It was quite sad to see foreign companies controlling the industry in China. This life, Feng Yu does not want to see this happen again. China does have excellent researchers, but they do not have enough sponsors for their research. They do not have enough funds to promote their findings. Many of the top drugs in the world were developed by Chinese scientists and teams of researchers with Chinese scientists in the team. Research usually is conducted by a team led by a professor and assisted by his students. The research students might contribute most of the work, but in the end, who gets the most credit? The professor. This was because most of the people will think that the team had the findings and results due to the professor's leadership. But this was not the truth. Feng Yu was now supporting lots of researchers. A lot of them were capable and could develop affordable and effective medicines. This was what Feng Yu wants from them. In return, Feng Yu will provide them with funding and reputation. You had contributed to developing medicine, and you should get the credit. This was a trade. Feng Yu paid them and gets to reap the rewards from their research. The researchers will get fame and funds to do more projects. For instance, the Yunnan Baiyao formula, which Feng Yu remembered. The researchers from Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise found that the formula was not accurate, and it was not as effective as the real Yunnan Baiyao. But after the researchers from Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise, professors from Beijing University, medical universities, and many other agencies came together to research and amend the formula, the final product was not too far behind from the real Yunnan Baiyao. These people might even develop better medicines and stands a high chance of developing the spray medication earlier than Yunnan Baiyao. One of the main reasons for this was Feng Yu. He had asked Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise to increase their R&D spending. Feng Yu had made it clear with the top management of Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise. The company could achieve high profits last year was because the medicine they produced were of good quality and effective. To achieve higher profits, the company must have an exclusive medical product. For example, the top few pharmaceutical companies in the world had become successful because they owned the patent of at least a type of drug. None of them had relied on low-cost medicines and advertisements to get to where they were now. Look at Band-Aid. Why was this brand of medical plaster the world's top-selling plaster and had achieved the highest profits? It was because they were the inventors of medical plasters. It was the oldest brand, and when people think of plasters, Band-Aid was the first brand that comes to their mind. In fact, the brand Band-Aid had replaced the words medical plasters for a lot of consumers. If Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise wants to win Band-Aid, just waterproof and breathable plasters were not enough. These features were only good enough to win those smaller brands. Shortly after Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise had introduced waterproof and breathable plasters, Band-Aid also introduced similar plasters. Band-Aid had this product all along, and it was successful overseas. They did not introduce this product in China was because they feel there wasn't a need. With their old products, they had already monopolized the Chinese market. Band-Aid was just like Sony and another electronics giant. When they introduce a new product, it was not because their technologies were good enough. They introduced it to show that their technology was the best in the industry. If their technology were still ahead of their competitors, they would not introduce their latest technology unless it will lower their cost. Most MNCs will introduce a new technology once in a while to maintain their lead in their industry and increase the influence and value of their brand. Currently, Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise only has the cartoon prints plasters that's different from Band-Aid. This product was their main focus now. Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise had ordered not only one series of cartoon designs from Lou Michael. They had ordered several series of designs like the cartoon series, and the copyrights of these cartoon series were cheap. If they could not get the copyrights, then they will develop their own characters from novels like Or. There were many characters in these novels, and it reflects on the Chinese culture. These were little tricks, and it was not enough to win Band-Aid. The only way to win was to develop a plaster that will speed up the healing of the wound, which was the main reason why Yunnan Baiyao overtook Band-Aid in Feng Yu's previous life. However, this product could not be developed in 1 or 2 days. Feng Yu could still afford to wait, but he was only willing to wait for 1 year. He set a 1-year deadline to his researchers to develop this product. This year, Feng Yu had made use of his connections to be the exclusive supplier of bandages to the General Administration of Sport of China and the Army. The advertisements on the mainstream media were only some marketing tactics. Band-Aid could also do the same. But because of all these marketing strategies, Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise could not get any profits from their plasters. The company had spent a lot on the marketing cost, and the plasters were selling too cheaply. Feng Yu's biggest worry was to win the sales volume and revenue, but lose out on the profits and branding. Now, it was just to control the market share and increase brand awareness. The real battle had to wait until the medical plaster was developed. Band-Aid noticed that their market share was declining. Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise was quite aggressive in their marketing efforts. Not only they were advertising everywhere, but they were also trying to damage their branding. The concept of Band-Aid equals plasters which they built over the years was shredded to pieces. But luckily for Band-Aid, their brand's influences were not easily removed from the consumers' minds. They do not even need to do market research to know that their plasters were still the first choice of consumers. But little do they know that the village market segment which they had been trying to develop was taken over by Bing City Pharmaceutical secretly. They had lost their advantage of controlling this market segment. Even the roadside promotions which the management of Band-Aid thought it was a joke had caused their sales to decline. But the management of Band-Aid firmly believes that Bing City Pharmaceutical could not do these promotions forever and will never be a threat to them. This period, Feng Yu did not plan new marketing activities for Bing City Pharmaceutical. The current strategy was the best he could come up with. Feng Yu is now in Beijing speaking to the Beijing city government leaders about his partnership with Quanjude. The Fu family was very efficient. Within a short time, they had bought over popular restaurants in many countries and cities, like Singapore, Malaysia, Macau, Hong Kong, New York, Sichuan, Hangzhou, Jilin, etc. The restaurants they bought had good reputations, and each of them had their own specialties. They were also located in good locations. With all these reputable restaurants, forming a partnership with Quanjude was what the Beijing city government wanted. They do not wish to see those restaurants affecting Quanjude's reputation. But there was a problem. After those restaurants combined and formed a company, the company was worth much higher than Quanjude. If they were to form a partnership, then Quanjude will become a small shareholder. Feng Yu wanted this partnership to create a restaurant chain and make use of Quanjude's brand and roast ducks to expand and increase the profits. But Feng Yu will never give up the controlling shares of the company. The Beijing city government allowed Quanzhou to be a shareholding and let individuals invest in it. The individuals even include funds from Hong Kong. But this was on a condition that the government still holds the majority of shares and had the full control of the company. They do not want others to have control over Quanzhou. Even if the government held the majority of the shares, but if the other shareholders combined their shares, they would take full control of the company. Quanzhou will be fully privatized. Mayor Liu, we had agreed on the terms and had signed the letter of intent. It is not stated that if my restaurant's overall value is higher than Quanzhou, this deal will not go through. This was what you all wanted, and we tried our best to increase our scale to better increase Quanzhou's brand. We had done it, and now you are blaming us for that. Isn't this unreasonable? Feng Yu was pissed. Of course, the Fu family did not intend to buy the restaurants in China at first. Feng Yu was the one who suggested it. Feng Yu just want their restaurant enterprise's value to be much higher than Quanzhou. Feng Yu and Fu Guangjing both knew that on paper, their restaurant's total value was much higher than Quanzhou. But if Quanzhou includes their brand value, they will still be higher. However, Feng Yu and Fu Guangjing will not let the Beijing city government knows about this. This deputy mayor Liu was not Zhang Ruiqiang. Feng Yu will not give up the opportunity to take advantage of him. That's what we said, and it was stated in the agreement. But your restaurant's value should not be so much higher than us. If we still want the controlling stake, we will have to invest an additional 100 million renminbi. If we had the money, why should we work for you? We can expand ourselves. Deputy Mayor Liu frowned and said, 2 F&B companies had approached Quanzhou before. One of them was a Sichuan company, and it was a shareholdings company where the state owned the majority of the shares. The other company was a partnership company, and it was a private enterprise. These 2 companies were quite influential. But compared to Feng Yu and the Fu family, it was still considered small. Even if both companies combined, the total value still cannot be compared. After all, the restaurants bought by the Fu family were valued much higher than China's restaurants. Also, because of Feng Yu's instructions to acquire the restaurants fast, the Fu family paid a premium price for those restaurants. Feng Yu had expected this. If he was major shareholder of Quanzhou, and someone wants to buy the controlling shares, he will also not agree to it. Feng Yu had discussed with Fu Guangjing on how to get Beijing city government to agree to their partnership. Their solution was to expand the scale further and increase the number of shareholders. Also, they had to show their support for the city government and let them hold the position of chairman. Feng Yu and Fu Guangjing do not have experience in managing F&B companies. They only want to make money. So, as investors, they only need to attend the shareholders' meetings and sit back and collect the profits. Of course, Feng Yu and Fu Guangjing will not be stupid to give up all their shareholders' rights. If the city government let an idiot to lead the company, they must have the right to veto. Mayor Liu, I think this issue is easily solved. I heard that when we approached the Quanzhou company, 2 other companies were interested in investing in Quanzhou. Why not we rope them in for this partnership? Let them invest too? We have almost 20 restaurants, and if we let them in, it will be almost 40 restaurants. Will the scale be too big? Deputy Mayor Liu was worried that it will not be easy to manage, and they do not have so many roast duck chefs. If this fails, it will be a disaster for Quanzhou. Mayor Liu, we are only forming a partnership to increase the brand reputation of Quanzhou. All of the restaurants involved were profit-making before this venture. After the partnership, Quanzhou and Beijing city government will have no losses. Also, after this partnership is formed, both of us will support the person assigned by the Beijing city government to be the chairman of the board. Fu Guangjing also expressed that he was on the same page as Feng Yu. Mayor Liu was quiet. If the city government could be the chairman, then they will have control over the company's strategy and directions. Also, after this partnership, Quanzhou will become China's biggest restaurant chain, and the headquarters was in Beijing. The annual tax revenue will be a large sum. But at the same time, Mayor Liu was worried. Beijing city government will own lesser shares. Feng Yu still suggests giving the restaurant managers and the top management of Quanzhou some shares as a reward. This was a hard decision to make. Mayor Liu, after this partnership, Quanzhou company's value will not only be the highest in China, it will be the highest in Asia. You are the one who brings about this Asia #1 restaurant enterprise. Also, the headquarters of this large company is in Beijing. Have you ever thought of this? Fu Guangjing suddenly said. Asia number 1. Deputy Mayor Liu was attracted by this. Agree or disagree? On the one hand, it was the responsibility towards Quan Jude. The other was a great political credit. Deputy Mayor Liu was in a dilemma. If the partnership was a success under him and Quan Jude becomes Asia's number 1 F&B company, he will gain significant benefits. He was now the deputy mayor. Although it was impossible for him to replace the mayor, he might be promoted and deployed to some province to be governor there. Or, he might be promoted to be the city's deputy party secretary. No matter what, he will definitely be promoted if this partnership goes through. Which government employee does not want to be promoted? Every civil servant, especially those officers, had a blueprint in their heart. All of them wants to hire authority and power. But it was not easy to be promoted. The country's economy was now doing well, and if one does now have economic results, it was hard to be promoted. But if one made a significant contribution to the economy, he was sure to be promoted. Feng Yu does not like corrupted officials who were hungry for money. But towards the officials who were desperate for promotions, he was fine. If an official does not want to be promoted, does not want to do their work, and just want to read newspapers in their office, they were worse than those corrupted officials. Feng Yu and Fu Guangjing decided to entice Deputy Mayor Liu with this political credit. Mayor Liu, we are thinking of bringing Quan Jude out of China. We want to bring Chinese cuisine to every part of the world and earn those foreigners money. Once the partnership is formed, it can be done immediately. Fu Guangjing continued. But there are so many companies in this partnership and so many restaurants. Quan Jude will suddenly become tens of restaurants. We will not have enough roast duck chefs. Deputy Mayor Liu said. Feng Yu smiled. Mayor Liu, Bianyufang is also one of the city's enterprise? There are lots of chefs there. If Quan Jude could train them, they could master the skills within a month. Beijing also has lots of other roast duck restaurants. We can poach their chefs and roast ducks for Quan Jude. How can you do that? Quan Jude roast ducks are different from the rest of the restaurants. Deputy Mayor Liu replied firmly. Mayor Liu, people from different regions have different taste buds. Some places preferred sweet and some preferred spicy. Since regions have different taste, what's wrong if the taste of our ducks differs in different areas? We just need to make sure our ducks taste good and the customers like it. But will the customers feel that we are cheating them? Of course not. In Feng Yu's previous life, the ducks served in Quan Jude's restaurant in the US was slightly different from Beijing. But the restaurant was still popular among the locals. It was just like Sichuan cuisine sold in Zhejiang. It was not as spicy as the original. No matter how excellent Chinese cuisine was, the recipe will be changed to suit the local consumers. The US Chinese restaurant bought by Fu Guangjing was the same too. He told Feng Yu that the food served in the restaurant cannot even be considered Chinese cuisine, but it was still very popular in New York. Deputy Mayor Liu was hesitating, but he really wanted to be promoted. He reported this to the mayor, and when the mayor questions him, he used what Feng Yu and Fu Guangjing said to reply to him. In the end, this partnership was approved after a meeting. But there was a condition. The chairman of the new Quan Jude must be someone from the city government. The city had wanted to let a senior and experienced to be the chairman and general manager of the company, but Feng Yu rejected. It is either you be the chairman or the general manager. You can't be holding on to both positions. Feng Yu wanted Jiang Xianjun to be in power. In Feng Yu's previous life, Jiang Xianjun had managed Quan Jude and its brand well. Also, Jiang Xianjun was open to new ideas and had his own unique style of managing the company. Feng Yu will feel assured if Jiang Xianjun was leading the company. Jiang Xianjun's reputation in the company was outstanding. He was close to everyone and does not have heirs. Fu Guangjing also feels the same way after chatting with Jiang Xianjun. That old man was too conservative. If he becomes the chairman and general manager, he will slow down the company's developments. Jiang Xianjun had also contributed in forming this partnership, and Feng Yu wanted to reward him with some shares. The position of chairman can be given away to the city government, but Jiang Xianjun must be the general manager. Feng Yu was very firm in his demands. So, Deputy Mayor Liu went to speak to Jiang Xianjun. He wants to find out why Jiang Xianjun, as a state-owned enterprises employee, sided with Feng Yu. Deputy Mayor Liu found out from Jiang Xianjun that Feng Yu had promised him the position of general manager, and if he quit his position in the state-owned enterprise, he will give him shares of the company. Jiang Xianjun also feels that Feng Yu is a man of his words. He told Deputy Mayor what he was thinking and said to him that even if he resigned from the state-owned enterprise, he will still be loyal to the party and will still someone from Beijing. He will never forget the guidance given to him by the city government. He will protect and manage Quanjude well. Jiang Xianjun also told Deputy Mayor Liu about his plans for Quanjude, and he proved himself to be better than that old leader to manage Quanjude. Deputy Mayor Liu contacted the other two F&B companies. The F&B companies had thought that they had no more chance to form and invest in Quanjude. They never expect the city government to contact them. Quanjude's condition was reasonable. After Quanjude Group was formed, the headquarters will be Beijing, and the city government will assign the group's chairman. The rest of the positions will be decided by all the shareholders. When the companies knew that a Hong Kong company will be investing in this venture and will be speeding up the group's expansion, they agreed. Anyway, they can also be the deputy chairman. They will also have some say in the company and will earn more money after the group was formed. Now, everybody was on the same page, and the rest of the details were quickly finalized. Four parties came together to form Quanjude Group: Beijing City Government, Sichuan City Government, Fengyu, Fu Guangjing, the group of businessmen from Zhejiang. The group of businessmen from Sichuan and Jiang Xianjun became the company's shareholders. Fengyu, Fu Guangjing, Jiang Xianjun, and a few others formed the board of directors, and the old man from Beijing City Government became the first chairman of the group, and Jiang Xianjun was the general manager. Quanjude Group total value was now 1.72 billion renminbi. Beijing City Government owns 16.3%, Fengyu owns 15.8%, Fu Guangjing owns 10%, Sichuan Government owns 8.2%. Jiang Xianjun was given 0.8%, and the rest of the restaurant manager were given 0.05% each. Fengyu was the most significant individual shareholder, and the Beijing City Government was the next key shareholder. Beijing City Government was relieved to know that no two shareholders can combine to have the controlling share of the company. They believe that Quanjude will never be fully privatized. Thus, Quanjude Group started its operations, and 1 month later, all of Quanjude restaurants started selling their specialty roast ducks. The specialty dishes from each restaurant were also available in other restaurants. A powerful restaurant chain was formed. Fengyu was excited to successfully invest in Quanjude. He knows that even if he does nothing, the Quanjude Group will bring in high returns from his investment. In another 3 to 5 years, Quanjude Group could be listed and his returns will be higher. Of course, Fengyu will not sit by the side and not do anything. Since he had become a shareholder, he must help Quanjude Group grow and increase the brand influences. The easiest way to achieve this was to let everyone know that Quanjude has the top chefs and the best roast ducks. Fengyu's method was straightforward. He creates food columns in newspapers and radio stations to promote Quanjude's restaurants as the best restaurants in China. In Fengyu's past life, there were many food segments on the radio. When you are not sure what to eat, you can call the radio station to ask for a recommendation. The broadcaster will provide recommendations. You want to treat your customers and not sure which restaurant to go to? Go to Quanjude's restaurant. The national banquet was held there. This will show your respect for your clients. You want to have a family gathering and not sure which restaurant to go to? Go to Quanjude's restaurant. It serves the best roast ducks in China. There are also many other dishes available. It is great for family dinners. You want to meet up with your friends and not which restaurant to go to? Quanjude. The purpose of this radio program was to recommend people to Quanjude's restaurants. Of course, if you tell the broadcaster that you only have 30 renminbi, they will not recommend Quanjude. They will ask you to eat from the roadside stalls. But most likely, your call will not be aired. To the listeners, it was a radio food recommendation program. But actually, it was Quanjude advertisements. As for the newspapers, it was Fengyu's specialty. Soft advertising. But this time, it was much more straightforward. Fengyu created China's top food chart. The number 1 on China's top food chart was Quanjude's roast duck. What? You say you like the braised duck web with mushrooms, one of the dishes for Manchu Han Imperial Feast? Oh sorry. Based on our polls, no one likes this dish. Manchu Han Imperial Feast was China's most prominent banquet. But not everyone knows about the dishes served in the banquet. In fact, most of the people do not know about the name of the dishes. But Quanjude was different. It was the national banquet and had served foreign delegates. This restaurant was picked by China's top leaders to host foreign delegates, and all of them like it. How can this roast duck not be number one on the chart? Although this chart was not fair, no one could provide evidence that it was rigged. So, newspapers all over China published this chart, and the words number one were in bold and bigger fonts. Whoever that read the papers will notice this article. Everyone will see the name Quanjued roast duck. When they read the article, they will realize that Quanjued roast ducks were number one on China's top food chart. Not many people could resist the temptation of good food. But in reality, there was not a lot of good food around. But with sufficient marketing, people will try to like that food. For example, truffles. Many people do not like the smell of truffles. But when they heard that truffles were costly and delicious, they will want to try. Although after trying, many of them regretted and it was not as tasty as they imagined. But it was still enough to let some of these people like the taste. Quanjued roast ducks were easier to market compared to truffles. Not many people in China do not eat ducks. Also, Quanjued was a 100-years-old brand and was still the national banquet restaurant. Many people were still able to resist the temptation of Quanjued roast ducks in the past. After all, the restaurant was only located in Beijing. Not many people were willing to travel to Beijing for roast duck. But now it was different. Dozens of restaurants in many cities of China serves Quanjued roast ducks. Those that did not have the chance to taste the roast ducks could eat it in a city near to them now. The restaurants under Quanjued Group were not cheap, but it was also not very expensive. Many people were still able to afford a meal there. In the current era, there was still no pricey wine. When people were giving treats, they will just choose a good restaurant and not some fanciful places that serve pricey wine. In the past, people did not know which restaurant to go when they were treating their clients, friends, leaders, etc. for meals. But now, they know where to go. They would look for a restaurant that hangs the Quanjued sign outside. They will be able to enjoy good food and at the same time will not lose face. The face was an important part of Chinese culture. Since they were going to treat others, they must not let the other party feel unhappy before they even eat the food. The food quality at restaurants under Quanjued Group was very high. There will not be an instance of the host losing face. You do not like to eat roast ducks? No problems. The restaurants do not only serve roast ducks. They also serve other specialty dishes. In the past, one restaurant only has 1 or 2 specialty dishes. But now it was different. The chefs of the restaurants under the group will share their recipes with each other, and the diners have more options. Customers can also get to eat other provinces' cuisine in Sichuan restaurant. But Sichuan cuisine was still the primary cuisine style in that restaurant. To be able to enjoy food from all over China in a restaurant could meet the needs of the customers. These marketing methods were not only in China. It was also used in other countries like Hong Kong, Malaysia, etc. The local newspapers also published the same article on China's food chart. But the readers do not know that the paper was paid to publish it. Since ancient times, China had given the impression that the country has lots of good food. An average meal of the emperor consists of over 100 dishes. Although in the present world, it was not possible. But when entertaining guests, Chinese surely picked the best. Quanjued roast ducks were the best, especially in Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, etc. The people there were curious about Quanjued roast ducks. All of them knew that Mr. Deng loves to eat this restaurant's roast ducks. They want to taste it themselves. With the aggressive advertising on newspaper and radio stations, the trend of looking for good food started. Rich people would be embarrassed to tell their friends that they had not tasted Quanjued's roast ducks. Quanjued Group made use of these marketing strategies to bring Quanjued brand to the next level. It might not be the most delicious food in China, but it is the most famous food. All the restaurants under the group were racking in high profits. All the shareholders were laughing and waiting for this year's dividends. At this time, Feng Yu decided to return back to school at Hong Kong University. He still needs to increase his knowledge. He needs to be able to make better decisions during the 1997 financial crisis. But before Feng Yu left for Hong Kong, he received a call from someone he had been waiting for. This person was the proud Li Dafu. He was the chairman of Geely Automobile in Feng Yu's former life. Feng Yu had tried to recruit him personally, but was rejected. Why was he calling now? Did he change his mind? Feng Yu had wanted to recruit Li Dafu to manage Bing City's machinery company automobile manufacturing division. But at that time, Li Dafu's sheet metal and other businesses were doing well. He was not willing to give it up and work for Feng Yu. But when Li Dafu saw the rise of Songjiang Motors, he was shocked. He did not expect Songjiang Motors to be so popular in China and was even exported to Eastern Europe. Li Dafu also likes cars. He had dreamed of owning his own automobile empire. But currently, China already had several automobile manufacturers like FAW, SAIC, BAC, GAC, Bing City Machinery Company, and some others. Although the scale of these companies still could not be compared to overseas automobile companies, it was enough to meet China's demand. He felt his chances of setting up an automobile company was slim. Li Dafu had joined the Zhejiang Trade Union and had plans to gather a group of people there to set up a private automobile company. But the businessmen there do not think highly of his proposal. They felt it was impossible to succeed. What a joke. You want to start off with manufacturing motorcycles, and when you are familiar with the manufacturing, you will venture into cars. If this was 2 years early, motorcycles might be a profitable business. But in China now, 5 out of 10 people who want to buy bikes will choose Songjiang motorcycles. Not only Songjiang motorcycles were beautifully designed, but the performance was also outstanding. The bike was also endorsed by top celebrities, and it was from a reputable brand. How can your company grow if you manufacture bikes? You want to follow those small factories and sell your bikes cheaply? Even if you could make profits by doing this, how much can you earn? Also, a motorcycle factory might not be big, but it must still be on a particular scale. How many years will it take for us to recover our investments? When will we see the profits? Even if it was a success and profitable, will the profits be enough to set up an automobile company? None of us were familiar with this trade. You don't tell me that a car is just 4 wheels with an engine fitted on it. Many automobile companies also had the same mindset. But the consumers were not buying the cars they manufactured. In China, there were not only big automobile brands. Some small factories had tried to manufacture their own cars. If the local government did not protect them, they would not even be allowed to sell their vehicles. These factories' annual production was only a few hundred to 1,000. But the cars they manufactured were not safe, and the performance sucks. Other than the locals, who else would buy their cars? You say they can have better exterior designs? Do they have designers? Songjiang Motors was working with Shanghai's most prominent designing firm. Those designers were all elites who had overseas experience. Which other automobile manufacturers in China can achieve that? If you want to go by a low-cost strategy, can you be cheaper than Jeep? Jeep and Xiaoli automobiles were cheap. But were they popular? If the military had not supported Jeep and the government did not purchase Xiaoli as taxis, do you think these two factories can survive until now? Li Dafu's dream of an automobile empire was shattered. None of his friends supported him. He tried getting a loan from banks, but no banks were willing to lend him sufficient funds. Loans. Banks will also need to see his ability to repay the loans. The banks felt Li Dafu's proposal was a joke. Why would the bank lend him so much money? But Li Dafu did not want to give up. He does not lack money. His factory had more than 10 million in profits annually. The money he had could last him his whole life. But when a man does not lack money, he will start to chase after his dreams. Li Dafu really wanted to drive a car he manufactured himself, and he remembered that Feng Yu had told him to call him if he changed his mind. So, Li Dafu went to Zhongqing and got Feng Yu's contacts. He immediately calls Feng Yu. Manager Li, are you calling me to tell me that you had made up your mind to join Bing City Machinery Company? Feng Yu joked. To be precise, I only want to join Bing City Machinery Company Automobile Division. I am not interested in agriculture machinery. Li Dafu explained. Feng Yu thought in his heart. We still have not recovered our capital for our automobile venture. The agriculture machinery which you look down upon was still bringing in high profits. The profits were even higher than motorcycles. Manager Li, I will be going over to Hangzhou to meet up with Zhongqing soon. How about we have a face-to-face discussion when I am there? Li Mingde was getting older, and Bing City Machinery Company had grown a lot. He was no longer able to keep up with the operations. Although Feng Yu had asked him to groom a group of young executives, it will take at least 5 years for them to be able to assist him. Feng Yu does not dare to let these young graduates take on the role of managers so soon. No matter how good the grades of these graduates were, they were still inexperienced in managing such a big company. Management was not something that could be learned in schools. It requires experiences. In Feng Yu's previous life, Li Dafu had implemented lots of good strategies and achieved excellent results. Feng Yu was very impressed with him, but he wondered if Li Dafu was still as impressive in this life. This was why Feng Yu wanted to meet with him and hear his views on Songjiang Motors' future and operations. Zhong Qingxian had planned to inspect his new factories in other provinces, but because Feng Yu was going to Hangzhou, he changed his plans. Liaha was growing rapidly. The yogurt drinks, tea beverages were selling well, but Liaha Children's Health Supplement had reached a bottleneck. The sales had reached a point where it could not increase further. After studying the market, Zhong Qingxian felt it was because the market was saturated and Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise had affected the sales. Many parents chose to buy calcium gluconate for their children. Liaha Children's Health Supplement sales had not increased, but Liaha revenue was still growing. Their AD calcium milk might be overtaking Labashi this year. In the tea beverages market, a new competitor appeared. The new competitor was Rising Sun Group. But Zhong Qingxian did not think of Rising Sun Group as a threat to him. They were just imitators. How could they be stronger than Liaha? If Rising Sun Group used plastic containers like Liaha, they would be bankrupt any time. Even when Rising Sun Group used cans for their drinks, their sales could not affect Liaha at all. In fact, they were assisting Liaha to promote tea beverages. This was also one of the reasons why Liaha did not engage them in a price war to bankrupt them. This was only a small factory with an investment of only tens of millions. How could they snatch the market share from Liaha? Rising Sun Group only had a few millions RMB of liquid cash. Liaha's investments in this year's new factory alone were much more than them. Zhong Qingxian told Feng Yu about his plans for the company, but Feng Yu does not seem interested. It was not because Feng Yu was not interested. He was worried that if Rising Sun Group did not grow like his previous life, will the future be changed? Screw it. Even if history was changed and Feng Yu could no longer predict the future, with his wealth now, he could still do whatever he wants. Furthermore, Russia had developed quickly, but it did not affect international affairs. Feng Yu decided to ignore all these and let nature take its course. Manager Feng, you do not agree with my plans for the company. Zhong Qingxian felt that his plans were well thought out, but why Feng Yu did not have any reactions? Oh, sorry. I was thinking about other things. You said that you want to expand the dairy and tea beverages products and lower the production of children's health supplement drinks. Zhong Qingxian nodded. Although he was curious why Feng Yu was in a daze just now, he did not ask him. You can decide on these matters. I will agree with you. But the Rising Sun Group had introduced canned tea beverages. Will Liaha also do the same? Of course. But canned drinks are not as popular as plastic bottled drinks. Bottled drinks can still be kept if the customer could not finish the drinks and does not need to afraid of it spilling. If it's canned drinks, once opened, it had to be finished. Furthermore, our tea beverages are not carbonated. Their canned drinks should be copying our tea beverages and Jianlibo. But I feel that they would not do well. Zhong Qingxian had belittled the Rising Sun Group, and Feng Yu does not like it. If the Rising Sun Group could develop, Liaha will not be able to beat them easily. But luckily Zhong Qingxian had been monitoring them closely. There should still be enough time for him to deal with the Rising Sun Group if they were developing rapidly. Have you considered the fruit and carbonated beverages I told you previously? Feng Yu asked. My men had conducted market research on this. The carbonated drinks market is matured. If we were to introduce our Liaha brand of carbonated drinks, our sales should still do well. Although the fruit juice beverage market still has room for growth, other companies had introduced such beverages before. Other than coconut juice, no other juices had done well. Coconut Tree brand of coconut water was one of the legendary beverages in Feng Yu's previous life. It was a canning factory converted into a beverage company. Feng Yu had forgotten about them. But now, this company was already developed. Natural coconut water. It was even served at the national banquet last year. The company also owns several patents. Feng Yu had asked Zhong Qingxian to go and speak to them. He wants to buy over or invest in the company before it grew too big. But the leaders at Hainan firmly rejected them. Coconut Tree brand of coconut water was already exported to several countries in Asia. They will be targeting the European market this year. This company was profitable and would bring credits to the leaders there. They will never allow anyone to own a stake of the company. You offered such a high price for a stake in our company? That means you are confident of our coconut water. If not, why are you willing to pay such high prices? Since Liaha could not buy over the company or own a stake in it, Feng Yu decided to stop this company from developing new products. He wants to make sure that this company could only sell canned coconut water and nothing else. Liaha will introduce all the other products produced by this company in Feng Yu's previous life before them. The products include different types of fruit juices, 8 treasure porridge, etc. 8 treasure porridge was one of Liaha's popular products in Feng Yu's previous life. 8 treasure porridge was not easily produced. Although many people know the recipe, it was not easy to make them delicious in canned form. Zhong Qingxian and his men had conducted experiments on this 8 treasure porridge and felt that it can be done. But they still need to improve the taste and storage life. They should concentrate on developing their beverages first. Feng Yu did not object to this. But Feng Yu was worried that if Liaha did not enter the carbonated beverage market soon, the market would be taken over by Pepsi and Coca-Cola. Pepsi and Coca-Cola sales in China had been increasing. Feng Yu remembered that in his previous life, there was a famous carbonated beverage called Fun Huang Coke, also known as China's own Coke. When it was introduced, it focuses its sales in the villages around the cities. It was very effective and was very profitable at the start. But after Coca-Cola and Pepsi joined hands to lower the price of Coke, increase the volume of their bottles, and getting top celebrities to endorse their products, Fun Huang Coke disappeared from the market. The strategies used by Coca-Cola and Pepsi were straightforward. They only need to spend tons of money. No matter if it was a price war, increasing the volume of their bottles, or celebrities' endorsement, the companies need to spend a lot of money. There was no way for Fun Huang Coke to compete with these two MNC. Liaha could also afford to use this strategy. The current Liaha's worth was much higher than Fun Huang Coke at their peak. If it were a price war, Liaha would not be worried. In fact, Liaha could start a price war anytime. Liaha had better distribution channels, and their labor and transportation costs were much lower than the two Coke companies. If a price war was really started by those two companies, and those two companies dare to sell their products below their cost, Feng Yu will sue them for trying to monopolize the market. This was China, Liaha's home ground. There was no way for Liaha to lose the suit. The first carbonated drink Zhong Qingxian wants to introduce was Coke. In the past, Pepsi could succeed against Coca-Cola. Although it was partly due to the antitrust laws, Pepsi had grown to be a successful company. If Pepsi was possible, then there was no reason for Liaha to fail. Liaha had asked his R&D department to look into the Pepsi formula. Zhong Qingxian does not need his Coke to taste the same as Pepsi, but it must be as tasty as them. Anyway, the patent protection for Coke was over. But no one knew what their formula was. However, all their ingredients were written on the labels. What was unknown was the proportion of the ingredients. Other than Coke, have you considered others? For example, other fruits flavor carbonated drinks, like apples or grapes. I remembered that the most popular drink in China was orange juice. Feng Yu felt that people will not remember Liaha carbonated drinks if they only introduce Coke favored. People will also think that they were trying to copy those two companies. Liaha should introduce a carbonated beverage which Pepsi and Coca-Cola did not introduce in China. This will allow Liaha to gain market share faster. Fruit-flavored carbonated water? Like those soft drinks sold by those small factories. Zhong Qingxian was hesitating. Almost every provinces and city have their own factories selling this type of soft drinks. They are producing soft drinks. What we produce will not be called soft drinks. We can call it cool, refreshing water. Don't forget that we are the top Chinese beverage brand in China. Even if it is a bottle of water, the value will be different if Liaha is printed on it. Feng Yu smiled. It was the same as Chinese gooseberry. Those that were imported from other countries were called kiwi fruit. Basically, both were the same. The carbonated drinks sold by those small factories were called soft drinks. But it's different if it was produced by Liaha. Zhong Qingxian nodded. Manager Feng, are you asking me to introduce this drink with our Coke before May 1st, the summer season? This drink was named Cool Refreshing. It was most suitable to drink in the hot summer. That's what I am thinking. You all can sort out the rest of the details. I feel that fruit juice is a good option for us to explore. Also, RAD milk. Why can't we introduce bigger bottles like the other drinks? We can introduce a wide variety of beverages. You can get your men to research on this. Our target is to become China's beverage market leader within the next 5 years. Feng Yu's goal seems to be set too high, but this goal was not too far for Liaha. The current market leader in China's beverage market was still Jianlibo. Liaha had already overtaken other competitors like Coconut Tree, Labashi, etc. As for the overseas brands like Coca-Cola, etc., was still not very popular in China. Although they were still making profits, their earnings were not very high. Their brands were also not very well known. The overseas companies did not try to increase their brand awareness in China, as they felt the Chinese could not afford to drink soft drinks every day. The other Chinese beverage juggernauts, like Jiaduobo, JDB Group, and Fuanhuang from Fengyu's previous life, still had not appeared. The Rising Sun Group were only popular in their own province. Huiyuan does have some progress, but they were only focusing on the Shandong and Jingjiangji regions. Their sales were far from Liaha. If Liaha suppressed Jianlibo, they would be the market leaders. But Liaha, even when they added in their children's supplement sales, they were still far from Jianlibo. It was also because of Jianlibo that Coca-Cola and Pepsi could not expand its market share in China. When it comes to carbonated drinks, the Chinese top pick was still Jianlibo. Last year, Jianlibo had set up a soccer youth team and sent them to Brazil for training. They wanted to groom the next generation of top soccer players. But many of the players had entered the team because of their connections. This was why only a few of the players from the team became top players. This grooming of the next generation's top players was a joke. This year, Jianlibo had become the leading beverage sponsor of the Asian Games. In the next 4 to 5 years, their sales will increase further and will hold on to the position of market leader firmly. The annual sales of Jianlibo now had crossed the 1 billion renminbi mark, and it was still growing. But Fengyu remembered that Jianlibo will start to decline after 1998. There were several reasons for this. First, it was the appearance of many types of beverages in the market. There were aggressive marketing, and the newcomers were trying to get as much market share as possible. Jianlibo was the market leader and looks down on these new competitors. In the end, Jianlibo lost its market share to them, and their brand influences were also affected. The second reason was compelling. When Jianlibo was at the top, their local government kept taking away their profits and asked Jianlibo to increase their scale. How did Jianlibo increase their scale without their earnings? Loans. They took bank loans and buy out the smaller factories in their province. This increased Jianlibo's scale quickly, but they forgot about their fund issue. As their sales decline and affect their profits, the company encountered cash flow problems. They do not even have the funds to continue their operations. Thirdly, it was Jianlibo's sales model. They were still using their traditional sales model and did not even set up their sales distribution channels correctly. When Jianlibo realized this and wanted to set up their distribution channels, it was too late. They do not have the funds to do it. Fourth, it was the fallout with the local government. If Jianlibo used their profits to expand and grow, there would not be cash flow issues. But the local government kept taking their profits away and caused the fund shortage in the company. The leader of Jianlibo felt that the local government was interfering too much in the company's decisions and taking too much of their profits. The interference by the local government was the cause of the company's downfall. There were many reasons for the decline. Fengyu only knew that Jianlibo had failed to maintain their lead because of the cash flow problems, lack of branding, and outdated sales model. Fengyu does not think highly of Jianlibo's management team because of these reasons. Of course, the only person from the management team that was considered impressive was the founder and chairman, Li Jingwei. He had founded Jianlibo and later founded Li Ning Company with the world champion, Li Ning. However, Li Jingwei was kicked out of Li Ning soon after the company was set up. Li Jingwei had good foresight in the current era. Another reason why Fengyu did not try to recruit Li Jingwei was because of his age. He was already in his 50s and had made some bad management decisions. In Fengyu's previous life, Li Jingwei was also jailed for misappropriation of Jianlibo's fund. He had misappropriated tens of millions during the company's reformation. This person could not be trusted. Li Jingwei had started a brand, but does not know how to manage it. He depended on the government. But as all the state-owned enterprises in China were undergoing reforms, he dragged the reformation to much later than the rest of the companies. During the reformation, he misappropriated the company's funds and ended up in jail. If Li Jingwei were as good as Hongtashan Tobaccos, Chu Shijian, he would be able to misappropriate the company's funds and still had his workers' support. Chu Shijian was sentenced to life imprisonment for misappropriation of state assets, but got his sentence reduced because of his workers' petition to the government. No one tried to help Li Jingwei after he was arrested. Of course, Chu Shijian had the support of his workers because he had created billions of profits for Hongtashan and all his workers were able to have good lives. Li Jingwei had also helped Jianlibo achieve high gains, but his workers did not benefit from the company's success. When Li Jingwei finally decided to give his workers some benefits, the company does not have the funds to do it. Jianlibo was already on a decline. Another reason why Feng Yu did not try to buy out Jianlibo now was that he needs to pay at least several billions to buy out the company now. Feng Yu only need to wait for Jianlibo's downfall, and he could buy out the company for a few hundred million RMB. No matter what, there was no way for Li Haha to overtake Jianlibo now unless Feng Yu used some underhand methods. It was easy for Feng Yu to cheat Jianlibo, but he did not do it. He rather waits for its downfall and then buys them over. Furthermore, without using those underhand methods, Feng Yu was confident that he would beat Jianlibo within 5 years. Jianlibo's biggest failure was not knowing how to manage and make use of its brand to increase their profits. If Feng Yu were to manage Jianlibo, he would introduce all sorts of energy drinks and carbonated drinks, like Red Bull, Maidong, etc. These drinks were in line with Jianlibo's brand image and will help the company bring in lots of profits. But Jianlibo only has one sports drinks. They did not even introduce other favors and did not put in any efforts on marketing. They do not know the influence of TV advertising. There was something interesting about Jianlibo too. Jianlibo was currently the brand that was stopping Coca-Cola and Pepsi from expanding in China. But the first bottle of Jianlibo was produced using Pepsi's production line. That means Pepsi had helped Jianlibo in the past, but Jianlibo turned around and stopped Pepsi's expansion in China. Pepsi was not satisfied with them. This was why when Jianlibo was down and out, Pepsi still targeted them. Li Haha wanted to introduce carbonated drinks was to try to get as much market share as possible, when Jianlibo was still stopping Coca-Cola and Pepsi from expanding. Li Haha can collaborate with Jianlibo to attack Coca-Cola and Pepsi later. Li Haha will be a newcomer for the carbonated drinks industry. But for the yogurt drinks, Li Haha was the market leader. Feng Yu wants Li Haha to introduce one of the most popular beverage in his previous life, Nutri-Express. Nutri-Express was just yogurt drinks with some other vitamins added to it. It was not anything special, but Li Haha had hit 4 billion annual sales revenue with this beverage alone. Bigger bottle of yogurt drinks? Zhong Qingxian was deep in thoughts and nodded. That's right. Why didn't I think of this before? Not only children like yogurt drinks, but adults can also drink it. This will increase the company's profits further. It was possible to catch up with Jianlibo within 5 years. Why can't Li Haha be the market leader of China's beverage industry? Feng Yu and Zhong Qingxian discussed their plans for Li Haha for a while, and Zhong Qingxian's secretary came in and informed them that Li Dafu had arrived. Feng Yu did not have an office in Hangzhou, so he asked Li Dafu to come to Li Haha. He can't be going over to Li Dafu's office. Li Haha's office was still considered Feng Yu's base. Li Dafu knew that Feng Yu was Li Haha's shareholder, but he does not know that he was the major shareholder. He greeted Zhong Qingxian first when he arrived. Both of them had met each other previously at the Zhujiang Business Association. It was not known when it started. Businessmen from the same area will gather together to form a business association. They would work together and cooperate against businessmen from other provinces. But Feng Yu was not interested in taking part in these associations. What's the use of hiding in one place and fighting against your own fellow men? If their target were the overseas market, then Feng Yu would be interested. These associations were only trying to protect their personal interest. These existed since ancient times, but disappeared and reappeared after the Reformations. This Zhujiang Association was a joke to Feng Yu. These people felt proud to be a member, and they wanted to bring honor to the Zhujiang's businessmen through this association. After exchanging some pleasantries with Li Dafu, Zhong Qingxian left the meeting room. Only Feng Yu and Li Dafu remained. This concerned another company, and it was not appropriate for Zhong Qingxian to sit in the meeting. Manager Feng, you should know my purpose for meeting you. I wonder if I can still work with you to increase the status of our China's automobile industry and let Songjiang Motors rise to a greater height. Feng Yu had asked Li Dafu if he was interested in creating the best Chinese automobile vehicles with him in the past. But Li Dafu rejected Feng Yu. Now, he can only say he wants to help Songjiang Motors to a greater height. So, you have considered about this? What about your company? You are not going to manage your company anymore. I intend to let someone else manage my company for me, and I will go to Bing City Machinery Company to work. Will there be any problem? Li Dafu asked. Many people held a high position in another company while owning businesses outside. But he was not sure if Feng Yu would agree to this. There is no problem. Are you going to be one of the normal management staff, or do you want to own some shares? Feng Yu asked. If Li Dafu had agreed to Feng Yu in the past, Feng Yu would surely give him some shares. But now, if Li Dafu wants the stocks, he needs to buy them. Of course I want some shares of the company. Li Dafu replied without any hesitations. Without the shares of the company, he has nothing to do with Songjiang Motors. Feng Yu nodded. Let me calculate for you. Bing City Machinery Company is currently worth about 4 billion renminbi. How much money do you have? I can sell you some shares. Li Dafu's jaws dropped. Did Feng Yu get the figures wrong? Bing City Machinery Company was worth 4 billion renminbi now. Manager Feng, Bing City Machinery Company is worth so much. Let me tell you the breakdown. Our agriculture machineries brand and technology are the best in China and one of the tops in the world. I did not add to the brand value. Just the technologies, equipment, land and workers were worth more than 1 billion renminbi. If you count the brand value, it will worth more than 3 billion renminbi. Feng Yu was feeling proud when he saw Li Dafu's shocked expression. Others might think that branding was not necessary, but Feng Yu knew the value of branding. Also, our Songjiang motorcycles is worth more than 1 billion. We are China's top motorcycle, and we forecast our sales volume to be over 450,000 units this year. Our investments in Songjiang Motors cars is also not a small sum. Currently, our cars have a good reputation and are exported to Europe. Just this business alone is worth more than 1 billion. I said 4 billion renminbi is not including the brand value. If you include Bing City Machinery Company's brand value, it is worth at least 6 billion renminbi. Li Dafu was speechless. He thought he had managed his company well and had earned a fortune. He thought he could still afford to buy some shares in Bing City Machinery Company with his money. But it seems that even if he sells off his company, he would only afford to buy 2% of the shares. This was much lower than the 5% shares he expected. Manager Feng, can I just invest in Songjiang Motors cars? Feng Yu laughed. Songjiang Motors have 5 factories and a research center. Which one do you want to invest? I had told you a lower value of the company to let you have the chance to own some shares. We still have not to recover our investments for our automobile business. Our company's most profitable business is still the agriculture machinery, followed by motorcycles, and the cars are the last. Li Dafu was stunned. Songjiang Motors cars were so famous in China, and their profits were the least? Agriculture machinery was so profitable? Li Dafu does not understand the agriculture machinery industry. He had expected Songjiang Motors cars' profits to be lesser than the motorcycles. But he never expects the agriculture machinery to be so profitable. China was an agriculture country and claims to have more than 900 million farmers. How is it possible to have a lack of demand for agriculture machinery? Furthermore, Bing City Machinery Company's facilities were from the former Soviet Union. Their products were cheap and durable. The technologies were the best in China and could even be considered one of the best in the world. The company does not need to worry about their sales. People were queuing up to order their agriculture machinery. If Feng Yu had not increased the company's spending in the R&D of the harvesters, tractors, etc., their profits would be higher. If the agriculture machinery were good, there would be no shortage of buyers. Bing City Machinery Company's agriculture machinery was the most famous in China. Farmers were willing to buy their machines just by looking at the brand. Some technologies from the agriculture machinery could be used for motorcycles and cars. This will help the company to save some of the R&D funds. Also, China's top tire manufacturer, bearings manufacturer, etc. were in Bing City. This also reduces costs significantly. First Automobile Works was one of the shareholders for the tire company and bearings company. These companies were mainly supplying parts to FAW. But now, most of their orders were from Bing City Machinery Company. FAW's management was pissed. However, they could not interfere with the company's operations. After all, Bing City government held shares in those companies, and FAW were in no position to interfere. FAW had given many technologies to those companies, and to FAW's CEO, this was considered funding their enemy. If possible, he wants to fire his deputy CEO, who suggested to invest in those spare parts companies in Bing City. Manager Li, how is it? Have you considered enough? How do you want to invest? Li Dafu's face turns red. How can he invest? If he invested in only one factory, and Feng Yu adjusted the operations model, he would lose all his investments. He can only invest in the main company. Should he sell off his company? From the boss of a company to a minor shareholder who owns 1 to 2% shares? Was this really what he wants? Feng Yu kept quiet and drank his tea as Li Dafu hesitated. He wants Li Dafu to make his decision. Even if Li Dafu had decided, he still might not enter the top management. He needs to show Feng Yu that he can lead the company to greater heights. At least he got to prove himself in the motorcycles and cars division. Manager Feng, can I ask what position you will give me if I sell my company and buy your shares? Li Dafu was not a stupid person. He knows that even if he was a shareholder, he might not get a management role. What position do you want? I need to be clear with you. Our company does not have a lot of shareholders. We hold shareholders meeting every quarter, but most of the time, not all shareholders will be present. That's why most of the company's decisions and management are decided by the general manager, his deputies, and the factory directors. What is your target? If Li Dafu wants to be the general manager, then there's no need to discuss anymore. Li Mingda's role in Bing City Machinery Company could not be replaced now. Li Dafu does not know about agriculture machinery, and Feng Yu would never let him run the company. I want to be in charge of the automobile division. Can I be a deputy general manager? Li Dafu asked. The company currently have a general manager and 5 deputies. Another shareholder, and I hold the position of deputy. We normally do not care about the management of the company. There is another shareholder who holds the position of deputy chairman of the workers' union. His salary is 1 renminbi. The rest of the 3 deputies had worked in the company for a very long time and were very familiar with the company's business and market. You think you are suitable to be a deputy straight when you come on board? Feng Yu asked him back. His father could only be a deputy chairman of the workers' union. Investment and management were 2 entirely different things. Li Dafu had set his sights high. If he was competent, Feng Yu does not mind letting him be a deputy. But he does not have prior experiences and becomes a deputy once he joined the company. The rest of the people will not be happy. Li Dafu could tell what Feng Yu was saying. He could not be a deputy general manager now. Feng Yu still wants to see his abilities first. Rather than letting people question his capabilities, Li Dafu prefers to say it himself. Manager Feng, before meeting you, I had studied the market. But I did not look into the agriculture machinery market. I do have my own views on the motorcycles and cars industry's developments. Feng Yu raised his brows. Li Dafu admitted himself. Fine. Let's talk about motorcycles first. What do you think of our motorcycle developments, and tell me how you would develop our business in the future? Finally, they were talking about what Li Dafu's specializations. Li Dafu felt that Feng Yu would change his opinion of him after he tells him about his views. Maybe he could enter the company as a deputy general manager. The first Songjiang motorcycles were 125 cubic centimeters bikes. These motorcycles were considered the biggest capacity bikes in China. This also proves that the Songjiang motor has the best technologies in China. The exterior designs were attractive, and consumers love it. The performance and designs were much better than other China-made motorcycles. Later, these motorcycles were advertised on CCTV and had hired celebrities to endorse it. The sales of the motorcycles should yield high profits for the company that year. But after that, Songjiang Motors did not introduce more powerful bikes. Instead, it introduced Songjiang 100. Other motorcycle manufacturers started with 50 cubic centimeters bikes and increased the capacity of their bikes from there. Only Songjiang Motors did the opposite way and succeeded. I had looked into Taiwan and Japan's markets. I discovered that the number of motorcycles in those countries is like the number of bicycles in China. Many people there were willing to buy motorcycles, but were not willing to spend on petrol. That's why smaller bikes had an advantage there. That's why I feel that Songjiang Motors should continue introducing smaller cc bikes. After saying these, Li Dafu looks at Feng Yu proudly. He felt that he had articulated his views well, with good reasons. Feng Yu would surely be surprised with what he said. All of China's manufacturers were trying to build bigger bikes, and none of them were building small bikes. But Li Dafu realized that Feng Yu still have a calm expression on his face. He was not surprised by his suggestions. Could it be that someone from Bing City Machinery Company had already suggested this? Feng Yu was glad that Li Dafu had thought about this. He was indeed that successful businessman from his previous life. Li Dafu's plans were the same as what Feng Yu told Li Mingda in the past. They will continue to introduce smaller bikes this year. Even the model of the bikes was completed. It was a 50 cubic centimeters scooter model, and it targeted the women's market. Li Mingde and the rest had doubts about this. They felt they should introduce three-wheels bikes and target the villages. These three-wheels bikes could be used to carry goods, and it should sell well. Scooters and women's market? Will this succeed? Currently, China still has the thinking that men should go out and work, and women should stay at home. Many men still did not own motorcycles yet. Why would they spend money to buy bikes for their women? But Feng Yu knew that scooter sales will be shockingly high in the future. If they did not introduce scooters now, Japan would introduce it first next year. Then Songjiang Motors will be one step behind again. Even if this year's scooter sales were not high, Songjiang Motors would not make losses. It was only a matter of higher or lower profits. Three-wheels motorcycle was also a good direction. Feng Yu agreed to this proposal and asked Li Mingde to get someone to design the production lines. Currently, they do not have enough production lines, and they had to expand their company. Bing City Machinery Company had enough funds to build more branch factories. They can always buy over the factories of other motorcycle brands. Feng Yu knew about Li Mingde's foresight in the automobile industry. But for him to thought about the three-wheels motorcycle was good enough, and Feng Yu was satisfied. What do you think about three-wheels motorcycles market? Feng Yu asked. Three-wheels bikes. That is mainly targeting the regions in the county and villages. The main use of these bikes is to transport goods. It should be targeted at the villages. If you're going to sell it in the city, then you can build a cover on it, and it can be used as a taxi. Li Dafu thought for a while and said. Feng Yu's eyes sparkled. Li Dafu could still come up with the idea of replacing the taxis with three-wheels motorcycles. Even Li Mingde and the rest never thought about this. Three-wheels bikes became popular was because it had replaced taxis. People called it vintage cars and were cheaper and slower than taxis. Many counties and poorer sites used these bikes to replace taxis. Initially, the authorities did not say whether if these three-wheels motorcycles taxis were legal. But as the number of three-wheels motorcycle taxis increased, the authorities stepped in to stop them. But many counties still have these bikes running around their streets. Even if these bikes were not allowed to be taxis, they were still used to be mini cargo vans. It was still very popular. Feng Yu was quite surprised that Li Dafu had thought of this. Just based on this point alone, Feng Yu would want to recruit Li Dafu and put him in charge of the motorcycles business. He was more suitable than Li Mingde and the rest of the deputies. Manager Li, are you interested in coming over to take charge of our motorcycle division? After you bought the shares, I can arrange for a position of deputy general manager, just to handle the motorcycle business. Feng Yu invited Li Dafu. He had shown that he had better foresight than the deputy who was in charge of the motorcycle division. Li Dafu was stunned for a while and shook his head. Manager Feng, I still prefer cars. I hope I can handle the automobile division. Feng Yu nodded. Li Dafu would not look for him if he were not interested in managing the automobile division. Then let's talk about the cars. What suggestions do you have for Songjiang Motors cars? Other than the cargo vans, there are 3 models of cars. Small saloon car, off-road and business purpose car. Among the 3 models, the sales of the business purpose cars are not doing well. The off-road's main customer is the military. The small saloon cars are sold to the companies as the company's vehicles. The sales of these 2 models should be doing well. Your analysis is right. Continue. Li Dafu continued. But the price of these 3 models are above 100,000 renminbi. Although 100,000 renminbi is not considered a lot for cars now, the price tag will stop many people from thinking of buying cars. I feel that we should introduce a new budget model under a new brand. The price of this new model should be under 50,000 renminbi or even 30,000 renminbi. Feng Yu thought to himself. This Li Dafu still wants to use the low-cost strategy. But luckily, he did not say he would use the Songjiang Motors brand. Budget cars will lower the value of the brand. It will influence their plans to continue selling mid to high-tier cars. Feng Yu had also thought about introducing low-cost cars. But in his previous life, low-cost cars entered the market after the year 2000. That was the time when China's development increased rapidly and the demand for vehicles was high. People want to own a car for their transportation. But now, people's mode of transportation was still a motorcycle. Songjiang 100 was selling for about 10,000 renminbi. People still do not need to worry about road conditions when they were riding bikes. The only issue was the weather. You think we should introduce budget cars now? Feng Yu asked. Of course not. We should start to research and develop this technology now and introduce it when the time is right. I think we can introduce this model in 3 to 4 years. Our technologies should be ready by then, and the Chinese's income would have increased. They should be able to afford a small car. Although motorcycles are good, most people will think that driving a car beats riding a motorcycle. That means you think Songjiang Motors should start to develop smaller capacity cars technologies now. No, we should research both luxurious and budget cars at the same time. The brand, Songjiang Motors, should stick to be a luxury brand, and we will introduce another brand to target the mass market. Both of this should be ongoing at the same time. Since we are going to develop technologies for both types of cars, then how much more money should we invest into the R&D? With so much capital invested, when will we recover our investments? Feng Yu asked. Automobile manufacturing is a capital-intensive business, but technologies are critical in this business. If not, our China-made vehicles will not need to collaborate with MNCs. The automobile manufacturers in other countries rely on their technologies to earn profits. Our Songjiang Motors might have the best technologies in China, but compared to other overseas manufacturers, we are still outdated. If our technologies cannot keep up with the rest of the world, then we can only remain in China. Even the European market will be taken over by other automobile companies. In Feng Yu's previous life, Geely had a strong emphasis on technological developments. They had acquired Volvo, not only for their brand. They wanted Volvo's technologies. This was why Geely paid such a high price for a declining brand. Feng Yu had kept telling Li Mingde to focus on technological developments. Without technical advantages, they could only exploit their workers. If this was the case, then what's the use of manufacturing cars? Feng Yu only knows about the development of the automobile industry. He knows about future technologies in the industry, but he does not know how these technologies were invented. Luckily, Bing City Machinery Company had hired lots of specialists and experts. Many of them were engineers from the former Soviet Union. The company was also grooming Chinese engineers all this while. Compared to the big automobile manufacturers overseas, Songjiang Motors' developments were not considered fast, but they were not slow either. Songjiang Motors' technologies were much faster than those joint venture factories in China. Songjiang Motors could develop in China was not because they were more technologically advanced. It was mainly because of its exterior designs, performance, prices, etc. Most importantly, it was the procurement from the government and military. Since the military had bought Songjiang Motors vehicles, the Chinese knew about this brand. Songjiang Motors vehicles were also exported to Europe. Many provinces' government starts to make bulk purchases of Songjiang Motors cars. In Feng Yu's previous life, these local governments will only purchase SAIC and FAW vehicles. They will use either Audi or Santana. But for the same price, Songjiang Motors were better looking and more comfortable. Most importantly, it was their domestic brand. The local governments were considered supporting their domestic brands when they purchased Songjiang Motor cars. This was also an excuse for the agencies to buy cars without getting scolded by their higher-ups. These few years were the years where business purpose cars developed the fastest. Almost all the local governments were buying vehicles in large volumes. There was someone in Feng Yu's previous life that tabulated the expenditure on cars by the government in 1995. The amount spent on cars by the government was astronomical, and it still increases for the next few years. The Chinese government had to restrict the number of vehicles bought by the local government. Feng Yu had only snatched the market from the overseas manufacturers and used the profits from there to upgrade Songjiang Motors technologies. Li Dafu had lots of ideas that were in line with Feng Yu. Feng Yu was impressed by Li Dafu and felt that it was not a bad idea to let him handle the automobile division. Manager Li, I agree with your views. You are suitable to work in Bing City Machinery Company. Now you can tell me how much money you have to buy the shares. Feng Yu smiled and asked, if I sell away my company, I should have about 60 to 70 million. With my savings, I should raise about 80 million. I would like to buy 2% shares. Li Dafu replied, Manager Li, your company is doing well. Don't you think it is a waste to sell off your company? You might not get so many profits after to buy our shares. My company had reached its limits. Unless there is an injection of funds, we will not make any breakthroughs in the materials. Also, I think highly of the future of the automobile industry. I feel that the value of Bing City Machinery Company shares will multiply several folds in 3 to 5 years later. Good. For your trust in us, I will give you a personal loan of 2 million without interest. You will be able to purchase 2.5% of shares. What do you think? Li Dafu was overjoyed. Thank you very much. Manager Feng, I promise to put in my 100% to bring Songjiang Motors to a greater height. Hello? Dad, can I discuss something with you? What? I am busy. Keep things short. Stop, San Juan, I win. Feng Yu. You said you are busy? Playing mahjong is also considered busy? Dad, can you sell me your Bing City Machinery Company's shares? Feng Xingtai also holds Bing City Machinery Company's shares, but he does not care about it. Even the dividends were credited into Feng Yu's account. He even forgets he was a shareholder. When Feng Yu mentioned about this, he was confused. Are you asking for a beating? Those shares are yours in the first place. Dad, you must at least sign the documents to prove you had sold the shares to me. I still have some money in Taihua trading. I will transfer the money to you, and you can invest the money into your factory. Taihua Processed Food Factory is expanding very fast and needs money. Okay. Just get someone to bring the contract over, and I will sign it. Don't bother me with all these matters. It's my turn. 6 bamboos. Okay, I will let the lawyer look for you. It is the Caucasian man with a big mustache. You will not hold any position in Bing City Machinery Company in the future, and you will have to return your office. I know. Is there anything else? How is school? Can you understand your classes? Feng Xingtai asked. Yes, no problem. Dad, I will hang up first. I still have work to do. Feng Yu quickly hang up. What school? Feng Yu was still in China and did not return to Hong Kong. Old Feng, can you stop answering the phone when we are playing mahjong? You think you are the only one who has a mobile phone. Wen Deguang said. It was the annoying look on Feng Xingtai's face when he speaks on the phone. He was trying to show off his mobile phone. Wen Deguang, the district chief, only had a pager. What's wrong with answering the phone? I can't even answer the phone. Your son had wanted to buy a mobile phone for you, and you are the one who does not want it. Who can you blame? Feng Xingtai purposely put his mobile phone on the table on top of a stack of 1 and 2 renminbi bills. Feng Xingtai was rich now, but he noticed that he does not have a lot of friends. He spends his days fishing, strolling along the river banks. He could not finish spending his money, but his friends still need to work. Only on weekends, Feng Xingtai could meet up with Wen Deguang and the rest to play a few rounds of mahjong. Zhang Muhua was different. She had a new hobby introduced to her by Feng Yu. Cross-stitch. Cross-stitch was an ancient art, but it was not popular in the current era. In Feng Yu's previous life, cross-stitch only became popular in 2005. Currently, only a factory was producing cross-stitch products, and there was only one design. After Feng Yu got people to bring back more designs from overseas, Zhang Muhua was addicted. She shared with her neighbors, and all of them gathered to do cross-stitch together when they were free. 3 days later, Li Dafu sold off his company. Because he was in a hurry to sell off his company, which was worth at least 70 million, for only sold for 65 million. It was sold to another businessman from Zhujiang Business Association. Li Dafu's company annual profits were more than 10 million. If he had the funds, it could increase further. In the previous life, Li Dafu had borrowed money from the banks to grow his business, and then started his motorcycle business. Later, he set up Geely. But in this life, there will not be Geely anymore. Even if there is a Geely, Li Dafu will not be the boss of it. Maybe the other Geely founders will start a new Geely. On the surface, Li Dafu seems to have made a loss. The dividends he will get from Bing City Machinery will not be as high as 10 million. Although Bing City Machinery Company's profits were very high, more than 4 billion, but the dividends paid out were only a small portion. Most of the profits were reinvested into the company's R&D. Li Dafu felt the value of his shares will multiply in 3 years, and it does not include the millions of dividends every year. Furthermore, the company might be listed in the future. Once listed, the company's value will increase further. The dividends will be much higher in the future. Li Dafu firmly believes that he made the right decision. If he could show Feng Yu his management capabilities in these 2 years, he might even vie for the position of chairman once a board of directors was set up. From what Feng Yu said, it seems that Feng Yu is not interested in becoming the chairman. That means he might get full control of Bing City Machinery Company one day. Of course, he also felt this was not possible. No shareholders would want to give up their authorities and let someone else run the company. Even if Feng Yu is not interested, there is still the other shareholder from Hong Kong. Li Dafu did not expect that once he entered Bing City Machinery Company, there was a change in the ownership structure. Feng Yu had persuaded Fu Guangjing and Bing City government to give Li Mingde and dozens of management staff some shares. The total amount of shares owned by these people adds up to 2.5%. Although Li Mingde had not reached the retirement age, he requested early retirement. He was no longer a government servant. Bing City Machinery Company immediately employed Li Mingde and gave him 0.5% shares. Of course, Li Mingde's monthly salary was also adjusted to only 500 renminbi. But Li Mingde does not mind as he will be getting a lot more dividends. The rest of the branch factory's directors, deputy general managers, and other top management staffs were given 0.01 to 0.02% of shares. Coupled with the 2.5% shares Feng Yu sold to Li Dafu, Bing City Machinery Company have more than 20 shareholders. But Feng Yu still holds 53% shares of the company. The company also form a board of directors. Feng Yu, Fu Guangjing, Li Mingde, Li Dafu, and a representative from the city government form the board. Li Mingde was appointed as the chairman and general manager. Li Dafu finally got what he wished. He became one of the deputy general manager with 4 others. Feng Yu and Fu Guangjing no longer hold the position of deputies. Anyway, they were on the board, and they could watch over the company as one of the directors. Many people in the company were shocked at Li Dafu's appearance. Why did Feng Yu sell the company's shares to this person and let him handle the automobile division? Li Dafu was formerly the boss of a company. He was able to secure his position in a short time and impressed those that were unhappy with him. These were not important. Feng Yu had returned to Hong Kong. School had started for 10 days, and Feng Yu did not appear even once. He did not apply for any leave, and the university was worried about him and called him. It was then when Feng Yu realized that he had forgotten about applying for leave from his university because of Li Dafu and Bing City Machinery Company. Feng Yu apologized to his school and immediately returned to Hong Kong. As for the machinery company, he leaves it to the management to sort out the rest of the details. If something happens, Fu Guangjing could help out. Now, Fu Guangjing spends most of his time in China. Another reason why Feng Yu rushed back to his university was that he does not want to miss Professor Liang's class. This professor was the consultant who had helped manage Hong Kong and China's funds to hit back at Soros Quantum Fund in Feng Yu's previous life. Feng Yu had asked He Zhaoji to get in touch with Professor Liang. Feng Yu wanted to hire him to work at Wind and Rain Consulting. He even offered him shares of the company, but Professor Liang rejected this offer. Professor Liang was not a tycoon, but his salary at Hong Kong University was not low. Also, he was an expert in the financial markets. He could just make his own investments. Although Professor Liang was not wealthy, he could get a commission when he gave advice to the tycoons. His assets had increased to over 10 million Hong Kong dollars within a few years. He was very famous in Hong Kong financial trade. Many tycoons, including Fu Rongqi, wanted to recruit him, but he turned down all offers. He said he only wanted to do research and money was not his priority. His interest was to groom Hong Kong's next generation of financial talents. Professor Liang does not like money, women, and no other bad habits, and Feng Yu has no way to entice him to work for him. But Feng Yu thought that since he could not recruit Professor Liang, then they could at least be friends. So, when Feng Yu was in Hong Kong, he would attend Professor Liang's lectures. He would even skip other classes to sit in Professor Liang's classes. Professor Liang also notices Feng Yu because he had appeared in almost every class. Professor Liang's lectures were not only for one module. It was almost impossible for the same student to appear in all his lessons. This student must have skipped other classes to attend his class. Professor Liang thought Feng Yu was some of Hong Kong's rich second generation because of his dressing and was sent to attend his lectures. Maybe this young man was not even a student at Hong Kong University. But when Professor Liang chatted with Feng Yu, he was surprised by this young man's insights to the financial markets. Since when did this genius appear in Hong Kong? Which family was Feng Yu from? When Professor Liang found out Feng Yu's name, he tried to recall which Hong Kong tycoon had the same surname. There were no financial experts in Hong Kong or any tycoon with the surname Feng. He chatted with Feng Yu longer and found out that Feng Yu was an exchange student from Beijing University. This gave Professor Liang a shock. How could a mainlander be so well versed with the financial market? It was not Professor Liang looks down on mainlanders. It was because China's financial markets developments started much later than Hong Kong. He had also researched on China's financial market and found many loopholes in their systems. If China's financial market opens up to the rest of the world, it will be disastrous. A genius appeared in a country whose financial market started so much later? Professor Liang was amazed. Feng Yu's talents in the financial market had already surpassed many Hong Kong top economic elites. He was really a genius. When Professor Liang found out that Feng Yu was the boss of that wind and rain consultancy, his jaws dropped. Feng Yu was still so young. Not only he was eager to learn, he knew all the fundamental theories at the back of his mind. He also has practical experiences. There should be no one else in this world that was a genius as Feng Yu. Feng Yu told Professor Liang that he likes his lectures and could learn lots of things from him. This made Professor Liang proud. With Professor Liang's status, and a student told him that, he will feel it was normal. He will not feel happy about it. But when a genius like Feng Yu or a successful tycoon told him that, he would be overjoyed. The same words that come out from different people will yield different results. So, Professor Liang gave Feng Yu his lecture schedules and invite Feng Yu to attend his lessons. Professor Liang felt that most lectures at the university were not critical to the students. They could choose whether if they want to attend. Many students also skip their lectures to attend the lessons they want. Professor Liang was the same as most lecturers. He likes students to attend his lessons, and when the number of students increases, he felt proud. He felt even better when a student like Feng Yu says he likes his lectures. But when the semester starts, Professor Liang did not see Feng Yu in many of his lessons. Feng Yu had told him that his exchange was 1 year, and Professor Liang wondered why he had skipped his lectures. Professor Liang does not mind other students skipping his classes, but he felt disappointed when he did not see Feng Yu in his classes. Feng Yu had lost interest in his lessons. But today, Professor Liang saw that familiar figure in his class, and he taught more passionately. After the lecture, Feng Yu followed Professor Liang back to his office. Feng Yu, where were you the past few days? Why you did not attend my lessons? Professor Liang, I went back to China. My company has some matters to attend. You have a company in China? Professor Liang was surprised. But after he thought about it, he felt it was also reasonable. Feng Yu was from China, and China's financial industry had just started, and the economy there will be much better than Hong Kong in the future. But currently, Hong Kong's conditions were still better than the mainland. Hong Kong was still one of the world's top financial hub now. Yes, I have a few companies in China. Feng Yu replied modestly. A few? Professor Liang had thought highly of Feng Yu, but it seems that he had still belittled this young man. What does your company back in China do? Also in the finance sector. Feng Yu shook his head. The financial market in China is not good. It cannot be compared to Hong Kong or the Western countries. My investments in China are mainly physical assets and other industries. No investors will only trade in the financial market. They will invest in some physical assets. It would be risky for someone to put all their money in the financial markets. If the market crash, they might lose all their money. With physical assets like businesses and other industries, they could still make a comeback. Professor Liang had spoken to Feng Yu about this. But at that time, he was unaware that Feng Yu had other businesses. Professor Liang, I will be going back to China in July. I am not sure when is the next time I come back to Hong Kong. You really don't want to manage wind and rain consulting's funds? If you think wind and rain consulting funds is too small, I can increase it. Feng Yu tried to invite Professor Liang again. Professor Liang laughed and shook his head. I had said before, the U.S. stock market is doing well now. With your understanding of the market, you should be able to earn high returns when you invest. You do not need me to help you. Then if one day I have to face George Soros and other financial predators from the Western countries, will you help me? Feng Yu asked in a serious tone. Professor Liang's face changed. You want to go against quantum funds? If you really have the abilities, I will be interested in joining in. It's time for those Western predators to pay their dues. Feng Yu was excited when he got the answer he wanted from Professor Liang. Professor Liang would be part of his team in 1997. Will the Hong Kong government have a replacement for Professor Liang? But this should not be a problem as Feng Yu's funds are also targeting quantum funds. It is the same as what the Hong Kong government will be doing. Maybe Feng Yu might even become the consultant for the Hong Kong government. Feng Yu attended lessons every day, and when he has free time, he went to the movies or go fishing. It was a peaceful life for Feng Yu, but not for Fu Guangjing and Li Zikai. They were very busy. Fu Guangjing was still able to cope. His father was helping him to manage his businesses in Hong Kong. He does not need to worry. Li Zikai was different. He needs to manage his Pacific Century Group and also set up the Tai Hua supermarket in China. Just happened Pacific Century Group had some matters for Li Zikai to attend, and he had to return to Hong Kong. After settling his work at Pacific Century Group, he took a break for 2 days and asked Feng Yu out for dinner. "This is the restaurant you were talking about? I had come here before, and although the food is not bad, it is still not considered delicious. I remembered this restaurant was sold to the Fu family before Lunar New Year." Li Zikai had wanted to dine at the Peninsula Hotel, but Feng Yu insisted on coming to this restaurant instead. Do you see that? The name of this restaurant is still the same, but there are 3 new characters in the front. Quanjude. Feng Yu pointed to the signboard outside. Quanjude? I have heard of this before. Isn't this a famous restaurant in Beijing? I think it sells roast ducks. The Fu family bought this restaurant to sell ducks. Li Zikai asked curiously. Feng Yu wanted to laugh. If Fu Guangjing heard what Li Zikai said, they would surely fight. See notes. Chain restaurants. The original chefs are still around, and a few new specialty dishes are added to the menu. Feng Yu explained. The doorboy opened the door for them to enter. The restaurant floor manager saw Feng Yu and ran over. Manager Feng, Masterly, your table is on the 2nd floor. I will show you the way. Li Zikai looked at the floor manager and then at Feng Yu. It was usual for people to recognize him as he appeared on Hong Kong papers quite frequently. But how did that floor manager recognize Feng Yu? Did they know Feng Yu because he frequents this restaurant? When both just sat down at their table, Li Zikai saw a waiter pushing a trolley over before he could see the menu. He looked at Feng Yu. Did Feng Yu order the food before they arrived? Usually, when 2 people, especially friends, have dinner together, they would not order the food in advance. They would let the other party order something they like. Feng Yu was not the type that would do something like this. Li Zikai thought if this was some recommended dishes Feng Yu wanted to show him. Duck. Roasted ducks. Li Zikai had eaten Quanjude's roast ducks before. He had been to Beijing, and with his status, all the meals were at the top restaurants. Feng Yu chose this restaurant to recommend this roast duck to him. The past few months, Li Zikai had been busy with his work and did not notice about China's top food charts which were reported on the papers. Li Zikai does not really like to eat roast ducks. He felt Quanjude's roast ducks were not to his taste. Brother Kai, this roast duck recipe is altered to suit Hong Kongers' taste. Try it. Li Zikai took a bite, and his eyes opened wide. This roast duck tastes better than what he ate in China. This was a restaurant the right choice. Brother Feng, are you a regular at this restaurant? Li Zikai asked. I have only been here for a few times. Are you curious about why the floor manager know me? It is because I own the shares of this restaurant. Feng Yu smiled. This restaurant is opened by you and the Fu family? Li Zikai was surprised. Feng Yu had opened a restaurant with the Fu family? No matter if it was Feng Yu or the Fu family, all of them could afford to open restaurants by themselves. Each of them could even open 10 restaurants at once. Why would they need to collaborate? Also, were restaurants very profitable? Yet if this restaurant has a specialty roast duck and an increase of customers, how much more money can they make? The funds used to open this restaurant can be put to better use. Not only this restaurant. Fu Guangjing and I are partners, and we asked the Fu family to help us acquire some restaurants to form a company. We merged this company with Quanjude to form Quanjude Group. We will be using the Quanjude brand to create the largest restaurant chain in Asia. I had asked you here today is to help me taste the roast duck. What do you think of this roast duck and its special sauce? Quanjude Group, Asia's biggest restaurant chain? A restaurant might not be profitable if there was only one restaurant. But if a restaurant chain was different, it will be extremely profitable. If the group was listed in the future, the share prices might not shoot up, but it will not be affected by other forces. Li Zikai thought about this for a while and felt this was a good investment. The duck tastes good. When did this investment start? Li Zikai asked casually. About 1 month ago. Li Zikai was a bit disappointed. He had known Feng Yu for quite some time, and Feng Yu asked Fu Guangjing to invest instead of him. Seems like Feng Yu was still closer to Fu Guangjing and Li Zikai could not compare to him. The plan started last year, and the Fu family had started to acquire restaurants then. Many people still laughed at them. But after all the restaurants were merged with Quanjude, their value rose. Also, after the restaurants joined the Quanjude Group, all of their sales had increased. The best restaurants' monthly sales increased by 50%. Although the invested amount is higher, it should be recovered in 2 to 3 years. We felt this was still a good deal. Lee Zakai was thinking in his heart. This was a f-king good deal. The restaurant's sales increased. That means their profits will also increase. The invested amount will be recovered in 2 to 3 years, and after that, it will be pure profits. At that time, the company should be listed, and they will earn a big sum again. Why was I not included for such good investment? But Lee Zakai thought for a while. If Feng Yu had invited him to join in this venture, he might not be able to take part too. A restaurant this big, including the business, etc., will cost at least tens of millions. He had also heard about the restaurants bought by the Fu family. If he took part in this venture, what could he do with his measly funds? Unless Lee Zakai continued to ask for money from his father, then it would be possible. But his father had just given him a sum of money to invest in the supermarkets, and will he still provide him with money? If only he met Feng Yu a few years earlier. If he knew Feng Yu a few years earlier, Feng Yu would surely choose him as his partner. He was the second son of Superman Li, and Fu Guangjing was only the second son of Fu Rongjing. Brother Feng, you must call me along if you have any investment opportunities in the future. Lee Zakai said gloomily. Sure. Oh, I still have something to discuss with you. Can you invite your father for the opening ceremony for our supermarkets? I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.